The gray and sad landscape of snow-capped mountains did not attract or please the eye, evoking a vague feeling of danger and apathy. And only the voices of the men reminded us that these were not God-forsaken places, and that people walked here too. But from their conversation it became clear that the speakers could not be called friends. And it was about an ancient relic, about which the main character continued to stubbornly remain silent, smiling wryly. Moreover, even despite all his wounds, he was not going to reveal this terrible secret to his enemies, realizing that death awaited him anyway. His arrogance and self-righteousness infuriated his opponents. But before killing him, they decided to contact the main squad and inform them of what had happened. Their command confirmed the coordinates and reported that reinforcements would soon arrive at the scene. While the boys waited for their comrades and pondered why Phantom needed the ancient relic that the Emperor wanted to obtain, they couldn't find a logical answer. But they didn't need him at all. It wasn't enough for them to cut off the young man's hands. They also wanted to torture him, because all this time he had been ruining their lives and getting on their nerves. And now it was his turn to suffer. The only thing was that they couldn't decide which of them would be the first to torture the young man. So they tossed a coin and waited for fate's verdict. What they didn't foresee was that the main character wasn't one to sit back and meekly wait for torture. He decided to activate his last weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Zeke Dracor, the first unsuccessful awakening in this glorious family. The boy was born into a family of Dragonslayers, but fate had other plans for him. And it turned out that he couldn't use his aura, so he couldn't awaken normally. His father had no use for such a defective son, so he was kicked out of the house and forgotten like a bad dream. But this lit a fire in his heart, and he devoted his whole life to becoming the strongest in this world. But strength has never made anyone happy, although it spurred him on to continue the fight for his life. He did not believe that on this path he would be left with nothing. So with one swing of his sword, he cut off his opponent's head, understanding that only those who possess it can speak of strength. The rest must remain silent. Besides, if you have strength, you can easily kill a weaker opponent and take everything from him. But the guy decided to end his philosophy there, because these two were easy prey, although they had called for help, and now it would be impossible to leave quietly. He would have to fight, and for that, he got his hand back. And the newcomers were thinking about the fact that if they cut off his head, Zeke would definitely not be able to regrow it. The fight began. Everyone wanted to win, but Zeke was alone, and the enemies attacked him in a crowd, encircling him. It all ended pretty quickly, though. Not only did the enemies fall to Zeke's sword, but the guy himself was on his last legs. He could no longer get up. The swords in his back were hindering him. He was coughing up blood, realizing that he was dying. But even at that moment, he did not regret what he had done, because he had managed to take revenge, and that was the main thing. Moreover, the relic that the Emperor so desired was now in his hands, and this gave him strength and a certain childish joy, because his death would not be in vain, and his name would be remembered for a long time by his enemies. The only thing he regretted was that he would never see Alicia again. So a single tear fell along with a drop of his blood onto the relic, triggering a magical reaction. Suddenly, Zeke heard a voice speaking to him, telling him that his strong will had awakened the soul of an ancient dragon sealed in a relic, which would obey anyone who persisted. Someone tried to persuade the protagonist to take urgent measures, but he didn't understand what was happening and didn't believe that it was all real, as it looked more like the delirium of a dying man. And since this was all nonsense and a dream, the guy decided to agree to the persuasion. So an unknown force launched the process of awakening and uniting forces. The countdown ended and Zeke came to his senses. But looking at himself in the mirror, he couldn't believe that this child was him. It was obvious that he had returned to the past, but his body still hadn't forgotten the dozens of swords piercing it. But what was in the future has not yet happened. Moreover, he has not yet been kicked out of the house, and he is at his family's training center in Kolabel. For centuries, the Draker family has been engaged in the slaying of dragons, becoming the pillar of the empire immediately after the first hero slew the golden dragon Bahamut. Now, all the descendants of the first hero possess the blessing of an aura, which makes them special. But Zeke was born wrong, and that can't be changed. He tried. But that was until this day, Now an unfamiliar voice said that the soul of the Chosen One had awakened and completely merged with the soul of the ancient dragon and received his will. Only now did the protagonist begin to realize that he had managed to activate the stolen relic, and now he had partial access to the system and could view his status window. At that moment, he remembered the words of his teacher, who once told him that in ancient times people were divided into classes, and then, depending on the class, they trained and used special skills. For example, if someone was a healer, then he could heal other people. Based on this and the information in the status window, Zeke realized that he was already a healer. But as they say, trust but verify. So the status window could have written anything, but it could have been verified in practice. In his past life, he became a healer when he was in his early 20s, around the time the ethereal hall was opened. Now he was much younger, but the advantage was that he remembered how to use the healer's power. So now, after performing simple manipulations, he realized that everything worked. It was good, as was the fact that he returned to the past. The bad thing was that his athletic and trained body was no longer there, and in general, he was still a child. Overall, he had no reason to complain. In his past life, his situation was much worse than it was now. But now he could explore the opportunities that the system opened up for him. But they didn't give it to him, because a servant came, knocked on the door, called the guy, and was not going to leave until he opened it for him. Only the boy's only servant, Derek, could allow himself such behavior. He was unhappy with his charge, who was lying on the bed and was not ready for study and training. True, Zeke couldn't remember what exactly he was supposed to be prepared for, and even though he was essentially 32 years old, he was still afraid of Derek. But he was lucky. The cold mind skill activated, and the guy immediately felt better. Moreover, Zeke even remembered the test he had to take today. It was no secret that all members of the Draker family had undergone basic physical training at the Cradle Training Center, starting at the age of 7. Every year, instructors evaluate students' progress in sword fighting and no-holds-barred pancration. Often, instructors themselves divide students into pairs for sparring, but there are cases when the guys themselves choose their opponent. But the fight can only occur when both members of the pair agree to sparring together. But that's not the worst of it. The main feature of this test is the lack of rules, which means injuries and wounds are inevitable. And because it's during this sparring that future class is determined, the guys give it their all and go overheads to achieve the best result. Unfortunately for the protagonist, he had to go through this nasty test for the second time in his life. The commander hoped that all the cadets understood perfectly well that their grade depended on how they performed today, since this sparring session was the final component of the final result. Everyone understood everything perfectly well and was ready, so the man was not going to drag things out and announced the start of the fights. The crowd was buzzing, but most of it was discussing not the sparring, but Zeke, who stood in front and pretended not to hear anyone. So the guys grew brazen and did not hide their disdain for him. But this continued until Aaron and Goda appeared on the field and began their sparring. True, Zeke got bored from the very first minutes, since it was immediately clear to him who would win and who would lose, so he couldn't suppress a yawn, and didn't even try. Aaron won, and overall the protagonist even admitted that these guys were not bad, but not the best. And if before he was afraid of this test, now there was not a shadow of his former feelings in him. And this did not go unnoticed by some other student. One of the guys was clearly burning with an undisguised desire to put the yawning young man in his place, to show that he was a nobody here, and that his name was nothing. And such an opportunity presented itself to him a few minutes later, but the main character didn't look nervous. For some reason, he was calm and ready for battle. Zeke knew that his opponent would be Leon, who from the very beginning decided to morally disorient him, but this time it didn't work. Moreover, the young man remembered very well how every year during the test Leon beat him up and then humiliated him in front of everyone. But this time, everything would be completely different. Besides, without dirty tricks, this arrogant guy wouldn't have been able to achieve the goal of being his opponent every year. And for the guy's family members, such behavior was the norm. In a past life, the direct heirs of the main branch of the Drake family could not meet each other, but cousins crossed paths with enviable regularity. By the way, Leon was one of such cousins, and all these cousins considered it their duty to mock the main character both physically and mentally. Now Leon was about to teach Zeke another lesson in obedience, since due to his limited mental abilities, the boy had not drawn any conclusions from the last time. But Zeke was still under the influence of cold mind, so he reacted too calmly to all the barbs directed at him. But before the sparring began, the protagonist asked his brother to slow down, because if he continued like this, he would not be able to restrain himself. True, his words did not make an impression on his cousin, who was used to Zeke enduring his bullying and unable to fight back due to his inferiority. It was a shame he acted that way, because the main character activated a critical strike and sent his brother flying. The guy stood his ground but grabbed his face, realizing that Zeke had most likely broken something. The protagonist wasn't particularly worried about this, but he understood perfectly well that he needed to learn to better control his new skills, since this time they activated automatically with a normal attack, strengthening it several times. Meanwhile, the instructor ran up to Leon and began to scold Zeke because he had struck before he gave the signal to start the fight. He found something to say, because the new Zeke believed that the advantage in a fight always goes to the one who strikes first. So he struck. And this new Zeke really didn't please Pan. He emanated a real thirst for blood, which was not typical for an ordinary student at the camp. And perhaps the instructor would not have allowed this sparring to happen at all. But both guys were determined to continue, and each was going to kill or maim the other. If that was the case, then Pan was not going to delay, and gave the go-ahead, and Leon attacked first. Only this time Zeke didn't stand there like a pillar, but fought back. Leon even got scared of his brother for a moment, but he chalked it up to a mind game, since the counterattacks didn't even cause him pain, so there was no point in being afraid of them. Yes, and he knew perfectly well that if he avoided Zeke's left counterattack, he could easily be defeated with a feint. And so it could have been, if not for something incomprehensible that Leon could not understand, as Zeke wriggled out of his grip and found himself a few meters away from him. And while Leon didn't understand what was happening, Instructor Peng was covered in sweat. He couldn't believe that he saw a fighting sense that a 12-year-old boy shouldn't have. The man couldn't believe his eyes, because Zeke was as calm as a boa constrictor, even when his counterattack failed. And Leon grabbed him, depriving him of the ability to move. But even then, the guy was able to hit his opponent and increase the distance between them. And it was amazingly strange. Meanwhile, the fight continued, and the protagonist struck his cousin in the legs. While Leon could still stand, he didn't expect that a worthless person like Zeke would have such powerful blows. Nevertheless, Leon tried to hit his brother again, but this time he failed, since the main character sharpened all his senses with the help of the skill and dodged. After which he grabbed his cousin and was going to throw him over himself and end this fight. And indeed, he did not lay his brother down on his shoulder blades in a gentle manner. But he knew that even after landing like that, Leon would be able to get up, which he really didn't want. So he activated Precise Strike and hit his cousin. Zeke punched his cousin, telling him that he should learn a lesson from today and never speak to him again. But this concerned not only Leon, who had clearly lost to him, but also the rest of the cadets. It was time for them to understand that he was not a whipping boy, and that they shouldn't whisper about him behind his back if they didn't want to end up in Leon's place. But if anyone wants to tell him something, he doesn't mind talking to them on the battlefield, and is waiting for everyone down below. Most of the guys froze in their places, not knowing how to react to all this. But among them, there was one who challenged the main character. Whatever one might say, Jake and Wardek, another cousin, had something to say to Zeke. And if he thought that this would scare Zeke, then he was wrong. Besides, the guy said that a one-on-one fight would be too boring, and his cousin could call his friends to make it more fun. And the choice of the main character fell on Liam Stone, who is Jaken's servant. So let him help him on the battlefield. After all, in that case, he would have at least one ghostly chance of winning. But even so, there is no 100% guarantee that this is exactly what will happen. And the main character should have stopped there. But no, he enjoyed humiliating his cousin. He received exquisite pleasure and satisfaction from it. This behavior failed to evoke in the opponent anything other than a furious desire to kill. And now the guys were standing opposite each other in the arena. But Instructor Pan asked Zeke not to attack without a command. The protagonist was ready for anything, and he was also very interested in seeing the mercenary King Liam in the uniform of this training camp. After all, in his past life, Liam ended up in this place only because he served Jaken. But after the training camp, his fate took a turn for the worse. And because he was of low birth, he was not allowed to continue his education, even though he practically begged his relatives for permission to do so on his knees. Nevertheless, the guy found a way out and joined the seedy small knightly order of Baronin. True, after some time the order fell, and Liam became a mercenary, and it must be admitted that he succeeded in this field, and in troubled times he became that monolithic figure to whom many were drawn, which allowed him to create his own organization of mercenaries. His fame and power did not go unnoticed by the government, which decided to lure him to their side, after which Zeke clashed with Liam on the battlefield. Only, their sides were different. And knowing all this, Zeke understood perfectly well that it was possible to create a new future, where they would be allies, not enemies. Meanwhile, the fight began, and Jaken attacked the protagonist first, who blocked his attack, reminding him that he was supposed to attack at the same time as his servant. But the cousin was confident that he could handle Zeke himself, so he tried to hit him again. True, this attack also missed the mark, since Zeke had prudently put up a shield, so he could now mock his brother's caution. Moreover, it was only a minute later that Jaken realized that he had slightly injured his leg, and while his cousin was distracted, Zeke attacked him. And if the guy thought the main character was going to punch him in the face, he was very much mistaken, because fear is not the best advisor in such a situation. After which he hit Jaken on the injured leg, because his brother had greatly disappointed him. Let him suffer now. But it would have been better if the cousin had listened to the advice and attacked the main character together with Liam. Then he could have avoided the blow to the ribs. At this point, the guy got tired of enduring humiliating blows, so he ordered Liam to join the fight. Moreover, he demanded that the servant kill Zeke. Now the fight would be interesting, but the main character understood perfectly well that with interest would come real danger, and he needed to be on guard, because Liam had several very unpleasant moves that needed to be avoided. Besides, Zeke knew that he had to attack first, otherwise he would be in trouble. And since this was the case, he decided to take the initiative in the fight and rained blows on his opponent. In the heat of the moment, he activated the slash skill and continued to attack Liam, not giving him the opportunity to switch from defense to offense. None of the students expected such agility from Zeke, who was usually considered a loser. But it wasn't just the students who were shocked. The instructor was also confused, as his charges were now using fighting techniques that were popular in the northern lands, but not here. True, things weren't as rosy for Zeke as they seemed from the outside. His body wasn't yet trained enough for such stress, and his opponent was now more resilient. He simply endured all his blows and waited. Now Zeke could clearly see the difference in their physical fitness. But if that was the case, then he needed to get Liam out of his control psychologically. And Zeke tried to do this, using his signature blow on the guy, but he was able to dodge it and didn't even get angry. It was the perfect moment for Liam to turn the fight in his favor, so he grabbed his opponent and tried to throw him to the floor. But it was not to be. Zeke calculated the variations of the development of events and was able to capture Liam. Unexpectedly for everyone, they switched places. The main character was going to see how long Liam's endurance would last, because people don't live long without oxygen. But something clearly went wrong, and now Zeke was suffering from the enemy's painful actions. The clash of wills and characters lasted for some time, and in the end it was difficult to understand which of the guys won. The only one who enjoyed the spectacle was Draken, because it wasn't him who was being beaten now. However, the test ended, and the protagonist was changing clothes in his room, and everything seemed fine with him. But the assistant still wanted to check his pulse just in case. The guy wasn't going to refuse, realizing that the old man wanted to check whether he had awakened his aura or not. The test began, and at that moment it became clear that Derek was not a simple servant, but a true blue knight. Usually when someone examines a person's aura and determines the level of awakening, they turn their attention to the Dantian. But Derek approached this issue more thoroughly. Moreover, not all knights are the same. It is clear that they have different abilities. Some are stronger, some are weaker. Some have masterful control over their aura, while others can only dream of it. So the White Swordsman is a beginner level, and most children before the blessing ceremony fall into this category. Next comes the Yellow Swordsman. That is, these are the guys who awakened their aura and opened their Dantian. and all the students of the cradle after the ritual become such swordsmen. After much training, a person can become a purple knight, and at this stage, he will be able to strengthen his sword with aura. But this is not the end of the road. Soon a person can move to a new level and become a blue knight, which means he will be able to manifest his own sword aura. And many stop there. But in a past life, there were two people who went further and broke into the transcendental realm of abilities. They were Liam and Zeke, becoming the Red Knights. And knowing all this information, the main character could not understand how such an experienced and strong person like Derek became his nanny. On the other hand, the guy didn't have to worry about it so much because even the Blue Knight wouldn't be able to detect the ether, since only two people in the entire world can see and use it. Derek, like Zeke, was well aware of the certain unspokenness that hung between them, because each of them was hiding something. But no one wanted to be the first to reveal their cards. And since that was the case, the young gentleman decided to turn this entire strange conversation into an ordinary joke. But the faithful servant didn't want to end the conversation so easily. He was curious as to why the guy had suddenly changed so much, not realizing that he had asked the fundamentally wrong question. After all, by and large, the man should have asked why his young master had changed only now, and not all this. In general, the servant should have realized that from this moment on, a lot would change. It would simply fall into its rightful place. So all Derek had to do was follow the young man and not ask unnecessary questions. The servant was not stupid and understood everything perfectly. Moreover, the man had already managed to prepare the training room that the protagonist had requested, earning the guy's approval. The man's efficiency pleased Zeke, even though he understood that this man had most likely been assigned to watch him. But even in that case, it was better to keep him close to him in order to extract as much information as possible. But there was still one small problem. The boy did not understand who exactly assigned Derek to him. It was unlikely that it was someone from his mother's side. Then only older brothers and sisters remained. Lost in such sad thoughts, the young man didn't notice how he had entered his personal training room, and was quite pleasantly surprised by how the room looked inside. But before starting training, Zeke decided to check his status window, where he noticed that he had the skill Slash, which had increased to the experienced rank, which suggested that this rank itself might depend on the frequency of using the skill. In addition, the young man remembered that this skill activated itself during the battle, which was good, but no less interesting was whether a new skill would be added during training, or whether nothing would change. It was also unclear what the difference was between a skill and a class skill, although they were activated in the same way, but the essence of them felt different. And that was only half the battle. The other half was that he had dragon skills, but what exactly they were was still unclear, and in order to unlock them he needed 10 points, which could be earned by killing monsters that lived in the dungeons. But for this, he needed to become a purple knight. Nevertheless, the protagonist was curious about why he had regressed into the past, but it was only clear that he had received a system, skills, and classes that were somehow incomprehensibly connected to the ancient relic he had acquired in the past. But the guy had no specific information regarding it at the moment. But he decided to think about this some other time. And now he needed to start training. And for this, he decided to use an ordinary sword, until he became stronger for something more powerful. Therefore, it didn't matter how exactly he would train, because in the world there are two known powers, the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Knights strengthen their aura in dungeons, and mages control their mana with the help of circles. These two powers are on opposite ends of the spectrum, so if someone awakens one power, they will not be able to awaken the other. But unfortunately for the protagonist, he was unable to awaken either the aura or the circle, so in the past, he was abandoned and kicked out by his own family. But he was lucky enough to meet a master who guided him through difficulties and taught him everything he knew. This man gave the main character a lot of different knowledge, but the most useful thing the guy learned was healing and the etheric chamber. Thus, thanks to the etheric hall developed by the master, Zeke was able to control the energy of nature. Ether. He was currently training using this very ether, but over the past 2 hours he had become so tired that he had almost fainted. But he was very lucky that the system activated 2 class skills for healing and energy restoration. So after a while, he was as fit as a fiddle. But unfortunately, the guy could not use these 2 skills during the test, so that the judges and other participants in the competition would not suspect him of anything. He was able to start the healing and recovery process only when he returned to his room and was left alone with himself. Now he was alone in this huge room, so there was nothing to be afraid of, and he could continue the training he had started with a clear conscience. Time flew by quickly, and the sun set, meaning it was time to call it a night and go to dinner. A whole week had passed since that day, and the other young men in the cradle, while in the dining room, continued to discuss the main character, namely, his unusual and unconventional behavior. But not only were the students usually talking and thinking and making assumptions about Zeke, but the richer ones also couldn't calm down. Some of them had no appetite at all, but Ares nevertheless offered his comrade a good meal, as he needed strength for the sword fight that was to take place soon. Many of them were sure that, despite the fact that the test was quite impressive, Zeke would hardly be able to show himself well, since he didn't really know how to hold the object in his hands. Some people thought that the guy was just lucky during the test. Everyone except Reina, because for her everything was obvious. There was no talk of any luck. But if someone thinks that Zig won by chance, then such a person has nothing to talk about. Overall, it was understandable for the relatives, since, unlike the first test, the sword fight had a completely different flavor, as real swords were always used here. During these duels, the greatest number of accidents between students occurred, and the difference between their skills was felt too strongly. And after the end, the Drakers performed the blessing and aura awakening ceremony. Meanwhile, the most ordinary, standard training sessions were taking place, during which the instructors drove Zeke like crazy. But the guy didn't pay much attention to all of this, nor to the ridicule of his classmates, who believed that a large sword wouldn't help him or give him any significance. The truth is that his opponent in the sparring was supposed to be Reina, which aroused a little interest in the main character. The girl was burning. She wanted to check her suspicions. She needed to know, was she wrong or not? And someone else would have been frightened by her determination, but not Zeke, not his new version. He himself only wanted to deal with worthy opponents. Reina tried not to show her confusion at the changes in the main character, but she was increasingly convinced of the striking changes in his character and aura. Before, he could barely lift a sword and take the correct stance for combat, but now he held his weapon with ease. However, the girl had no right to allow the guy to intimidate her before the fight began. Having pulled herself together and evened out her breathing, the girl realized that she would definitely succeed. Zeke was only outwardly calm. He knew that his opponent was a lightning knight, and the fight would not be easy. But he believed that he would be able to win. He knew that over time, that girl would become one of the greatest knights of his family in the new generation, and all because she managed to awaken the aura long before the blessing rite. True, before the ritual she did not use this trump card, because she put her principles above victory in a duel. But there was no time to think about it any further, as the fight began and Reina attacked the guy first. And if Zeke hadn't spent a decent amount of time practicing fencing techniques, he would hardly have been able to dodge the blow like he did now. This did not escape the girl's attention, so she hit him harder, trying to break through his defense. But this time, too, she failed. True, this was quite difficult for Zeke, and besides, someone from the crowd began to egg the girl on, asking her to finish the sparring quickly and send the guy to the infirmary. And at that moment, something went wrong. And during the next attack, Reina missed and lost her balance, falling forward. But this did not stop her from continuing the fight. Moreover, the girl understood that her opponent already had breaks, although he was holding up quite well. Moreover, she was unable to hit the very places of these breaks even once, since Zeke blocked all her attempts, as if he knew where and when she would hit. But after each such block, a new hole opens in his aura. And if you compare all the facts, you can conclude that this all looks like a training fight specifically for the girl. True, even after realizing this, Reina still couldn't break through Zeke's defense, and he even became a little bored, not particularly impressed by the Lightning Knight's skills. Overall, the girl fought fairly, which is what the protagonist expected from a person who values her principles so much. But this is what holds her back. preventing her from showing her full potential. Since Reyna herself did not want to come out of her shell, Zeke decided to help her do it. Then the guy took an extremely low stance and attacked Reyna, shortening the distance between them in a second. But the girl had enough skill to dodge his blow, and if she hadn't done so, she would have been left without bones. Reyna understood that she had to keep a distance between herself and her opponent. Only then would she be able to react to all of his antics. And that would have been the case, but Zeke was one of those people who cared about winning. So he threw a small stone at her face with acceleration, which she just missed. And although the girl was angry, she was in no hurry to use her aura. And Zeke was already attacking her again. At this moment, Reyna went berserk, used her aura, and knocked the sword out of the protagonist's hands. Zeke lost the fight, and the crowd rejoiced, praising the girl because she was a good girl. She didn't use aura, in their opinion. The instructor noticed what the cadets didn't. Reyna used aura as soon as Zeke's sword approached her shoulder, but she did it unnoticed. The problem was that Reyna had promised everyone that she would never use aura until she entered the academy. Yes, the girl had compromised her principles and was now sad, but the fight was not over yet, and Zeke decided to introduce her to his fist. And even though Zeke didn't open his aura, the ether helped him hit so hard that Reyna fell to her knees. The students couldn't forgive him for such a prank. Everyone shouted, scolded him, shamed him. But this is a sword fight, and he uses dirty tricks, and he will never become a real knight. Reyna did not want to continue the fight, admitting her defeat, because it was not that she had lost her vigilance, but something else. Besides, if Zeke had had a dagger in his hand, she would already be dead. It was hard to believe that a man who was considered trash just a few days ago could defeat such a talented girl. But the fact was a fact. Meanwhile, in another part of the country, it was a real hell. Everything was burning. Corpses were lying on the ground. The earth was soaked in blood, and there was no end in sight. There were too many dead, so their bodies were thrown into a common grave to save time and prevent an epidemic of disease. Two young people were sitting in the living room, and Abel was calmly drinking tea, despite what was happening outside the window. Moreover, Zeke Draker managed to defeat Reyna, which should have knocked the wind out from under Abel. But this did not happen, since there was still time before the blessing ceremony. Moreover, it was the perfect moment for the young man to visit his family and see everything for himself and draw conclusions. Abel became overly curious about what kind of awakening their little brother would go through, and whether he would go through it at all. Meanwhile, in the cradle, Zeke continued to train hard, but he didn't really understand how he managed to become a red knight with such a weak body in his past life. After which I decided to check the skill window once again, realizing that as soon as the skill level exceeds the expert level, the skill level increases, but the skill level resets. At that moment, the guy felt Derek's presence, so he asked what he needed from him. It turned out that it was time to finish the training. There were a few hours left, and now the main character is already sitting in a carriage and traveling to the main estate of his family, realizing that too much time has passed since the day when he was last there. Zeke was not going home just like that. Although the Draker family lands were vast, the blessing ceremony had to take place in the main estate, where the legend of the Dragonslayer originated. The Dragonslayer, as usual, greeted the protagonist coldly, unlike the other cadets. In his past life, the boy hadn't paid attention to much, but now everything felt different, and he noticed much more. For example, there were a lot of high-ranking spectators at this celebration. It was obvious that his family had sent someone to watch him. It was also clear that as soon as the observer saw that he would not be able to wake up, he would ignore him. But suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The last thing Zeke wanted to see here was his older brother, Abel Draker, or Lionblade. But he was pleased with himself and his spectacular appearance. Zeke ordered himself to calm down, because now he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to. His brother was stronger than him, so he needed to stay calm and keep a cool head. Moreover, this meeting did not happen in the past life, which meant that the protagonist's actions could change the future. The guy decided to think about this later, since the return of the blessing had begun. Aaron was the first to experience the delights of the ritual, and if anyone had any hopes up until this point that everything would be easy and simple, they were now gone, as Aaron was clearly in damn pain. And so, having gone through the pain, the boy unsealed his aura In general, every cadet at the age of 12 had to awaken and leave the cradle. Aaron finished, and the ritual continued. Zeke recalled that among the new generation after awakening, there were those who came very close to the Dragonslayer mark, having mastered the mana suppression skill. Then, they could compete with knights of other colors in strength. They eventually became so strong that they could awaken pure blood within themselves, and Reyna was a shining example of this. Moreover, due to mana suppression, these people, Reyna for example, will have to wear special gloves for the rest of their lives to prevent harm to anyone, including themselves. They looked ordinary, even though they weren't, but that was a small problem that couldn't overshadow the fact that Reyna could now bear the Draker name, since she had proven her purity of blood. And now it was Zeke's turn to undergo awakening. Everyone was interested in what it would be like. The guy knew in advance what and how would happen to him, but he could not imagine, even in his worst nightmare, that he would have to go through this again. Last time, everything was very sad. He was disgraced. But now everything is different. He is different. He no longer gives up. He fights for himself to the end, and puts in their place everyone who dares to say a word against him. He knows how to heal and control the ether. All that was left was to hope that this time the bronze statue would save his nerves and come to his aid. But nothing happened, and everyone froze in anticipation, wondering if this was really where it would all end. It was sad for Zeke to realize that all his efforts had gone down the drain, and all because he believed that he could change the future. At this moment, the protagonist unexpectedly received system notifications that arrived with a delay, and as soon as the system said that the guy's class was unlocked, the statue began to glow red. But the surprises didn't end there. The dragon's blessing was also unlocked, after which the statue changed its color to gold. Zeke didn't understand what was happening, but the system kept throwing him gifts, and now a new class had formed. There was a lot of noise around. No one had ever seen the golden glow during this ritual before, and there were some red spots in it. But there were still too many questions. The situation was not just mysterious, but something else entirely, since Zeke now had no choice but to remain silent, since anything he said would be used against him, which he really didn't want. But while everyone else was making noise and making various assumptions, Abel took the floor and asked everyone to calm down, since they should rejoice and not be sad, because in one ritual, 2 purebloods had awakened. If so, then we need to go to another room and celebrate this event. Everyone immediately began to agree with Abel, who demanded special gloves for his younger brother. The guy didn't feel particularly comfortable in the new accessory. After all, they were heavy, and quite heavy. The ritual continued. Zeke felt his brother's gaze on his back. He understood his intentions perfectly, but today he had to accept his help, even if he didn't particularly want to. A little time passed and the blessing ceremony ended, and the instructor informed everyone that a celebration would soon be organized where everyone could rest and relax. And while all the cadets were rejoicing and anticipating this event, the main character went to look for the training hall, but no one allowed him to leave. Or rather, Abel stopped him and asked why his brother didn't want to attend the party, and it seemed like he was smiling, congratulating and extending his hand to shake. But it was all completely false. And Zeke didn't particularly want to respond to this gesture, and he couldn't not do it, because otherwise his brother would perceive his refusal as an insult. And Zeke honestly tried to play along with Abel, but memories from his past life came flooding back, and he couldn't shake the man's hand. The guy understood that he was acting rashly, that he had to save face, but shaking hands with a monster like Abel was beyond his strength. Abel did not insist on his own, and was even about to leave, but still could not resist, and told the guy that this was not their last meeting. Meanwhile, the party had begun, but the main character didn't go and was changing in his quarters. He had a lot to think about and understand what was happening to him, because all purebloods have mana suppression, but apparently not him. In general, this ability helps purebloods in fighting dragons, but in everyday life it hinders them, because without the gloves they cannot use most mechanisms, and this would happen to Zeke too if he were a pureblood. So he studied his status window again. The characteristics had changed, and now he had the ability not to suppress mana, but to reflect it. So mana reflection is not a passive skill, but an active one that creates a distorted field that drains your mana reserves. This has become a little clearer, but now other questions have arisen. For example, all the students woke up with a blue glow, Reyna with a red one, but for some reason he with a gold one, which was originally also red, but then changed. And all this happened after his special system entered the missing information into the terminal, that is, into the statue. It turns out that the statue does not determine whether the knight has awakened or not. It determines the person's predisposition, his potential and class. So red is a rare class, and gold is unique. Another conclusion can be drawn from this. This article is a very ancient artifact, and the knowledge of its use was partially lost, so it was used only for awakening, and no one thought about classes. The sad thing was that not a single head of the Draken family realized this truth. But that's not important anymore. What was important was that he received dragon skills, dragon vision, and dragon power, although they were still blocked. So he decided to spend some karma points to buy something that would definitely be useful in battle. True, Zeke understood that using the dragon's power here would be too dangerous, but the dragon's vision was a different matter. So without thinking twice, the guy activated dragon vision. But nothing happened. Not even objects became clearer, although the description said that he would see detailed information about everything. But this was only for a while. And then everything changed as soon as he looked out the window, and the statue, which was far away in the garden, was now in front of his nose, because of the skill. It was a useful skill, but it was draining, and Zeke realized he wouldn't be able to use it often, at least not yet. And while he was feeling sorry for himself, the system activated healing and energy restoration, so Zeke immediately felt better. But then this happened again on its own. This issue required investigation, and it turned out that all of his class skills had become passive and increased by 1. And then a brilliant idea came to him, to cut his hand to check whether the healing factor was as limitless as he imagined. Everything turned out exactly as he imagined. There was no trace left of the cut after activating the healing factor. Now he could enter the academy, and what's more, he was planning to graduate in 2 years, not 5 like the others. Spring has arrived and all the cadets have entered Draker Academy, the most famous, prestigious, and largest, for which many are ready to sell their souls. Students with the highest ratings are absolutely no different from adults, as they are no worse trained. But if Zeke was going to compare the students with each other, then one thing was clear. Here were members of noble families who were rotten to the core. And the saddest thing was that they enjoyed authority. In total, the Drakers were supported by 3 noble families, the first of which was Turin, the personification of strength. The second most important family is the Zimmons family, which can boast of its wisdom, but the third Vardakov family can boast of its wealth. It's no surprise that the children of these families take full advantage of their position. But the main character, by and large, didn't care about this. But in truth, he's not far behind them, since he'll be living in the Platinum Mansion for purebloods. This dorm has everything: a library, a gym, and much more to please the best of the best. Moreover, he and Reyna will live on the Platinum floor. And if anyone thought that this was the end of it, no. A whole horde of servants was ready to serve the pure-blooded cadets, which seemed a little too much to Zeke. But what remained unchanged was that Zeke would be personally served by Derek, who was waiting for him in the room. The most interesting thing is that the man did not come empty-handed, but with a chest. It turned out that Derek brought his master new gloves, which turned out to be much better than the temporary ones. At that moment, the boy thought it would be a good idea to change his sword, since the academy was located in a place with plenty of high-quality weapon materials and just as many craftsmen. Moreover, he had just one such special master in mind, and Zeke planned to meet with him as soon as he received permission to meet. Only until this moment, Derek had never heard of Galleon Halbert, but he promised to find him and contact him soon. And while the meeting has not yet been scheduled, Derek asked the protagonist to familiarize himself with all the documents, since tomorrow is the first day of school. Zeke did just that, thinking along the way that on the Platinum floor he would have more freedom to hone his dragon skills, since the floor was completely isolated from the others. But at that moment, Reyna's maid came to him and conveyed an invitation to dinner. It was an unexpected invitation, but nevertheless, the guy decided to go and find out what was going on and why. This dinner would be unforgettable, as Reyna sat strictly at the head of the table, and behind her stood brave guys, reminiscent of a mafia cartel. The girl realized in time that this was a bit too much and sent the security away. Dinner had begun, and they decided to discuss all the issues after they ate. Zeke watched the girl, noticing that she used her lower abdomen to control her aura, which suggested that she wanted to become a purple knight. It's interesting, but it's unclear why her swordsmanship has plateaued. But the dishes were brought, and they started eating. And it turned out that the girl ate more than Zeke, despite the fact that he never complained about a lack of appetite. Now it was time to talk, and Raina stunned the guy with an offer. She suggested that he accept the support of her family. After all, despite all the privileges they had at this stage, they were in stasis in their development. Even the best of the best received support when they studied at the academy. For example, Abel, the youngest Black Knight. But Zeke had no prospect of receiving support from his maternal family, and Raina didn't know why. And she didn't question the words of the head of her clan. For this reason, Raina offered him the support of the Tarun family. But the main character wasn't interested in all of this, and he decided to refuse the offer. Moreover, he understood that he had been made a lucrative offer, but he did not need anything beyond what his pureblood status gave him. But before leaving, he decided to give Raina one piece of advice. She didn't need to attack head-on, but rather crush her opponents with force, smoothly parrying their attacks to the side, delivering single, precise, delicate blows. There was a grain of truth in this advice, but it was hard for the girl to accept it, since she had followed the rules and covenants of her family all her life. The sad thing was that everyone called her a genius, but no one gave her any practical advice on how to become better and stronger, and the only one who did this was Zeke, which gave rise to some very interesting thoughts. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked to his room, thinking that all his skills in the modified class showed incredible effectiveness, since he was fine, despite the fact that he had trained for it all the previous night. By and large, in his past life, he considered the academy to be hell on earth. But now, having awakened as a pureblood, he realized that he was wrong, and the academy is heaven. Therefore, now he had both power and money, which meant there was no better place to find than the academy. And everything would be fine, but in every barrel of honey, there will be at least one fly in the ointment. And now the role of this fly was played by Ares, one of the representatives of the upper class. Oven was the third son of the Simmons family, one of the three great families, so he used the family's specialty of deception to bully the protagonist in the past, and cunningly maintained his own position and image. This guy tried to seem nice, easygoing and kind, and even invited Zeke to dinner, but he didn't come. So now Ares was wondering if his friend hadn't received the invitation. Only the main character just received this very invitation, but decided that he didn't have to answer letters from the first people he met. Such impudent behavior certainly offended Oven's minions, so one of them pointed out to Zeke that he was wrong. The only problem was that the main character didn't know half the Academy's students, and he wasn't interested in them or other people. Even though he understood that this big guy wanted to curry favor with his master, but he personally wasn't interested in such games. So he turned away and went to his room. And at that very moment, the big guy attacked the young man, but he was ready for it. It was a pretty good attack, and the boy realized that this was a high-ranking student who could handle mana, and did it quite well. He was pleased with himself, and so that the main character would understand who was about to beat him, he introduced himself. It turned out that his name was Durbin Roswell. True, Zeke doubted that this, so to speak, powerful cadet had enough strength to defeat him. And it was funny that a person who was not yet a resident already had a nickname, like some kind of bandit. After which he himself rushed into the attack in order to show the difference in skills and levels between them. And we must give credit to the main character's blow, which was just right, knocking the wind out of the man and making him cough up blood. And just a second later, the young man was lying on the ground unconscious, and the main character was ready to knock out the next comer. But there were no more volunteers, and he and his henchmen decided to leave the scene, looking pointedly at Zeke and saying that he definitely enjoyed basking in the rays of his own glory. But sooner or later, it would end badly. But the main character didn't pay much attention to these words, considering them to be complete nonsense. The argument ended there, and the protagonist reflected on the fact that the academy is divided into two classes. The regular classes are for those who lack talent, so these cadets have to put in a lot of effort to achieve anything, while here they adhere to a strict regime from early morning until late at night. There is also a special class where you can freely choose subjects other than the basic ones. At the academy, the place where the greatest elites gather is a special class, so the main character had some expectations from the training process, but apparently they were not particularly fulfilled. By and large, most of the people in this class were graduates of the cradle, and it was a very ordinary class. Nevertheless, the lecture began, and the teacher announced that today would be an unusual lesson, since someone completely exceptional had come to congratulate the first-year students of the special class. This man not only held the position of commander-in-chief during the war with the Eastern Empire 20 years ago, but also became a hero who stopped the Empire's invasion thanks to his resourcefulness. It was the dean of the academy, Howard Draker. This no longer young man was a war hero in his time, and most citizens revere him as a hero and tactical genius. But the truth is that the information he gave to the enemy to save his own skin simply shocked the enemy. This man was a traitor who was simply lucky in his time, and he had nothing to be proud of. But he was proud. In his past life, it was because of this man that the main character was expelled from the academy. Then the boy lost the only remaining place he could call home and was forced to wander throughout the duchy. He was eventually caught and sold to the Southern Cartel, and his life from then on was not a bed of roses. Therefore, in this life, the main character decided to definitely repay this old man for all the good he had done, and wipe that smile off his face. Meanwhile, Howard's speech ended, and the curator of the special class invited everyone to a special training room where the practical lesson would take place. Today and in the coming days, new cadets will be trained in dragon slaying by Andre Draker, the Knight of the Rose. This young man was a half-blooded awakened, yet he graduated from the academy early and with honors. A once-in-a-decade genius who was given the name Draker. At that moment, the protagonist realized that in the special class, the teachers were on a different level. And Andre was known for his unyielding character, so classes would be a real quest, and no one would give anyone any breaks. One glance from the young man was enough to fill the classroom with deathly silence. So the lesson began, and Andre asked everyone to draw their swords. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to the protagonist's sword, which he happily demonstrated in all its glory, saying that it was his usual training sword. The instructor didn't particularly like this state of affairs, so he challenged Zeke to the arena, asking him if the boy knew that he had to choose a sword based on his body's capabilities. The main character knew this perfectly well, but he took this particular sword with him specifically to be noticed and to challenge his instructor, saying that even with such a weapon he could defeat him, all in order to demonstrate his skills and quickly figure out this ridiculous course. And it's good that the system worked properly and automatically activated the indomitable mental defense. Otherwise, under Andre's pressure, he would have mentally broken. But instead, he stands there and doesn't even itch. The man appreciated the young man's endurance, so he accepted his challenge and set one condition. If he could touch his body with his blade at least once, he would free the boy from punishment for his rudeness, as well as from the need to attend lessons in the art of dragon slaying. But Andre decided to give the cadet a little leniency, saying that he would not use his aura against him. And on the one hand, this was very good because the main character could defeat his opponent, since he knew his weaknesses. But considering that everyone was watching him, he shouldn't draw unnecessary attention to himself, because it's quite dangerous for him now. Therefore, the main character decided to just lightly hit his opponent with his sword and solemnly lose. So the fight began, and the main character attacked Andre, and his sword passed within a millimeter of the man's neck. Andre was definitely good, so it wouldn't be easy to get him, but the main character knew where to hit anyway to achieve the goal. If he wasn't lucky the first time, he'll be lucky the second. But the main character didn't succeed the second, third, or even fourth time. The other students watched Zeke's thrashing, knowing that he was unlikely to land a single blow on the Draker family official, as half an hour had already passed and no positive results had been observed. But he saw something that others did not see. The sword in Andre's hand began to tremble. The machine was already starting to get tired, but Zeke didn't care, even though, yes, he was suppressing his aura, but the thought of losing to an ordinary cadet made him want to breathe fire. If he could, of course. At that moment, he realized that the existence of purebloods in relation to everyone else was damn unfair. Meanwhile, the main character is once again convinced that Andre's endurance, as in the past, leaves much to be desired. And even holding back his mana doesn't help him at all at the gate. The Draker cultivation was known to activate during exercise, during daily tasks, during meals, and even during sleep, becoming an integral part of life. And at that moment, when Andre decided not to use aura during this fight, it was as if he decided not to breathe anymore. Therefore, it was now extremely difficult for him to withstand the constant attacks of the main character. In addition, the unconventional swordsmanship further reduced his endurance. But even with all this, he was an outstanding knight, and so he withstood Zeke's new attack. And at that moment, as always, a brilliant idea came to the young man's mind. He didn't want to lose for nothing, so he decided to force his opponent to use aura. After all, it's useless to carry out attacks that can be easily dealt with. He needs to do something that will force Andre to unconsciously use the aura. Then it will be fair and interesting. Now would be a great idea to create an extreme situation. If so, then the ideal option would be to activate swift steps. It was hard for Andre to believe what he saw, since a cadet shouldn't have known such attacks and skills. But he knew what he had oriented the men with. But the surprises didn't end there, as Zeke activated Critical Strike. And in such a situation, the only option to stay alive and avoid a critical hit was for the man to activate the aura. It was a beautiful art of dragon slaying. First verse, Piece of Heaven. This is exactly what Zeke was trying to achieve, which is why the guy looked absolutely happy and satisfied, even though he knew that he was about to experience a lot of pain. It was very difficult to withstand such an attack, but not impossible. The rest of the cadets watched what was happening, mesmerized. Remna with a degree of surprise, and the boys with undisguised glee, believing that Zeke was about to lose. This battle was definitely quite difficult, and if it weren't for the healing factor, the guy would have choked on his own blood. But as it was, he only broke his sword, after which, with a sense of duty accomplished, he could theatrically lose consciousness. Medics were already running to him, and Andre said that Zeke might not attend his further classes, admitting that it was he who had spilled first blood. There were no more cadets willing to be excused from attending these classes in this way, so Andre didn't have to worry about discipline. Meanwhile, while the others continued their classes, the main character was resting in the medical center. The guy was pleased with himself, because he had achieved what he wanted, and he had free time to implement his future plans. But he wasn't tormented by the memories of his last battle, because Andre had demonstrated the most basic technique in the art of dragon slaying. However, since the Blue Knight had used this technique, his take on it was simply incredible, no matter what. The guy still couldn't defeat the Blue Knight, even with his incredible endurance and healing powers. Moreover, he understood that his level was not yet sufficient to live freely, so he needed to acquire unstoppable power by any means necessary. But he still did not know exactly how to do this. He thought that he hadn't noticed a strange man appear in his room, who obviously knew him, or at least his father. But the main character saw this man for the first time, so he had no idea what to expect from him. It's clear that in such a situation, Zeke wanted to know who he had the honor of talking to, but the man was in no hurry to answer this question. He was more interested in finding out how the guy pulled off his little deal. It turned out that this man was not as simple as he would have liked, because he noticed that after the last fight, there was not a single scratch on the guy. But there should have been very serious things left. So he was curious to know how the guy achieved such a result. Now Zeke felt uneasy. He even activated mental protection, although he understood that no one in the academy could know about his special skills and class. Therefore, he considered the best option to play the fool and continue to pretend that he did not understand what the stranger was talking about. And then something happened that the main character did not expect. The man tried to finish him off, but the main character's excellent reaction did not allow this to happen. Moreover, he did not shout that if he did not kill the stranger, he would kill him. So he activated everything he could activate and rushed to attack. But the man stopped his sword with a light movement of his hand, without even straining. Moreover, the man understood that the teenager's reaction was incredibly similar to the reaction of a mercenary who was used to taking risks, and killing. And just a moment later, the main character's sword was in the hands of the mercenary, who was making fun of the guy. It's good that at least Zeke managed to jump away from the dangerous guy a decent distance. The guy didn't understand who was in front of him, and why he suddenly remembered the mercenaries. It's unlikely that this man could have known anything about Zeke's past life, but he had some suspicions, because the Drakers never throw down their weapons or retreat. But then the man returned the sword to the boy, saying that he looked more like a mercenary than a knight. At that moment, for the first time in many years, Zeke felt a sticky feeling, because this man was much stronger than him, about the level of the Red Knight, and he could kill him in a couple of seconds if he wanted to. The man was calm and did not attack anymore, but he did not understand what such a talented guy was doing at the academy if he wielded the claymore so well. At that moment, the doors to the ward opened, and Andre entered the room. The knight did not understand what Dexter, the garden caretaker, had forgotten in the chamber. The men no longer paid attention to the guy and exchanged barbs with each other. Obviously, they were not on the best of terms. And in order not to fall under their hot hand, Zeke decided to quietly leave. After all, he had completed his treatment, and no one had canceled his studies. But suddenly, Dexter suggested that he drop by his greenhouse when he had time, because he had something to teach the boy. Moreover, he was sure that the guy would agree. But it was not to be. Zeke refused and left. The guy wasn't fooled by this strange man, realizing that he wasn't the garden's caretaker. But he didn't want to play by someone else's rules. Obviously, since Dexter calls the head of the Drakers by name, he has a very high rank, and it was he who was Andre's teacher at one time. And if this is so, then it is none other than the Storm Knight, Duke Draker. This knight is so strong that if he wanted to, he could destroy a small kingdom single-handedly. There were always many rumors circulating around this man, one of which said that he received the status of a Black Knight only because he loved the color black very much. And now this person is showing serious interest in him. But this is good, because he can get easy training, and it would be great to learn this man's secret trick and turn his interest into persistence. Meanwhile, the teaching went on as usual. Professor Fanon of the Theory of Magic drew some formulas on the board and asked the students questions on the topic, which no one wanted to answer. Moreover, everyone was asleep and did not listen to the professor at all. The only one who was awake and listening to the professor was Zeke. He even wrote something down. But there was another problem with him. He didn't understand at all what Fanon was telling him, and asked him to explain everything to him again. But Fanon was not offended, but was glad to hear at least one question from the student, so he enthusiastically rushed to tell him everything once more. The class soon ended, and most of the students were glad to leave the room, believing that the theory of magic was of no use to knights. But Zeke was pleased, because the professor explained everything so clearly that even he understood everything. And when he was about to be the last to leave the auditorium, Fanon stopped him. The man was ready to answer the boy's questions about magic at any time if he was interested in something, because he knows and can do a lot. And thanks to him, the professor had his first good lecture. It was a great idea, so Zeke decided to get closer to Fanon, who was clearly not a simple magician. The guy understood perfectly well that magicians who are good at mathematics are usually flexible thinkers, so they are much better as colleagues than prim knights. With these thoughts in mind, the boy found himself in the academy courtyard, where Dexter was sleeping on a bench, clearly waiting for him. It was hard to call him patient. After all, he didn't even last a week. And yes, courtesy and politeness were not the man's thing, so he asked the guy directly why he hadn't come to the greenhouse. But Zeke wasn't going to give in, saying that he wasn't interested in all of this, which caused a wave of indignation in the man. He didn't understand why the guy didn't want to learn from him. True, he abruptly changed his behavior, demonstrating a small part of his skills, surprising the protagonist, because he wanted to drag out the intrigue a little longer. But it is clear that everything was not going quite according to his plan. And then he got hit in the neck with the edge of his palm, and even when he noticed the movement, the guy didn't have enough reaction to stop it. It was unpleasant, especially coming to my senses in the bushes, and with a pain in my neck. But he could think about that later, because now he was alone with Dexter in his plant kingdom. Overall, things weren't that bad yet. But Zeke didn't understand why the man had kidnapped him and brought him here. Dexter didn't deny that he kidnapped the guy, because he was very interested in him. But he himself didn't want to come, so he had to resort to such measures. The man's impatience was evident, but the time had not come to give up without a fight. So Zeke activated swift steps and tried to escape. It was no use trying. Dexter was faster than him and was already standing behind him. But Zeke jumped aside, realizing that they weren't taking him seriously yet. If that was the case, then it was necessary to somehow add fuel to the fire. So first, the protagonist decided to find out what it was about his modest person that had caught the gardener's attention. Dexter didn't hide the fact that he was curious about why the boy's wounds healed so quickly, and that was what was needed. Zeke wasn't going to reveal the secret for nothing, so he asked to make the gardener do it. And Dexter decided to force it by throwing a sword at the guy, but he was able to dodge and not die from the unexpected attack. It was obvious that the knight was not going to retreat so easily, and now the main character would have to accept the fight. But it wasn't even about the fight, but about a bet. The man offered that if the guy touched him with his sword at least once, then he would fulfill one of his wishes. And if Zeke refuses the bet, then he will have to tell everything that he is trying to hide. Zeke generally agreed, and Dexter tried to unravel his secret. 3 hours of their confrontation had already passed, and Zeke was still ready to fight, even though there were broken trees all around and dust obscuring their vision. Now the man could clearly see that it wasn't just the guy's endurance that was the problem, but also the fact that the wounds were healing on him like on a dog. But even so, Zeke knew he couldn't win the bet even if he spent the whole day on it. However, he had an ace up his sleeve: the dragon's might. Yes, he had previously been reluctant to use this skill until the right time, since it was very strong and dangerous. But without it, he clearly would not be able to win. And if so, then you can take a risk, because desire doesn't lie on the road. At that moment, Dexter beamed with happiness, because he definitely liked the guy's attitude and his look, which was full of determination. Meanwhile, the protagonist activated swift steps to gain an advantage when attacking. But this was only the first step in a brilliant plan that helped to shorten the distance to the goal. The truth is that this was damn little. Dexter did not understand why Zeke used only this one technique, which did not bring results. But this guy had something that neither Andre nor Reyna had: a malice that surpassed his stubbornness. And the man liked this more. Therefore, the man even decided to use a little aura when, unexpectedly for him, Zeke activated the power of the dragon. And it was something unreal. The guy somehow deprived the enemy of visibility, but at the same time did not make his task easier, since in the smoke and dust it was difficult to find Dexter. But the man made a mistake, and Zeke found himself behind him, ready to strike again. At the same time, the guy activated dragon vision, but even so he could not win, and only broke his sword. But these skills forced Dexter to use a secret technique. It seemed like the man made a completely ordinary jerk, but it caused a powerful gust of wind, and it is not surprising that he received the title of Knight of the Storm. Now the man was everywhere and nowhere at once, demanding that the boy continue to try to win. And then Zeke received a blow. He fell, but even so he felt, although beaten, but happy, because this fight reminded him of training with the master, which would never be repeated. And everything would be fine. But consciousness slowly left the protagonist, leaving behind only darkness. Time passed and the guy came to his senses. He was glad that he was in his room, on a soft bed, and not in the garden under a bush. His body ached, reminding him of the day's events. Just a little more and he probably would have won, but that little bit was exactly what he needed. Overall, he did everything he could to win at this stage, so there was no point in lamenting the loss. He tried to weaken the man's vigilance using the same technique, and when the time came, he used the dragon's skills, but even this was not enough to win. But he saw and remembered the Black Knight's secret technique. It turns out that for this technique, the man used ultra-fast movements, which were made possible by his trained body. The good thing was that he saw this technique. The bad thing was that he wouldn't be able to repeat it. At this point, new messages came from the system. Thanks to this battle, the protagonist developed his skills as well as his soul, so his system acquired new functions that could be unlocked with karma points. So Zeke could unlock maps, inventory, and the quest book, but he definitely didn't have enough points for everything at once. So the most interesting thing for him was the inventory. After activating this feature, Zeke needed to select the desired items to be stored in the inventory. He would be able to increase the storage space over time as he accumulated karma points. First, he moved the claymore, which took up 2 cells in the storage, which means that the larger and heavier the object, the more cells it will take up, and the guy will be able to summon it with his mind. Zeke tested this point experimentally, realizing that this is an excellent function. He managed it as an administrator, although not of the highest rank, but the rank can be raised over time. But for now, it is not worth thoughtlessly using precious points. At that moment, Derek came into the master's chambers. The man didn't come for no reason. He gave Zeke a message from the garden. The note was brief, so to speak, without preludes. Dexter invited him to his place for training at any time of the day or night, which meant their last sparring session had not been such a failure. This meant that the main character still had the opportunity to find out about the man's secret technique. But the news for Zeke didn't end there. Derek found the blacksmith the guy was talking about, but there would be no meeting as the master had retired. The main character definitely didn't like this news, so he decided to personally visit his old friend and arrange for the forging of a new sword. But, both in his past life and in this one, Zeke understood that the owner of the workshop had chosen a very controversial name for it, which hardly suited this establishment. Nevertheless, the young man went inside the workshop and was unpleasantly surprised by what he saw, as weapons and armor were lying on the floor, and the master himself was clearly drunk. Under any other circumstances, the guy wouldn't have even stuck his nose in here. But he needed a sword, and he couldn't find a better craftsman anywhere. Besides, at one time, everyone knew that he was an unusual blacksmith, since he could read the souls of his clients before crafting a weapon for them, and he lived up to this title by creating a sword that had the ability that the protagonist needed most now. In truth, Zeke needed a sword that could replace ether with aura, and only the greatest blacksmith on the continent could make such a sword. But now, the man in front of the guy was unlikely to be able to do this, because the wine had clearly gone to his head. Moreover, now Galion did not even intend to talk to the main character, since he believed that his workshop was not a place for children. While Zeke remained silent, he needed to understand what had happened to this man. Although he had been quite picky in his past life, it had never come to this. It would have been better if the guy had said something, but he understood that words wouldn't help anyone in this situation, and the best cure for a hangover would be a bucket of cold water, which he carefully poured over his old friend's head. This should have brought the man to his senses. At least the protagonist hoped so. Indeed, the blacksmith came to a more or less adequate state and could answer the question of why he refused to fulfill the order. At first, Galion studied the young man closely, but as soon as he saw the distinctive marks of the boy's family, he even banged his head on the table, asking for forgiveness for his inappropriate behavior. It turned out that the man was not currently taking orders because he could not create a weapon for himself, and therefore considered it inappropriate to create something for others, since he was a shoemaker without shoes. This statement was a revelation for the protagonist because he had no idea that this talented man also had a dark streak in his life when he did not believe in himself. But if you think about it, Galion was already the greatest blacksmith on the continent when the guy met him. But he never told the main character what kind of life he led before that, because he did not want to share such a shameful past. Under other circumstances, the protagonist would have waited 10 years. But in this situation, he couldn't afford to wait until his old acquaintance came to his senses and started his business from scratch. And since that was the case, Zeke thought it was right to push the man to take the right actions. So he asked him to show him a couple of his completed works. The blacksmith couldn't refuse the boy such a simple request, so he took him out into the backyard, where there were thousands of different swords. There were indeed quite a lot of good works here, so the main character decided to pick out something from what was available for now. And although the blacksmith was dissatisfied with each of these swords, he admitted that they were quite sharp, so he asked the guy to be extremely careful. And while Zeke examined the swords, he realized that many of them were far from being failures, and in terms of quality, they were no different from the swords that Galion had fought with when he became the best on the continent. So in battle, each of them could be useful and serve well. And then, in order to confirm his suspicions, the guy activated his dragon vision and asked the blacksmith just one question. Was everything all right with the brazier? The blacksmith didn't have time to answer, and the boy continued talking, pointing out that Galleon uses several types of metals to create lighter and more refined materials. And this was great, but the problem was that the strength of this metal was a little weak. This was absolutely true, and it happened because the impurities present in the metals were not properly removed during the calcination process. Galleon was amazed. He did not expect that someone would be able to find out his smelting method, and also find the main flaw and its cause. It was curious and incredible. If so, then it was possible to ask a few questions to the main character. But before voicing them, the man took the young man into his office so that he could look at his notes and developments and perhaps be able to give practical advice. And so the man showed the main character the drawing of the magic brazier and shared his biggest secret. Back then, in the distant past, Galleon also hid nothing from the protagonist, as he had saved his life, and one fine evening he told him about the magic brazier, in which the temperature was maintained using magic. These memories warmed the soul of the young man. He smiled, and now seemed very inspired, because he understood that with this invention, the blacksmith's method would become impeccable. The only thing Zeke didn't understand yet was why Galleon hadn't created his miracle brazier, since he already had the design, and all that was left was a small matter. And in general, everything was simple. In order to implement this project, a scheme of the law of mana energy was needed. But the commission of the magic tower is 10,000 gold, which the man did not have. The protagonist didn't expect this turn of events, because if you think about it, the average family of 4 spends 10 gold pieces per month, so it would take Galleon about 10 years to save up the required amount. For this reason, the blacksmith turned to the protagonist, because if he helps him with the brazier, he will undertake to carry out any of his orders, as long as his own heart beats in his hot chest. But for Zeke, this was also problematic, because if he were the knight guardian of the family, then such a sum would not be a problem for him. But now he is just a pureblood, so he will not be able to get the required amount. But he also could not refuse Graham's shining sword. And at that moment, a brilliant idea came to his mind. Because they were talking about the law of energy, and he just had in mind one wizard who could help them in this difficult matter. After which he took the drawing and was about to leave, telling the blacksmith that as soon as there was news, he would immediately inform him about it. But before leaving, the guy asked his old friend to stop drinking alcohol, as it would not end well. Responding with a new sword and grand plans for the future, Zeke returned to the academy, reflecting on the fact that the design was not really that complicated. But he was surprised by the prices for the Mage Tower. It was fortunate that the academy had a very successful research laboratory, which was worth visiting in your spare time, and it was located in one of the alleys on the academy grounds. But here's the problem. In this very alley, there was a crowd of hostile cadets, and these cadets beat up their fellow student, who was already bursting into tears and asking for forgiveness, just because he accidentally touched Leon. Unfortunately, the protagonist himself had once experienced similar humiliation, so he would have liked to pass by now. But anger for previous humiliations forced him to take a wrong turn. Meanwhile, in the alley, the fight was gaining momentum. Blood was already spurting from blows in all directions. Leon went completely berserk. He lost control of his actions, and all because he lost to Zeke. And now, everyone's attention was focused on him. Because he was a purebred, this could not pass by. And since he no longer wanted to conflict with Zeke, he beat up the weaker ones. He generally believed that he lost to Zeke because of a sudden attack that he never expected from the guy. But the idea that Zeke had become a pure-blooded awakened did not fit into Leon's head, hence the bouts of aggression. At that moment, the main character walked into the alley with a light gait, who was clearly not in the mood for long dialogues, and he gave Leon 3 seconds to remove his hands and feet from the guy. Leon, however, had no intention of fulfilling this request, considering it beneath his dignity, and besides, the numerical advantage was on his side. And in general, the guy read that the main character became too arrogant since he woke up as a pureblood. Zeke was not going to listen to all this anymore, so he interrupted Leon. Moreover, he ordered the cadet to kneel down, and he looked as if it would be better for him to obey. Leon had never expected such pressure on himself, so he broke out in a cold sweat. But he was in no hurry to obey. Just a couple of months ago, it was Zeke who crawled on his knees. Now, they have switched places. This spurred Leon to new outrage. He ordered all his henchmen to attack the protagonist, since he could not admit his defeat. Of course, Zeke didn't want to take part in the fight, but if everything turned out this way, then let the guys not blame him for what happens next. He easily avoided the cadets' blows and struck back at them easily, quickly, and precisely. No one expected such agility from the main character, because they remembered him as a completely different person. And now he was knocking them out one after another. Obviously, it was impossible to take him with just numbers, and the quality of the guy's strikes was poor. He showed miracles of dexterity, precision, and ruthlessness. The guys didn't have a single chance against him. Leon stood and watched what was happening with silent horror, because this was incomprehensible, impossible, unbelievable. It shouldn't have happened, but it happened. Leon's henchmen were now unconscious, and Zeke slowly but surely approached him, but assured him that the guy had nothing to fear, but that one fracture would not be enough. And in order to somehow protect himself, Leon took out his sword, saying that he would chop Zeke into small pieces if he wanted to take another step in his direction. In such circumstances, and in a past life, such a statement would have made an impression on him. But now, it was an empty sound, because Zeke doubted that Leon remembered that he had just made a huge mistake, since he had drawn his sword outside the arena. In essence, this act gave the protagonist a free hand, so he solemnly declared that Leon had drawn his sword outside the sacred training arena with malicious intent, and that he would gladly take all necessary measures. It was a challenge to a duel, and the fight should end only with the death of one of the participants, and all responsibility falls on the losing opponent. Liam, who had recently been beaten by Leon, was supposed to be a witness to this promise and oath. At that moment, Leon fell to his knees, threw down his sword, and began to ask the protagonist for forgiveness and pardon, while the evidence of his fear spread out into an ugly puddle on the asphalt. It was a pitiful sight, and perhaps in the past it would have satisfied the protagonist, but not now. Moreover, this picture stirred up forgotten memories, when he also stood on his knees, also cried, also humiliated himself, also asked for mercy. But no one heard him then. On the one hand, he didn't want to become the same scumbag as Leon, but on the other hand, he couldn't let him go unpunished. So he decided to punish him. As payment, he took one of Leon's ears, cutting it off with his sword. It was, of course, not death, but it was also not very pleasant, considering that Leon was a coward and a weakling, and he began to have his signature hysteria. Therefore, at the end, the main character promised his former offender that if he somehow, inexplicably returned the ear to its place, he would lose his head. The guy had no reason not to believe it, so he lost consciousness out of fear, after which the main character decided to leave the alley and find the magician's workshop. But he was stopped by Liam's call. The young man could not understand why a pureblood helped him, an ordinary cadet. Only Zeke didn't think that he was helping Liam specifically, so he asked him not to dwell on this fact. Everything just coincided perfectly. After all, by and large, Zeke now helped himself. That boy from the past who humiliated himself in this alley. Overall, the protagonist himself didn't really understand why he decided to act this way. Perhaps Galleon had influenced him that way, or perhaps the professor had offered him a hand, or perhaps he needed to let go of the past in order to move forward. He didn't know, and wasn't particularly sad about it. And so he finally reached Fanon and showed him the drawing of the forge. The magician studied the future device for a long time and carefully, and came to the conclusion that it would be entirely possible to recreate it. Yes, the professor understood that, by and large, this design looked quite simple. But there was one snag, which was in the core responsible for the output power. The core is the heart of the machine, but the circuit has an extremely complex limitation, and the core may be small, but it must be incredibly powerful. And they also had to come up with a way to adjust the output power. And here was a real problem, since the magician had never encountered anything like this in his practice. However, there were two possible solutions, given the core's position, and in principle, the professor could have adjusted the design slightly to bring these ideas to life. However, the whole thing would probably take 10 years, or maybe even 15. But the main character didn't have that much time, and he didn't have the desire to wait that long either. But there was a second option for the development of events. it would be possible to avoid changes and resort to an alternative, and then the time intervals would be significantly reduced. And to do this, you need to find a high-density mana stone. At that moment, Zeke realized that they were talking about an ancient artifact that could not be created using modern technology. Everything was just like that. However, finding facts about inertia is much more difficult than the stone man that is needed with the existing drawings. Moreover, the mana stone can then be purchased for only 3,000 gold. And this was yet another dilemma that Zeke had to resolve. Because if anyone at the academy found out that he couldn't use aura, they would kick him out. So he couldn't wait 15 years to realize the blacksmith's idea. But he didn't have 3,000 gold coins either, despite the fact that he was a purebred, plus from the Draker family, so most likely he would be left without his sword. Now most people think that he uses aura because of what happened during the blessing ceremony, but it was just the statue's reaction to his new skill and the system as a whole. And the guy still can't use aura. Ether is generally considered to be a force that is difficult for a person to control. But Zeke cannot use any sword skill that requires aura, with the exception of the soul skill. And even with it, the most he can do is strengthen his body and change the position of the sword in space. That's why he desperately needs Graham's sword, and therefore the stone. But where can he get it if he has no money? Meanwhile, Fanon continued speaking, acknowledging the talent of the man who created this design, and even taking into account the complex core. The design seemed quite effective. It's very difficult to find something like this, even to come across relics of the Golden Age. But here, an ordinary course could not create something so incredible. At this moment, another brilliant idea came to the protagonist's head. So he was going to leave for a while on business, and asked the professor to take care of this unique drawing until he returned. After all, the main character was going to get a high-density stone, and he already had a rough idea of where and how to get it. And the main character thought about the Golden Age, the age when huge dragons flew across the sky. It was then that humans began a war with these creatures, and after many bloody battles, Tarek and Draker won victory over Bahamut. The war ended, and peace reigned in these lands, and all the artifacts that were found in the Dragon's Lair were taken away and classified, as they were far superior to modern ones in magic and technology. And among all those items, there was a high-density mana stone that would be ideal for the main character's purposes. And if you're lucky, you won't even have to go far for the stone, because there's the Academy's central library, where in 10 years, when the storage facilities are expanded, relics of the Golden Age will be discovered. But for now, that hasn't happened, and it's time to seize the moment. Now it's just a library, just shelves of books, and no one has any idea what treasures lie beneath the layer of earth in the depths of the archives. But the problem was that the guy had no idea where to look for the entrance to the bins, so he activated Dragon Vision. True, even so, he had to wander around the library until he found the right entry point. Now it was time to begin the second stage of the operation to find the stone, the entrance to the dungeon. Now he was using ether. But it must be admitted that he had only learned one technique from the master, Spirit Soul, in all that time. But even that was more than enough for him at the time, because ether materializes the user's will, and the desired properties can be applied to it. And this was one of the pros, one of the cons. It was very energy-consuming, which Zeke again felt on himself. But the game was worth the candle, and the main character, unnoticed by anyone, walked along a long underground corridor to his goal. True, he did not expect that it would be so dark and so deep there. But these are the little things in life. The main thing is to find the stone. And everything would be fine, except that the ancient creators of this place had taken precautions against uninvited guests, and the skeletal guards dutifully carried out their duties. Zeke didn't expect this turn of events, but it was too late to run away. He needed to act. It was obvious that these creatures weren't the work of the Lich, since they were holding construction equipment, so a critical strike should have been enough for the guy to defeat them. Everything happened just as he expected. Killing the skeleton was as easy as pie, without even breaking a sweat. Moreover, the system rewarded him with 2 karma points. And then the guy remembered that he could not only find artifacts here, but also earn points by killing monsters, so to speak. Combine business with pleasure. And he combined it. Karma points dripped into his account, and the road behind him was paved with the bones of fallen skeletons. It was time to take a break and see what he could unlock with the points he had earned. From the entire list, he only had enough for a mini-map so far, which he did, and was a little taken aback, as the mini-map was surprisingly accurate. It was more like a magic map, which, in addition to the plan, also had interesting marks, the meaning of which the guy did not know, but wanted to find out. And the correct way to do this is by pressing a button, at which point the map will transform into 3D format. It was incredible. Zeke had never seen anything like it in his 2 lives. And then he found a building on the map that was different from the others because it was red. It turned out that this was the burial place of the Dragonslayer, or in other words, a storeroom. And the system even offered to pave the way there if the main character wanted it. In the past, it took a search party several days to find that place, but it took him only a few hours. Moreover, the route was built instantly, and after some time the guy stood in front of a closed door, thinking about how to open it. It was obvious that it wouldn't open just like that, but he had no idea yet how to move it. And he was right, because as soon as he put his hand on the door, the security spell worked. Now it is clear why in the past the Tower of Bug and the High Mage were brought in. The knights could not cope with the spell on their own, so Zeke wouldn't have stood a chance against magic. So he asked the system if it could open the door. The system didn't need any coaxing. It began trying to hack, and at that moment it dawned on Zeke that it was reacting to his words like a normal, living being. The realization was interesting. The guy could talk to the system. So he asked a question that had been bothering him for a long time. Why he regressed. But the system did not have the right to answer it. Okay, since the system didn't answer this question, Zeke tried asking about the administration system. But the system didn't answer that either. Just like the next time, Zeke understood that the system wouldn't answer all his important questions. Of course, this was expected, but offensive. If so, then let him at least open the door, and the system will open it. Zeke didn't waste any time and went into the storeroom, and what he saw there amazed his imagination. Huge shelves with chests full of artifacts. There was gold, jewels, and various relics here, and Zeke had to tinker around until he found the item he needed. Moreover, there was not just 1 mana stone in the chest, but 4. This meant that he could stash a couple of them for himself, and there were plenty of useful things here that the guy wanted to take for himself, so he wouldn't even mind spending karma points to expand his inventory. He was about to leave when he felt something wrong with his skin. His 6th sense did not fail him, but he could do nothing against the magical trap. He was able to partially free himself from the magic rings, but not completely, because magic was everywhere. And after a few minutes he found himself in another room, which was also cluttered with something. So he asked the system where to be. It turned out that magic had transported the boy to the house of the Dragonslayer Terrakin. Now this was curious, since in the past life, the magical messenger said nothing about a room filled with various coffins. The map showed that he was not far from the storeroom, but there was no direct passage from point A to point B. The obvious conclusion was that this was a hidden area that no one had ever found before. And if that was the case, then everything here needed to be thoroughly examined. So having opened the first coffin, the guy found armor, but outwardly it was no different from many others that he saw every day at the academy. But the system suggested that this was not an ordinary, but an exclusive Dragonslayer armor. If you think about it and take a closer look, this equipment really was a little different from both modern and Golden Age items. Moreover, it had an interesting hole on it. Obviously, something needed to be inserted there. And Zeke decided that he could experiment with the Mana Stone, and suddenly something interesting would happen. And it happened. The armor activated, began to glow green, and move chaotically. It was both beautiful and scary. Something strange was obviously happening, and soon a small explosion thundered, and the guy would have taken cover and would not have been hit. But the system belatedly warned him of the danger. But even this unpleasant incident turned out to be useful, as Zeke now understood that the armor needed to be launched using high-density mana stones. True, this understanding didn't give him anything yet, but it was worth talking to Fanon about it. But now it was necessary to continue examining the premises. The remaining rooms were completely empty, and only the last hall remained, and it was practically empty. Only a glass cube stood in the middle and attracted attention. And there was something that Zeke didn't expect to see, because the cube contained the heart of Bahamut, the dragon that the boy's ancestor had once killed. Tarakan was clearly a psychopath, since he left such a gift to his descendants. And now it's clear where the feeling of danger came from during the passage to the pantry. But now, everything felt different. The fear and danger had passed, and the boy felt other, more complex feelings. Moreover, his heart reacted positively to Zeke. It influenced the guy, spoke to him, beckoned him, hypnotized him, saying that it would kill everyone. And although the system activated mental protection, it was already too late. One of Zeke's eyes had turned black, and this was not a good sign. Now he was no longer happy, but frighteningly uneasy, because something strange was happening. And it wasn't just strange. An unplanned quest had begun, and the young man needed to overcome the curse of his ancestor. And if he succeeded, he would receive the right of ownership of the Tarakan item gift. Only this curse influenced the consciousness and subconscious, whispering to the guy that if he killed everyone, he would become free. Mental defense doesn't work, and anyone else would have broken under such pressure. But not Zeke. He broke the wall, hitting his head against it and interrupting the monologue with a curse. After all, freedom is freedom for a reason. It simply exists. You simply feel it, and no one and nothing can give it to anyone. It was powerful. The curse had lifted, and the dragon's heart was now in the protagonist's hands as he had overcome the curse. This was good news because Zeke didn't expect that his mental defense skill would fail him at the most inopportune moment. It's good that everything ended well. True, this was not the end. And the guy unexpectedly began to absorb Bahamut's heart. A pure and dense source of mana penetrated his body, and the sensations were so strong that they could not be described in words. But the worst thing was the realization that the guy didn't have any mana circles, which meant that this flow would simply destroy his body and turn him into nothing. He knew he had to do something, so he turned to the ether, to the spirit soul, and activated the seal. In this way, he planned to seal the mana in the ether hole if possible. It's hard to say whether it worked or not, but for now Zeke was still alive and in his body. Moreover, he stood perfectly on his own 2 feet. But the dragon's heart was nowhere to be seen. And it's not surprising, because according to the system, he absorbed Bahamut's heart, and the seal on his chest spoke eloquently about this. It turned out that now his body had changed and become divine. The library had opened, and other interesting things had become available. And the most curious thing was another object gift from Tarakan Drake. The system readily opened the ancestor's second gift for the protagonist. Having taken everything he could, the guy returned to the Platinum Mansion and was ready to get acquainted in more detail with the characteristics of the items he received. Zeke couldn't unlock some of the new abilities yet, like the spell, due to his lack of experience, but he'll add more to his arsenal in the future. He could also summon and control dragons, and his body would become 100 times faster than it was before. A status window also appeared, which had not been seen before, as well as windows related to Tarakan, which the guy wanted to take a closer look at. But to do this, it was necessary to first update the information. True, to do this it was necessary to move to the place marked with a red dot on the map. Unexpectedly, this place turned out to be Valhalla, the most prestigious institution on the continent for training knights, entry to which was forbidden to outsiders. Even as a pureblood and a direct descendant of the Draker family, Zeke would not be able to get in there, and he had no intention of going there. But obviously fate had other plans for the guy, so I'll have to make some personal adjustments. In the meantime, he was planning to undergo low-level administrator training, and if everything went according to plan, in the end he would not only become stronger, but also receive a reward. In general, it was similar to the system in adventurer or mercenary guilds. And, as usual, it all started unexpectedly. Moreover, the system prepared a surprise and transferred the guy to a strange remote space to undergo training. At first, Zeke thought that teleportation had worked, but after listening to his feelings, he realized that it was something fundamentally different. But the guy didn't have time to think about it because the orcs were already attacking him. So Zeke had to defeat all the monsters, but the time for this was limited, as was the number of skills to use. But if the guy succeeded, he would receive karma points and a reward. At that moment, the idea occurred to him that the system was simulating a situation in which he should take advantage of it. It would have been great if he had something similar in his past life, but alas, in the meantime, the orcs attacked him. But this attack didn't affect the guy because he activated swift steps, after which he treated the orcs to slash. And so all that was left of the monsters was a pile of pieces, seasoned with red blood. But Zeke didn't pay attention to this, since all his thoughts were only about the lightness of his body and the speed of his blows. With such indicators, he could defeat even the Purple Knight. The most interesting thing is that the training quest ended at this point, and the guy was once again standing in a regular training room. Since everything went well, the main character received several bonus skills, as well as 40 points in karma, and the ability to buy items through the store. And there was everything there. Giant flesh, giant blood, and many other different and useful things. And if you think about it, you could build a whole business out of this. Buying goods in a store, and then reselling them in real life to other cadets. True, there were restrictions here too, since he could only buy and sell ancient artifacts, which could fetch a decent profit at auction. If that's the case, then he's unlikely to use this function. And in general, the day has been too long. It's time to rest. A new day dawned, and the first thing Zeke did was visit Fanon and give him the Mana Stone, without going into detail about where he found it in just one day. Overall, the boy felt the distrust emanating from the professor. After all such artifacts are strictly registered and issued with property rights. But this one seemed to belong to no one. More precisely, it was essentially nobody's, since Fanon could not find its owner. But he should have, because there are no unaccounted high-density mana stones in the world. This kind of reassurance, prudence, and special talent of this man really impressed the guy. He saw perfectly well from the side that he was looking for the registration number and did not interfere with him. But now it was time for them to go somewhere else. And the academy was not for Fanon. Great success awaited him in the future, but clearly not here. So they came to Galeon's workshop, who tried to start his magical brazier in front of them. Everyone could clearly see that this time, this enterprise was definitely destined for great success. Galeon was happy. He had no longer hoped that he would see the birth of such a roaster. And now everything happened thanks to the main character. Now it was his turn to fulfill his end of the bargain. So Zeke opened the box and asked the man to make him a weapon from Bahamut's fang. It goes without saying that the guy couldn't say where he got this treasure, but Galeon didn't need that. He was burning with enthusiasm and promised to create a truly unique weapon for his benefactor. Zeke didn't even doubt that the man would do it, because in both his past life and this one, he was an honest guy who never forgot the people who were kind to him. But still, he was curious what kind of sword Galeon would create for him this time. The guy didn't wander around idle and soon returned to his room, wanting to rest, as he had spent a lot of effort on creating the sword. He had a strange presentiment that something was about to happen, as a whole week had passed since he had received the note from the gardener. His premonition was right, as he was not alone in the room, and the oppressive aura of the man who had arrived sent shivers down his spine. Dexter didn't understand why the boy didn't come to him when he called him so kindly, and now this man radiated a desire to kill, even though he said that he wanted to hear the truthful answer to his question. Zeke decided to duck and say that the note said that he should come when he wanted to challenge the man. But the problem was that he had no desire to do so. Dexter, as expected, didn't believe this fairy tale and repeated his question. And it would have been stupid for the guy to continue to dodge, but he decided to test the man's patience, which didn't last long. And so the main character flew out the window. Flying wasn't part of Zeke's plans as the altitude was quite high, and no healing would help him if he hit the ground. So he tried to climb onto the balcony, but it was no use, and the gardener stopped this pathetic attempt. Moreover, the man clearly sensed the lie, and it was obvious that the guy knew perfectly well about his intentions, so he could leave the story about him not wanting to challenge him for others. But Dexter was giving Zeke one last chance to tell him the truth, and he had 5 seconds to do it all. And if this were the guy's first life, he would have immediately laid everything out. But now you can write your own rules for this game. So the guy hinted that the man did not say who he really is, but at the same time demands that he reveal his secrets and thoughts. Now this was interesting. So the man threw the main character back into the room. Zeke hit his head on the wall pretty hard, but it was better than falling from a height and turning into a pancake. At that moment, Dexter extended his hand to the guy for a handshake, saying that he was once a Black Knight of the Draker family. After which something happened that was not an official meeting between two strong personalities. It was beautiful. So Zeke couldn't help but respond in kind and formally apologize to Dexter for the disrespect shown. At that moment, the man realized that the main character had thought everything through in advance. But it didn't matter. Nevertheless, Zeke asked the man what he meant by saying that he was once a Black Knight. But he didn't answer, saying that he used to be, but not anymore. It sounded strange, because the guy heard that it was possible to rise, but to fall. And then he fell silent, turning his attention to the trembling in the man's hand, without commenting on it in any way. Now it was possible to move on to the essence of their communication. Dexter understood perfectly well that the guy wanted to become his student, and he did not deny it. Zeke had plenty of impudence, but the gardener rather liked it, so he easily agreed to teach him. It was easy, but until the man refused, Zeke took the student's oath, according to all the rules. Dexter didn't expect this, since few people use this oath these days. But it was beautiful. There's nothing to say. But none of this mattered, so Zeke couldn't resist asking why the man had taken him on as an apprentice. Everyone knew that the gardener had never taken anyone as his apprentice, and only Andre had been able to persuade him to teach him. And even he had spent many years on it. And now, the man so easily agreed to teach the main character. But Dexter kept the intrigue alive and asked the guy to guess the answer to this question. And Zeke tried, saying he was a genius, so Dexter couldn't resist. But his self-confidence looked ridiculous. It turned out that it was just the guy's stubbornness, because talent alone isn't enough to become a red or black knight. Many geniuses have broken under the pressure of difficulties and remained only blue knights. But the guy wasn't in danger of that. At this point, the conversation ended, and they went to their first lesson. True, the training was strange. The guy had been simply running in circles for 3 hours when suddenly Dexter stopped him because he had one question. And at that very second, the man appeared behind the young man. He wanted to touch Zeke's hand, but he pushed the teacher's hand away. The conclusion was obvious. The guy had some kind of problem with checking his vital signs. And it's not just now. From their first meeting, the man understood that something was wrong with the main character. His fears were confirmed during sparring. Did the guy really not know how to use aura at all? In general, the man saw that bronze statue. Then there was a fuss because of the unprecedented golden glow, but everyone thought the guy was a purebred. So the question arose as to why he didn't let them check his pulse. On the one hand, the protagonist understood that this man did not suspect him. But on the other hand, the situation was out of the ordinary if one of the Drakers was not able to control the aura. So he was very curious. And overall, the main character is lucky that this is the person in front of him, so if he can get his personal sword, then no one will have any suspicions about him. But until then, he needs to be extremely careful. But now, there was no need to lie any further. Unlike his previous life, where the boy was the first awakened loser in the family, now he could use the mana reflection skill which proves his pureblood status, even though he couldn't use aura like all the other awakened ones. Such truth was able to hide the young man's lie. Moreover, he sincerely apologized for not telling about this earlier, because if it turned out that he, as one of the Drakers, could not use aura, then he would be thrown out of here, so he was very scared. After which he called Dexter to check his pulse. The teacher was silent. He felt a malice deep in the boy's soul that did not correspond to his age, but at the same time, in front of him was just a child. But there was no aura at all in him, despite the fact that he had successfully awakened. The protagonist continued his performance. He understood perfectly well that even after checking his pulse, the man would not be able to be 100% sure how true the blessing ceremony was. Even if it was true that Zeke couldn't awaken with an aura, Dexter would find an explanation for it himself, and he would be left to deny everything. But the guy didn't expect the man to come to the conclusion that he was fickle. Although something like this was to be expected, because if you don't know the concept of classes, it's quite natural to think this way. After all, this term is used to describe people with abnormal abilities. For example, the ability to use aura and mana simultaneously, or the ability to see into the future. Although people don't have a very positive attitude towards unstable abilities, so it's best not to tell anyone about it. The reason the master considered him unstable was because of his incredible endurance and ability to recover. no matter how severe the damage. The man came to these conclusions because he saw the protagonist instantly recover, although this meant that it must have taken a lot of energy, and most likely this energy was aura, and since it is constantly being spent due to stamina and healing, there is almost none left to perceive. If you think about it, this was a completely working hypothesis for most people. But even if this is true, the guy shouldn't worry at all, because the art of the storm is a special art that doesn't use aura. Essentially, a special art is a special technique created by a knight who has reached great heights. Usually, this skill is used to kill dragons, so it would be more correct to use it, but the gardener's art only uses the resources of a trained body. And now Dexter was about to demonstrate this very art, so Zeke had to watch carefully and remember his movements. And Zeke watched. Only the man moved so quickly that it was extremely difficult to track his movements, but not impossible. Nevertheless, Zeke believed that he had remembered everything and asked the master's permission to show it to him, and the guy repeated it. Now he could repeat the master's movements, and saw something he had never seen before. Apparently, these steps were taken as if Dexter was fighting with someone. Others indicated that he was attacking. Others were taken to return, and others were shortening the distance, while on the other side, they were increasing it. That is, behind each step there is a specific goal. Zeke finished, and Dexter couldn't believe what just happened. Not that this guy didn't have talent a week ago, but he wasn't as good as he was now. Something had clearly happened this week, and this guy was just perfect right now. And everything would be fine if the main character behaved a little more restrained, not so arrogantly. Then he would simply be priceless. The training ended, and it was obvious that the gardener would continue to work with the protagonist. A whole month flew by at this pace, and after each training session, the protagonist was hungry as hell. At that moment, when Zeke was eating another bun, Andre approached him, as he had a serious conversation with the guy. But the conversation, by and large, wasn't that serious. Andre was simply curious about how Zeke managed to persuade Dexter to become his teacher. At that moment, Zeke remembered that Andre had not yet become Dexter's student, so he asked the guy about his success. But Zeke did not really have what to answer, and he said that the gardener simply chose him. Andre thought that Zeke's purebred status played a role in this matter, but this was absolutely not the case. And the boy pointed out to his teacher that he had a real inferiority complex, since he believed that it was only a matter of purebred status. After all, even if the gardener was initially interested in the protagonist because of his pedigree, this did not mean that this was the main reason why Dexter chose him as his apprentice, since it is obvious that the gardener is not the type to chase social status. The fact is that the main character managed to intrigue him and use this intrigue to become his student, which testified to the level of his intellectual abilities. After which he suggested to the mentor of all the cadets that he try to do something to get selected, and not just support his ego with an inferiority complex. Andre, who had already run several laps around the training arena, came to the next training session between the main character and the gardener. Moreover, Dexter promised to take Andre as his student if he could run 300 laps without using his aura. And Andre ran. Stubbornly ran. Although by and large the main character did not count on it. But it turned out that this guy is not a lost weakling, and when he wants to insist on his own and show character, he can. A new day dawned, and all the cadets of the academy were gathered in the courtyard and lined up, since the head was supposed to arrive that day. Everyone was expecting the leader's appearance as if it were manna from heaven, and even Howard came out to greet him. Everyone froze in anticipation. And then the carriage slowed down, and the head came out. All the knights and cadets who were on the academy's territory bowed their heads before this man, acknowledging his strength and power. The man thought that Howard had done a great job, so he praised him, although, by and large, the classes at the academy were nothing compared to what the head had been doing all this time. Arthur Draker believed that only Howard truly understood how important the job of being the head of the family was, and how important it was to raise the younger generation. After which the man turned to the young cadets, saying that each of them was the future of the country, because sooner or later they would protect civilians from the encroachments of dragons and their ilk. That's why it's important for them to train long and hard now, because their development is the development of the Drakers. It was a motivational speech that helped boost the cadets' morale, as they had their idol in front of them, after which Howard and Arthur went on to take care of their business, and one of these business was Zeke Draker, who greeted the head of the knights and the guardian of the name of the Dragonslayer, and, concurrently, his father. The man even prepared tea to drink with his offspring, and such formal address was no longer in use, so it was possible to omit the formalities and move on to a heart-to-heart conversation. And it was strange because the main character didn't expect that they would even report to his father about the food that he liked. But it was not only about food that Arthur was informed, but also that the Black Knight had taken on an apprentice. Unexpectedly, the father did not beat around the bush, but the main character did not deny the obvious either. The father did not understand what goal his son was pursuing, and was very surprised when he said that he wanted to become the strongest man on the continent. Steel immediately flashed in his gaze, but Zeke didn't pay any attention to this, because he was going to become stronger than everyone else in order to live freely. The goal, of course, was quite ambitious, and implied that one day the boy would surpass his father. But now the man suppressed his offspring with his aura. The main character could not help but recognize the sword of aura. After all, they say that it gives power over all living things within its radius, which makes it the pinnacle of aura use, available only to Black Knights. It was difficult to withstand this pressure, but the main character was determined and did not give up. This answer, oddly enough, satisfied the head of the family, so he stopped attacking his son. After all, this was the most interesting thing Arthur had heard in recent years. Most people simply bowed down, recognizing his strength. By and large, Arthur had come to the academy to support both the institution itself and Zeke. But now he knew that wouldn't be enough. And the next minute, the man handed his son a black card as a gift for becoming the gardener's apprentice. It was a credit card that was given out only to a select few, and the protagonist never thought he would see it in person. But now, holding it in his hands, he realized that with its help, he could get incredible benefits. After using a credit card, a record after using a credit card, a record remains. And he just wants to monitor what the guy will do in the future and keep him under control. But it was better to let it be so than to resort to the help of a fighting black squad. Right now, in Arthur's opinion, Zeke did not pose any particular danger, and he could be left alone for a while. The young man was happy to try, so he left the office where his father was sitting with great pleasure. But instead of him, Dexter entered the office, who certainly jabbed his brother, because he knew that for no apparent reason, he began to act like a caring daddy, although all this time he had been neglecting his own child. But Arthur didn't pay much attention to this because he was the head of the family, which meant her interests were above all else, even if it meant neglecting her own child. Now it was time to talk. But in order for the conversation between the brothers to be productive, Arthur offered the gardener a little drink. And the conversation really took a more interesting turn. It turned out that the Emperor had gone crazy with the idea of immortality and was searching for him all over the continent. But this seemed completely unrealistic, because magic can rejuvenate, but never grant immortality. Arthur thought so too, but there is a relic that is connected to an ancient dragon, and which the Emperor wants to find. Zeke didn't leave, but hid in the next room, and eavesdropped on the conversation of his older relatives. It's a good thing that an interesting artifact was found in the storeroom, with the help of which this became possible. The conversation was about a relic that could make their emperor immortal, and it was clear from the conversation that Arthur knew its approximate location. According to the Black Scene's report, the item is located somewhere on the northern continent. This information has not yet reached the Empire and the Emperor, but we must understand that it is a matter of time. Yes, and I didn't want the ruler to find out about this, because in the past, as soon as he gained power, he unleashed a war on the continent. And if he gets what he wants now, history will repeat itself, and rivers of blood will flow. For this reason, Arthur wanted to personally find the relic, but if he left his post, then there would be no one to restrain the Emperor. For this reason, he came to his brother. Dexter could not refuse, since he himself understood that Arthur was right. The men were still talking about something, but Zeke didn't have the strength to eavesdrop any longer, and he interrupted the artifact's operation. After absorbing Bahamut's heart, it was extremely difficult for him to avoid the side effects of using certain things. After hearing this, a lot of things fell into place. In his past life, before the regression, he stole a dragon statue that could fulfill the Emperor's wish, which is why elite fighters were on his trail, which is why a strange voice sounded in his head and united with the system. But then, he was so consumed by revenge that he did not want to understand anything. Now he could think clearly and put two and two together. The administrator system that sent him into the past is one of the functions of the relic. It remained to be seen who and why created such a powerful thing. Meanwhile, the brothers also finished their meeting and went their separate ways. Suddenly, Arthur sensed something was wrong coming from one of the doors, which, by a lucky chance, was next to the office where he was talking with his brother. And right behind this door, Zeke was hiding. Still not having come to his senses, and wondering whether his statuette could really grant immortality and youth. Suddenly, the door opened, and Arthur entered the room. Only now it was already empty. Only walls and some boxes, and spiders, frozen like statues to themselves in the corners. This was the end of Zeke's adventures, and to relieve stress, he decided to exercise. True, Derek interrupted his lesson, saying that a classmate had come to see him, which sounded strange because the main character had not communicated with anyone. It was possible that Raina had come to see him, but that was also unlikely. But it wasn't Raina, but Liam Stone, the surprise of the day. And now the guy was begging Zeke to take him in, and the main character only sighed, realizing that last time he should have just passed by, and there would have been fewer problems now. It turned out that Jakin had kicked him out, but the guy continued to obsessively want to get to Wallaga. So he came to Zeke, giving himself entirely to his service. A similar situation had already happened in a past life. Only Liam was kneeling in front of another person. But Stone came to the main character in vain. He didn't have family support, so he couldn't help with admission. And Zeke couldn't trust the guy's words, because he could just be a spy for Jakin. And here he could be telling a beautiful fairy tale. And these fears were understandable. So Liam took out a blade and began to mutilate himself, saying that if necessary he would cut out his tongue. If Zeke wanted him to limp, then he would damage his limbs. He would do everything to be accepted and trusted. At that moment, Liam reminded Zeke of himself in the past, when he also asked the master to accept him as a student. Since this is the case, the main character decided to give this guy one chance. If he could withstand at least one of his moves during the attack, he would be accepted. The fight began, and Liam thought that it wouldn't be that hard to withstand one move, since they both used the Draker's aura. Now Stone realized that everything would be much more difficult, because the aura that emanated from Zeke indicated that he was much stronger than people thought. Moreover, in the presence of the main character, Liam simply found it difficult to breathe, not to mention everything else. And then Zeke only needed one blow to disarm the guy. To be honest, this was a bit of a disappointment to Zeke, as he had expected more from Liam. He certainly respected people who were pursuing their goals, but at the same time, he could see perfectly well that it would be better for Liam to give up the idea of joining Valhalla. The guy understood that most likely, if the guy had not been a distant relative of Jakin, he would not have been able to enter the cradle, let alone the academy. So it is not surprising that now he is so worried about his future fate. Suddenly, Liam grabbed him by the leg of his trousers, stopping him. In his past life, Liam was expelled from the academy and his knightly order disbanded. But despite this, the boy managed to reach the Crimson World and was called the King of Mercenaries. So is it worth jumping at the opportunity to enter a higher educational institution? But looking at the young man's tear-stained face, the protagonist suddenly realized that he was not going to stop, which meant it was entirely possible to give him one chance for a better life. But to test the guy's resolve, the main character suggested cutting off his right hand. Zeke knew that such an offer meant ceasing to be a swordsman, and no one in their right mind would ever agree to such a thing. Meanwhile, Liam was silent, then rose from his knees, thinking about what to do. But the main character was not particularly worried about this guy, because in the future, he will become a great man, even without entering Valhalla. But then something happened that the main character could not have predicted. Liam raised the blade and was actually going to cut off his right hand. Somehow, Zeke managed to knock the sword out of Liam's hands, because in truth, he hadn't intended to cripple him. So he couldn't miss his chance, because if he didn't win the favor of the main character, he could lose something much more valuable than his right hand. Now that was interesting. So the main character warned Liam that if he did something like that again, he would throw him out the door, regardless of whether the guy was loyal to him or not. Only now did Liam realize that Zeke had accepted him after all. And what's more, he asked the guy to hurry up and go to the infirmary so that they could sew his severed ear back on. since it wouldn't be right for his subordinate to go around without an ear. After all the procedures, it was possible to eat and also talk, because Zeke was still curious to find out the reasons for Liam's fierce desire to enter higher education institutions and gain his patronage. It turned out that everything was both simple and complicated at the same time. The fact is that he didn't want to lose his mother. After all, a couple of days after Jakin left him, the guy received news that his mother had come down with a fever. It was good that the fever quickly subsided, but her entire body was covered in red spots that resembled blossoming roses, and she was getting weaker every day. And the village doctors didn't even know what kind of illness was tormenting her. That's why he wanted to enroll in Valhalla, as the students there are considered to be the best medics on the continent. At that moment, Zeke strained his memory and remembered that the red bloom symptom was a sign of a disease that would sweep across the central continent in 5 years, with a high risk of infection and high mortality, and would take many lives. But one day, a sensational drug will be developed that will end the epidemic. After which he wrote down a recipe for a medicine for Liam's mother on a piece of paper. It turned out that this medicine was not difficult to prepare, and even a village doctor could handle this task well. In the future, this recipe was developed by the alchemist brothers Al and Jack, but the Alchemist Guild used it to make exorbitant profits and sold this medicine for huge amounts of money. When the brothers found out about this, they made the recipe public, which is how the main character learned about it. Now Liam had the medicine to help his mother, so he no longer needed to go to Valhalla and continue being Zeke's subordinate. But Liam had other plans, so he knelt before the main character and swore to serve the guy faithfully for the rest of his days. The oath of allegiance definitely lifted Zeke's spirits, as it was nice to have the future king of mercenaries at his command. Meanwhile, it was getting dark, and Ares came to the head of the academy's office for an audience. He didn't come just like that, but with a proposal to increase the difficulty of the exam next semester. This was because the current first-year students were very capable, and were also members of influential families. And even among them, there were 2 pure-blooded awakened ones. And if this year's exam was as easy as last year's, then these guys would not be able to show themselves properly. This was a very interesting and reasonable proposal, which Howard promised to think about. The man thought that Ares' blood definitely doesn't lie, because he has the same way of thinking as the eldest member of his family. He calculates future threats that are best nipped in the bud. Not much time passed, and the day of the dungeon exploration exam arrived, which was a unique test in the academy, during which students were divided into pairs and had to clear a dungeon within a certain time. The difficulty of the dungeon was determined randomly for each pair, and it had great significance. Liam, even though he was a big boy, was worried about passing this exam, especially considering that Zeke was his partner. This was not surprising and quite natural, but it was necessary to remember that too much excitement leads to mistakes, and too little is a sign of arrogance. But moderate excitement prevents everything. And now it was their turn to enter the dungeon. But the problem was that they were stopped at the entrance and asked to enter through a different door. Although they hesitated at first at the entrance, they still began to descend. It was difficult to predict the difficulty of the dungeon, but since this is a Draker dungeon test, there will be no great danger. The main thing is to get out within the designated time, and to do this, each team is given a timer that starts upon entering the dungeon, and they'll have 96 hours to do it all. Basic combat skills are also part of the assessment, so if you bring the heads of defeated monsters with you, you can get bonus points. But the main thing is to get out on time. During the first hours, they worked, and now Liam could rest, since the main character could not sleep for 4 whole days, and therefore was ready to be on duty. So Liam went to bed, and the main character began to think. 16 hours had passed since entering the dungeon. Before the exam, he had not slept for 3 days and was training, which means he had not slept for a total of about 90 hours. Infinite stamina only protects against physical fatigue, but not against psychological fatigue, since in a dungeon, you never know what will happen. So you need to minimize risks. And then he heard the ringing of a bell, which transported him into memories of a completely different place. Snowy, scary, with a dead girl in the snow. It is not surprising that he woke up in a cold sweat, because this dream, with fragments of memories, was the most terrible that could have happened. And then it dawned on him that he had clearly heard the bell, that it had not been his imagination, but had actually happened. So he abruptly extinguished the fire and ordered Liam to wake up without turning on the light, as there were enemies here. Unfortunately, using dragon vision after 4 days without sleep was too risky for the protagonist, so he had to get used to the darkness. The worst part was that he smelled sulfur, which meant that they were being hunted by a creature with a herd instinct, and most likely, it was a hellhound. At that moment, he also remembered that in his past life, Reyna had brought the orc heads, but he never expected that there would be hellhounds here, and he would have to meet them. But something was clearly wrong. Even the leader of the pack was nowhere to be seen, and what he heard and felt indicated that it wasn't someone who weighed at least a couple of tons who was coming towards them. He barely managed to dodge because a troll appeared on the horizon, carrying the heads of hellhounds, and it was clearly not friendly. Everyone knew that the troll was the most dangerous monster, which could easily deal with hellhounds or orcs, and their blood was a key ingredient in potions. Plus, they had incredible regeneration. Oddly enough, Liam decided to protect his master by acting as bait. But Zeke wasn't going to run away, because no self-respecting gentleman would leave his ward in trouble. It wasn't about the guy himself. Moreover, he trusted Liam and considered him quite strong, but he was obliged to support him, so he could do as he saw fit. His rear would be covered. And the guys rushed into the attack, choosing the enemy's weakest spots. The joint attack was quite successful. The guys dealt several pretty good blows to their opponent. Zeke liked the fact that Liam aimed precisely at the joints, which indicated that the guy most likely studied monsters and their weak points before the exam. But even so, the guy lacked a little dexterity, so the protagonist covered his back when the troll attacked him in a blind spot. Liam shouldn't have worried too much about what happened, because this was his first real fight, and it was easy to make a mistake. Hitting the soft joints was a great idea, but you can't underestimate trolls, because scratches on them heal very quickly, and normal attacks might not cope with his regeneration. Still, this science was too difficult for Liam, so Zeke decided to finish off the troll himself. And after just a few minutes, the troll was already dead and lying on the ground, and the main character received 30 karma points as a bonus. Meanwhile, he sent Liam to cut off the monster's head, which he needed to take with him to show to the Academy staff for evaluation. Suddenly, the system presented another surprise to Zeke, in the form of a sudden quest, during which he will need to defeat 100 monsters of 10 different types, and he will have 72 hours for everything, and the reward for this will be double the amount of karma points and 2 random boxes. In total, he had 79 hours left until the end of the test, and in principle, killing 100 monsters is not such an impossible task. But the problem was that even if the dungeon is large, usually there are a maximum of 3 or 4 types of monsters in one. But if there is a trap prepared with the Zimmons family, then if you search well, it is quite possible to find 10 types of different monsters. Meanwhile, Liam finished processing the head and packed it into a special bag that the Academy gave to each pair, along with the timer. It's worse, of course, than a spatial bag, but it's quite enough for carrying the loot. There was no point in staying here, so the guys set off on their journey, and the more time passed, the more monsters they killed, of different types. Quite a while had passed, and Zeke was wondering if Liam had gotten used to real combat or not yet, after a series of monster kills. The guy couldn't answer this question yet, since all his feelings were quite mixed. But Zeke himself understood perfectly well that it would take time to adapt. But what he was worried about was that there wasn't much time left before the task was completed, and there was still another type of monster to find. But where to look for it? That was the question. Suddenly the earth shook. It didn't feel like an earthquake, and very bad suspicions entered the guy's head. And at the last second he was able to warn Liam to drop the bag and jump to the side, and a moment later a monster appeared from under the ground. She ate all the heads, but the main character managed to drive it away a little, and even wound it a little. But this injury was too minor, since during the fight Zeke would hardly be able to look after Liam, so the guy would have to take care of himself. After all, before them was a dungeon worm, a dangerous monster, and to defeat such a thing, a dozen purple knights were needed. And Zeke was alone here, so he decided to take the brunt of the attack. And so far he has managed to hold off the monster, but how long his strength will last? That is the question. But even the Blue Knights avoided meeting the worm in the dungeon, since we are in a confined space, because due to its ability to burrow and move underground, if the pain lingers, the person will be buried alive. While Zeke was aided by his quick reactions and trained body, he still had no plan for victory in his head. But he continued to strike and strike the monster, trying to cut it right through. But the guy couldn't manage to cut it in half yet. The process stalled. The worm turned out to be too tenacious and was already about to counterattack the young man with its free tail. And just a moment later, the steel rings of the worm were squeezing the main character's body. The young man held on with all his might. It was good that the healing effect was working in the background. Otherwise, it would have been really hard. But at that moment, something really useful happened. Liam stuck a dagger into the monster. At that moment, Zeke felt the pressure of the worm's rings begin to weaken, and it became easier for him to breathe. And a couple of seconds later, the monster released the young man from his grip, who was very curious about what his subordinate had done to achieve such a result. It was simple. He thought of covering the sword with anesthetic and then hit the worm with it. Now everything fell into place. Because the main ingredient of the anesthetic was belladonna, which slightly dulls the senses in people, but for the worm, it was akin to poison. But the most amazing thing is that in a critical situation, Liam was still able to remember that belladonna is poisonous to the worm and improvise using an anesthetic. Such prudence and adaptability justified this guy's reputation. At that moment, Zeke knew perfectly well that he had done the right thing by taking Liam with him, so he ordered him to wait for a moment, and when he gave him a special sign, to strike the enemy again with the poisoned blade. A few minutes passed and the boys simultaneously attacked the monster, which howled in pain, after which the main character activated the soul and body technique and cut the worm in half, as he wanted. It became obvious in an instant that he had managed to complete the surprise quest and earn extra karma points, as well as 2 random boxes. Meanwhile, most of the students had already finished the exam, so it was time to sum up the results. The evaluation began with a pair consisting of Reyna and another unknown cadet. She received 30 points for the exit, and she and her partner also killed 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, and 1 orc, thus earning 180 points. In this way, she almost broke Abel's record, which was 200 points. This was 130 points more than the passing score, so the pair did not have to worry about further education. Next on the list was Ares, who scored 120 points, which was 70 points above the minimum. Ares, as always, was dissatisfied with the result obtained, comparing himself with others and cultivating hatred for those who were more successful than him, making insidious plans, because if something went wrong, then Reyna could be eliminated, like Zeke. But everything went, as usual, not according to plan, and the main character appeared on the square along with his faithful comrade, and they were carrying the head of a huge monster. No one expected that this monster would be a worm, because everyone thought that the orc was the most expensive monster that lived in the training dungeons, and these two killed an entire worm. It goes without saying that Ares was not only surprised, but also upset by the fact that his cunning plan had once again failed. It was obvious that the blonde was not happy to see his classmate, and even his vaunted composure began to crack, as it was no longer possible to keep a straight face. Zeke had been teasing Ares for quite a while, and in a graceful manner, so he decided to tactfully leave so as not to provoke a fight in front of the teachers. The guy believed that the purity of Zeke and Reyna's blood was to blame, and one day they would definitely pay him for all the humiliation he had experienced. Meanwhile, the main character and Liam were approached by instructor Andre, who would evaluate their work. And the man was going to approach the fulfillment of his mission more than carefully, even though he saw only the head of a worm in front of him. But he did not want, and did not intend, to miss anything. After which he climbed to examine the mouth of the worm, which, in the dungeon, ate all the heads that the main character had collected over 3 days, while Andre carefully examined the parts of the flesh between the monster's teeth. In a short time, he finished his examination and informed everyone that the body parts of gremlins, goblins, goblin hobgoblins, hellhounds, and finally a troll were stuck in his teeth. Judging by how much blood there were dozens of them, but counting them all would be unfair to the other guys. So he decided to evaluate one monster from each type. No one had ever seen trolls and worms in the dungeon before, so they were never counted. But according to the statistics, They are equal to 3 and 6 orcs, respectively, so they will be read as 90 and 180 points. Thus, the main character earned 368 points. Many students were unhappy with this decision, since the main character only brought an expensive worm, but others understood that this monster alone was worth about 180 points, and what difference did it make anyway? After all, if you think about it, if one of the cadets had encountered a worm in the dungeon or a troll, they would hardly have been able to survive like these two. So it became obvious that Zeke Draker was much stronger than everyone here thought. Meanwhile, the protagonist was thinking that his opponents had gone quite far if they had started managing the testing dungeons in order to get rid of him. But it was unlikely that Ares could act alone, meaning that someone was behind him. It's possible that the head of his family was standing behind Ares, meaning Zeke was being watched much more closely than he expected. So hiding his strength became a must to avoid being made a fool. At that moment, Reyna approached him and declared that this time he had won. But it would not always be like this, and went on about her business. Left alone, Zeke began checking the system and the perks he had received during the last quest. For example, his attention was now drawn to the gluttony skill, which he had ignored until that moment. But now he had enough karma points in reserve to activate it. But the most interesting thing was that the description of this skill had changed, and now looked more presentable and interesting. The system informed him that with the help of this skill, the guy would be able to absorb the abilities of monsters and put them into practice. So he decided to experiment on a piece of steak, when suddenly an incomprehensible black shadow appeared and snatched this very piece of meat from his hands. And then, behind his back, this very shadow grew and began to absorb the delicacy. After a few seconds, the piece disappeared into the shadows, as if into a swamp, and not a single trace of it remained. Changes in the guy's body began to manifest immediately, because in this way he replenished the missing energy with the absorbed one. Even the headache went away, as if he had taken a nap, and his whole body seemed to have become healthier. Mental fatigue passed, as did physical fatigue, and even his spirit was now normal. It was clear that this skill was worth all the karma points he spent on it, and with such an ability, he could reduce the risks of using the dragon skills he had used before. Surprisingly, brain fatigue can also be relieved by gluttony, and thanks to infinite stamina, he will not feel physical fatigue. This way he can train for days without food or sleep, and he can start right now. But as usual, he was interrupted by Derek, who announced that the main character's sword was finally ready and could be picked up right now. And so the main character arrived at his friend's workshop and bit his lip in anticipation, because he had no idea what his new sword would be like, since he had given up a dragon's fang to create it. But he hoped that the new blade would look little different from the one he had in his past life. But what he saw was radically different from all the ideas he had in his head. The protagonist began to examine his new sword, realizing that it looked too dull. Therefore, it was logical to think that the master did not sharpen it on purpose. The only problem was that this sword was originally supposed to be exactly like this, and nothing else. It was quite unusual to see such a weapon, but if Galleon thought this sword was perfect for him, then so be it. To tell the truth, if there had been another master in his place, Zeke would have thought of something else. But he trusted this one unconditionally, because only he could understand everything so subtly. But the most interesting thing is that this blade didn't have a name yet, so Zeke could name it as he saw fit. In the past, Galleon named the sword Graham's Shining Sword, but in this life, he decided that the process should be handled by the protagonist. But simply coming up with a name was too banal. But since it had to be done, the main character decided to act according to ancient custom. For this, he cut his hand. But the problem was that the healing factor was working in the background, but it was still the protagonist's skill, so he knew he had to learn to control it. It's good that the system processed the administrator's request quickly, so the healing factor was temporarily suspended, so the cut didn't heal instantly. Now he dripped some of his blood onto his new sword. At that moment, the blacksmith realized for the first time that this was no ordinary young man in front of him, for he was now performing the ball naming ritual, which was a traditional dwarven ceremony that gave a weapon a name, and consisted of the owner pouring core, mana, or aura into it, and when it touched the sword, the ritual itself began. After this, the sword's owner falls into unconsciousness and embarks on an endless journey until he finds a suitable name for his blade. By and large, this ritual was quite dangerous and almost forgotten, but surprisingly, the protagonist knew about it and used it. Meanwhile, Zeke was truly floating on the waves of his subconscious, and hundreds of different names floated past him that could theoretically be suitable for his blade. And among the many names passing by, one could find the one with which the sword would go through life. This was to become a new name for a new path. And at that moment, the main character's subconscious scratched out two things. The first was the black sword, because the blade really was black. And the second was the name of the dragon, Bahamut. Accordingly, the name for the sword was born quite logically, and it began to be called the Black Sword Bahamut. Meanwhile, Galen admired the main character, because not every dwarf knows about this ritual. But Zeke did not consider it something special, because at one time, he studied dwarven history. It was interesting, but the blacksmith wanted the young man to rest a bit while he looked for something special for him. Zeke did have some free time, so he could spend it on such an activity, but the blacksmith still had to hurry. And while he sat there, thinking about how important it was to be able to manage a passive skill, it would be possible to prevent the revelation of abilities, as had happened with the Duke, since there was no need to reveal the cards until the right time. But when he returned to the academy, he would still need to remove the bandage, since the wound had already healed underneath. The guy now began to test the properties of his new sword. It turned out that, like the previous one, it could transform ether into aura, and also had hidden abilities that would be unlocked as the main character developed. Furthermore, this sword was indestructible, apparently due to the fact that it was created from a dragon's fang. But by and large, it didn't matter. The main thing was that this sword could convert mana, ether, and any other energy into an aura. And since Zeke is unable to see the aura, this quality of the sword allowed him to reach the level of the Red Knight in his past life, which means it will help him in this one too. At that moment, Galen entered the room and found what he had been looking for so long. But as soon as he walked in and laid eyes on the main character, he was stunned. It was the first time he'd seen the sword the boy was holding surrounded by a pure aura. Moreover, the man saw that the main character had already reached the level of a purple knight, after which he decided to give the guy a gift. And it was a scabbard. It was an unusual scabbard made by the blacksmith's master. And this was interesting because even in his past life, Zeke had never heard of this man. And then he read the name of Golrin Yober, who was the greatest blacksmith on the continent, whose skills could not be compared even with moral ones, and his works were almost perfect, and had special abilities. Now it is not surprising that Galen was such a skilled blacksmith. It is clear that he had considerable talent. But his teacher was also a delightfully incredible person. And at that moment it dawned on Zeke that if Golrin had made these scabbards, they were completely unusual. And he was right, because if you pressed the button on the side, they would turn into a shield. The item was made of mithril and wyvern bones, and could withstand almost any attack. And Galen gave such a precious thing to the main character for nothing, as a sign of his gratitude, although by and large he probably could have sold it at auction for a fabulous sum and built a furnace. But he could not give the scabbard of the hand to just anyone. If so, then there was no point in refusing the precious gift, and when he brought the scabbard to the sword, it automatically gripped him like a second skin. It was truly a priceless gift, and after taking it, the protagonist came to the academy and began to sort through the chests with artifacts that he had received during the previous quest. Having finished with the first chest, the guy opened the second one, and was pleasantly surprised by what he found there. An ancient map fell into his hands, which intrigued the young man, because its existence suggested the real life of the ancient hero, Kaiser. There wasn't a single person on the continent who hadn't heard at least once about the Kaiser and his kingdom of Kronos. But it was more like a children's fairy tale, and there was no evidence of the physical existence of this person, and now here it is. And while Zeke was thinking, the system was actively working, analyzing and displaying the received data from the map on the minimap. If you think about it, the quest will be easier to complete than the guy thought. He will just need to go to the giant mountains, to the territory of the barbarians. And this meant that it was time to take a big step towards the goal, because the system doesn't just offer training and quests, They all make Zeke stronger. Yes, and the reward for completing it will be quite high, which means the young man's motivation has increased dramatically. But before getting involved in anything like that, Zeke decided to buy a few new skills. Fortunately, he had glasses, and Dragon Claw and Dragon Scale immediately came to mind. The skills were purchased, and the boy decided to test the Dragon Claw first. The effect of a simple attack turned out to be more than decent, if not magnificent. On his second attempt, Zeke activated his Dragon Scale skill and struck his hand with his sword, but it bounced off the armor without leaving even a small scratch. The days flew by during training, and it was time for the semester exam on Aura. So all the cadets gathered at the appointed place at the appointed time. The instructors began to explain the rules. There were dummies standing behind them, but they were made in a special way, so even scratching them would be very difficult. To cut down even one such mannequin, you will need to use Aura. But if the cadets cannot even scratch the objects, they will not be allowed to take other exams and will have to start their training from the very beginning. Many of the students were nervous, but Ares was calm because it was his family who created the Aura training course at the academy, and the training methods were the same as the guys at home. Therefore, he considered himself the best student in Aura control, which meant that even purebloods would definitely yield to him in this regard. And so he waited for his moment of triumph, using the sword resonance to impress everyone. The instructors were also impressed, but not so much that they fell at his feet. Ares showed an excellent result, cutting all the dummies. Overall, the guy was also pleased with himself. Even the thought entered his head that he could surpass Abel. The other students also tried their best, but it was much harder for them. Perhaps Ares' success had such an effect on them and suppressed them. But they tried. Meanwhile, it was Reyna's turn to show her strength, and the instructors understood that if the ordinary students all passed the exam and were good, then this girl would surpass them all. But she was on a different level, so she asked the instructors to evaluate her according to the criteria of Dragonslayers. It was an odd request, and Ares hoped that Reyna was doing it to compete with him, but he was sure that her strength and skill would only be enough for 2 swings of the sword, and then she would lose. The instructors didn't object, so Reyna began her performance. She moved smoothly, precisely, beautifully, thoroughly controlling the flow of Aura, cutting through all obstacles in her path. Reyna finished. Everyone could only discuss what had just happened. Until this moment, the cadets believed that Ares controlled the Aura better than anyone. But now they realized that they were wrong. Ares was wrong too. Wrong in everything. Even to the point of thinking that the girl was challenging him. But no, she was challenging Zeke. Zeke wasn't stupid, and he understood Reyna's gestures, even though he didn't want to take part in this madhouse. But there was no way out. The fiery gaze of the girl from the crowd of cadets was difficult to ignore, even though I wanted to. But pride wouldn't let him fold his arms and slack off, so he asked him to evaluate him, just like Reyna. The junior instructor didn't like such insolence and wanted to forbid the boy to do it, but the senior instructor was calmer and more reasonable. This was what was needed, and Zeke went to the mannequins. But the junior employee did not understand why his colleague allowed the guy to do as he wanted. It was all simple. This guy is the first purebred awakened golden light, who won the dispute with Andre, broke Abel's record, and is just a sweetheart. Zeke Draker. Meanwhile, Zeke had already transferred the ether into the aura, although it was not easy for the first time, believing that the power obtained would be sufficient. Now it was time to move on to the main course, and the Dragonslayer style. His first stance was perfect. Reyna understood that Zeke had worked it to Andre's level, no less. Zeke didn't pay attention to anyone. He did his job, confident in the result, since for 2 years before his reincarnation, he trained these arts day and night, so that even with his eyes closed, he could repeat every element. By that time, he had become tired of these arts, but in general, it would be a good idea to start with the basics now. He finished his exam, but didn't look at the results yet, believing that it should be enough to crush Reyna. But the silence, and then the noise of the cadets, made it clear that something had gone wrong. And when he looked to see what it was, he realized that he had overdone it again and stood out, even though he hadn't meant to. This event did not go unnoticed by Howard, so he invited the guy to his office for a talk. And this was not surprising, since he showed himself to be approximately at the level of a purple knight, which could not be written off as a simple coincidence. If so, the guy could take the exam to get promoted. It wasn't a bad idea, and Zeke could skip a year or more of schooling, depending on his exam results. This was exactly what Zeke had been aiming for all along, even though he hadn't planned on standing out so much. But it was even better this way. And he agreed with this proposal, although he felt that Howard had something in mind. But he decided to play along with him for now. And then we'll see. When the man was left alone in the office, he took out some kind of device and used it to inform the person on the other side that Raina and Zeke had decided to take the exam. The man listened to him and ordered him to take action. Howard himself was about to do the same, and for the first time in a long time, he was interested in participating in the intrigues. And then the day of the exam came, and for the first time, Zeke felt so uncomfortable around Raina, who kept staring at him. The wait was excruciating, and then Owl Draker, who would be taking their exam, entered the arena. In this white-haired man, Zeke recognized an acquaintance from a past life. Although he had a different name then, he remembered the moment when Ool was carrying a dead girl in his arms, not paying any particular attention to anyone. Zeke was angry. He hated the Drakers so much that he was ready to pounce on this strange man who was digging a grave for his burden with his bare hands. This was not the first grave the man had dug, nor the first person he was going to bury. Before him was already a cemetery of wooden crosses. And then Zeke realized that Ool was the same as him. So he offered him his help. At that point, Ool left the Drakers and asked to be called the Dying Blade. But that meeting remained in a past life. Now Ool is his examiner, and also a member of the Draker family. The essence of the exam was simple. It was a typical fight that would last until someone lost consciousness or wanted to raise the white flag. Raina wanted to go first, but Ool stopped her and ordered the cadets to attack him all together. This statement immediately infuriated the girl, but Zeke asked her to calm down and understand that the difference in their SID was really big. Besides, the test had already begun, and it was necessary to figure out how to pass it with fewer losses. And the girl would have lost points if she had lost control of her emotions, so now she was cooling her head. Overall, Zeke already had a plan on how to defeat the enemy, so Raina just had to listen to him and do as he was told. After all, Ool uses an oriental sword, which can make things more difficult for classical blades. But that was only half the trouble. The girl was not in the best mood, because her pride was hurt. But this is only a hindrance, or the fate of the weak, and Zeke now needed her strong. However, Raina cast aside her doubts and attacked the instructor. On the other hand, Zeke did the same. The attempt was good, but Ool was able to block both shots. No matter how hard the boy and girl tried, they couldn't even scratch the man. Now Raina understood why Zeke had asked her to attack the enemy from blind spots. At that moment, she thought that perhaps she lacked the desire to kill this man, and if she attacked with such intent, she would be able to break through his defense. But that didn't work either. Ool easily left the line of attack, but the girl was unlucky enough to experience his kick to the solar plexus. Moreover, he threw her against the wall like a feather, so much so that she broke through that very wall and even lost consciousness for a few minutes. Meanwhile, Zeke was fighting the instructor alone, and Raina now needed to create a gap for him. Suddenly, Raina remembered the guy's words before the fight began. No one here cares about the fairness of the fight. The instructors care about how prepared they are to kill. So honor and all that doesn't really matter for victory. Although reluctantly, Raina understood that Zeke was right, so she agreed to his plan, in which timing was important. The right timing. Now the girl was waiting for the signal that the main character was supposed to give her. Meanwhile, Zeke combined invisible steps, storm art, and Dragonslayer art for a new attack. But even so, he couldn't outsmart Ool, who blocked the boy's blow. Suddenly, the light in the room went out, plunging it into darkness. Apparently, the girl used the pureblood mana touch to turn off the light while the guy was stealing all the attention. An interesting approach, but rather childish. This was meant to distract Ool from the fight, and thus give the cadets a chance to win. But suddenly, a bad feeling crept into the man's soul, because Zeke moved in the pitch darkness, as if it were light. For the protagonist, this was the perfect moment to try out the Dragon Claw in battle. The enemy wouldn't discuss it with anyone anyway. Ool survived, but it was already noticeable and unpleasant. and in no way resembled a blow from a first-year student. And in general, his demeanor, strategy, and skills screamed that Zeke Draker wasn't who he claimed to be, that he was stronger and more resourceful than anyone Owl knew. And he hadn't just ordered the lights turned off for no reason, creating opportunities for himself and limiting the enemy. Moreover, such moves always only work against opponents of equal strength. Meanwhile, Zeke began to feel that Ool's movements had become more confident, which indicated that he had become accustomed to the darkness. But no one wanted to lose, so no one slowed down the pace of the battle. And at some point, the instructor thought that he was fighting not with a person, but with a shadow. To some extent, this was true since Zeke used ether to move, and then extraneous noises came into play, concealing Zeke's movements in space. This continued until the moment when Zeke's blade almost touched his opponent's head. And if the man blocked this blow, then he was unarmed against the explosion of light and noise. It was unpleasant to realize, but these children had trapped Ool. And while the man was coming to his senses after this, Reyna attacked him. And on the other hand, Zeke was not far behind her. In truth, it was more than good. But Ool summoned his aura and scattered his partners in different directions. The fight ended, and Zeke and Reyna were carried away on stretchers by medics, as they had given more than 100%. But it wasn't just them who did a good job, but also old Draker, who was praised by a fellow soldier. At that moment, Dexter entered the hall, as always lightly, trying to tease the little guy, saying that he could easily defeat other students, but he couldn't do it with these ones. And in general, the man was curious about Ool's opinion of his student, but the answer hung in the air. The blonde tried to formulate his attitude for himself, and couldn't. He saw how Zeke threw away the sword, how he increased his vigilance. He understood that this was an excellent opportunity for a counterattack, but the guy's inaction at that moment was confusing. After all, the guy was clearly striving not for victory, but for something else. And during the battle, he showed only what he considered necessary to show. Therefore, Owl could not help but admit that he could not appreciate Zeke, since he had long since gone beyond his understanding. After this exam, there was a meeting of professors, at which it was decided to transfer Reyna and Zeke to new classes, 3rd and 5th, respectively. Everything happened just as the boy had planned, so after everything, he led a very quiet life within the walls of the academy. He quickly finished his training with Dexter, and his place was taken by Andre, whom the gardener persecuted even more than the main character. Meanwhile, Fanon changed jobs, but the good relationship between him and Zeke remained, which was good news. It was also good that the heirs of the great families were also sitting back for now, and not bothering the main character. The only one who was bored was Oulu, who challenged the main character to a duel almost every day. And so it went on for quite a long time, until he had an epiphany and left his post as instructor and locked himself in the training room. What happened there remained behind the scenes of this story. At this rate, 2 years passed, and Zeke could proudly call himself a graduate of the academy. Moreover, he became the youngest cadet accepted by the Valhalla Academy, so his father could be proud of him. Moreover, the dean himself wrote a letter of recommendation, which partly helped Zeke get in. But there were still 3 months before the inauguration ceremony, and Zeke asked Derek to go to Atlas during this time and prepare everything there for his arrival. The plan was to send the boy on the journey alone, since he had long wanted to find and explore the ruins of Kaiser, so he did not need spies. But before he left, he had some more business to take care of, so he called Liam over. It turned out that the boy showed good results in his studies, so he was transferred to a special class, and Zeke, as his master, could not sit idly by. Moreover, he prepared clear instructions and advice regarding each future exam, and created a list of equipment that Liam could obtain from Fafnir's workshop. And in his 4th year, the boy will need his own sword, which can be ordered from Fafnir. There is no need to worry about money, since Zeke has paid for everything in advance. Liam, overwhelmed with happiness and the master's faith in him, almost burst into tears, promising to go with him even to the ends of the earth and never let him down. Now it was time to think about travel plans. The guy needed to go to Argos, one of the great kingdoms of the continent, and this kingdom became a place where every adventurer could find adventures to suit every taste, so their flow was endless. Zeke tried to disappear among this crowd. Moreover, he created a new identity and documents for himself, so he easily passed border control, and he improved his appearance, The wig and magic lenses worked wonders. Even his mother wouldn't have recognized him. While everything was going well, he was even able to meet a caravan, since driving was easier than stomping his feet. True, the company wasn't very good. Everyone tried to draw him into conversation and pretended to be kind. They tried to professionally brainwash him, saying, "We care and worry about you. The dungeons have become too dangerous. And in general, it would be better if they all went there together." Zeke had encountered similar people in his past life, who used newcomers as bait in dungeons or sold them into slavery. He found all this uninteresting and disgusting to listen to. And besides, he felt danger approaching. He decided to tell the driver about this danger, but he didn't believe him because they were traveling a safe route, which meant there shouldn't and couldn't be orcs or other monsters here. Only now they were there, and they came right up to the cart. It was an unpleasant surprise. Besides, there were a lot of orcs, and they did not spare people who could not fight back. Zeke, of course, could have helped everyone, but that wasn't in his plans. So he just decided to stand quietly behind the tree, after which he went to check the knight's base, because orcs couldn't just walk around the safe area. And there wasn't a single living soul there. Everyone was dead. But as soon as he examined the soldiers' wounds, it became clear that they had not been killed by monsters, but by human hands. And this man was worse than a monster, deliberately leaving such marks on bodies so that everyone would think that it was a monster who did it, and not a man. The knights did not have time to resist the attacker and were killed with one blow. Only the purple knight was capable of such a thing. It was bad, but not the most important thing. The guy first needed to find the ruins, and then everything else. The road was long, and everywhere he could see the signs of the barbarians who ruled these lands. He was glad that the minimap showed that he was almost there. But it wasn't just he who came to this place, but also the hounds of the Empire. Why they are here is a big question. These people were very talented, but could not study at the academy for one reason or another. So they were selected and trained under similar conditions, after which the Emperor could personally make them knights. In their past lives, these people made a huge contribution to the Empire's victory in the Continental War. The whole way to this place, the guy followed his enemies on the map, since he had already dealt with them in a past life, and he would not forget their techniques for tracking prey. We must not forget that it was the hounds who drove him into a trap like cattle and killed him. But that wasn't the main thing. What was most likely was that these people were here on the orders of the Emperor, who was obsessed with the idea of immortality and youth, which is why they were looking for ancient artifacts for him, which meant they were the first to find the ruins of Kaiser. If that was the case, then the guy needed to personally sort everything out and confirm or refute his own conclusions. And what is the best way to do this? The right way is to attack first and kill the enemy without letting him send a signal to the others. Now it was possible to try and talk. The guy knew that usually there were 12 hounds. Here there were 3, which meant they were guarding the perimeter. But no one answered him about this, and they only began to assert their rights and ask questions. They shouldn't have done that, so Zeke cut off the head of his first enemy. After all, the others had to understand that it was he who was asking the questions, and they were answering them. But the others didn't even bother to answer. It was their choice. The guy didn't insist. He himself already understood that the hounds had made a temporary base for themselves from the ruins. It was time to move on and check on the affairs in the ruins. But to do this, it was necessary to deal with the sentries. They did their job poorly, falling asleep as they went, thinking that since this was barbarian territory, no one would come here. This carelessness played a cruel joke on them, and the boys lost their heads without ever realizing that they had been attacked. The hounds, who were already in the tunnel, suddenly heard some noise, so they stopped. And that was their mistake, because Zeke flew past them like an arrow, inflicting mortal wounds on them. To tell the truth, the young man had not experienced such feelings for a long time. His life was now too calm. So now he felt alive again, like in the good old days. Now he was playing to the crowd. It wouldn't have been difficult for him to clear everyone out, but he wanted to tickle both his own and the hounds' nerves a little. And besides, he used the southern region's blade art to protect his family. The head of the hounds didn't understand what awaited him, so he tried to dictate his terms, saying, "Surrender, and then you'll die quickly and painlessly." And it was funny because these people were much weaker than those who killed him in his past life. And then the battle began. All the hounds attacked the guy at once. Now everything seemed strange to the main character, because he remembered a completely different level of the hounds, and not all of this. It was unclear whether the enemies were so weak, or he had become so strong. But in essence, it was not so important. It was time to end this, so Zeke cut the power, creating a perfect moment to attack. And when the light appeared, it became clear that only the leader of the hounds remained alive. For the first time, the man was scared. He didn't understand what had just happened, nor the words of the main character, who said something about the Emperor and excavations. But that didn't matter either, since Zeke would find out everything himself, and leaving anyone alive wasn't part of his plans. Here it was, all over. And Zeke moved on, having so successfully set up the cartel for which he had worked long and hard in his past life. The Empire and the cartel will have to sort this out among themselves, because if everything goes according to plan, then so it will be. But in the cave, Zeke found a letter from the Emperor, and this really worried him, since the ruler apparently went further than everyone thought. He sent the hounds to different points to find the ruins for him, but so far these searches were unsuccessful, which meant that Zeke had a chance to find them first. But at that moment, someone fired a red flare. Now this could really become a problem for him. Therefore, the main character ran forward, not paying attention to either birds or animals. But the problem was that the enemies had already caught up with him, and there were only a few meters left between them. It was a typical hound trap, which they always used when they needed to kill the victim 100%. They drove it into the center, from where it was impossible to escape. This was exactly how he was killed in his past life. But now he had a system, and therefore an advantage. So far he had managed to repel the attacks of his enemies, even though there were more of them and the blows rained down on him from all sides. But these were just small potatoes the guy could handle. But he didn't take into account the fact that the hounds were made up of people of varying levels of training, and these were much more dangerous than those he had killed in the cave. They acted in a coordinated manner and blocked all his escape routes. Moreover, his enemies had surrounded him. The system said that he had a chance to escape, but then all his attempts to shift the blame onto McCain would fail, and he didn't want that. If so, it's time to get out a new trump card, even though I didn't want to. After which, Zeke whistled into the mini-horn and then detonated a smoke bomb, and the next moment, smoke hid the figure of the young man from prying eyes. When the smoke cleared, Zeke was no longer in the clearing, but the hound's commander ordered his men not to panic, since the trap was ready, which meant the boy would not escape them. What was also strange was that no one could detect the presence of the main character. It was hard to believe that they had managed to miss him, and then they no longer had time for the guy, as barbarians ran into the clearing and began killing people left and right. Yes, the hounds might provoke one or two barbarians, but now they attacked in a crowd, and this crowd was oh so strong. And all the attacks of the hounds were no stronger than a breath of wind for them. But the left punch hit the guy right in the head, and the guy no longer has a head. At this point, the hounds began to realize that the barbarians were furious, and that they could not cope with them. To survive, they had only one way out: to escape the trap. But even if the hounds started to run away, it's not a given that they'll succeed, since the barbarians are running after them. But all this played into Zeke's hands, and when the footsteps died down, he crawled out of his hiding place, which this time was underground. The barbarian horn, a military device of this tribe, served the main character well today. In his past life, Zeke was lucky enough to become friends with one of the Mohawks, and it was he who taught the boy how to make such things. But the horn could only be used once, so now it could be thrown away and the player could move on. The guy spent another day on the move until he arrived at his destination, where an unpleasant surprise awaited him in the form of a dragonborn with infected blood. Zeke had never seen anything like it in his life, and besides, this monster was sitting right next to the door to the ruins and had no intention of letting anyone in. It was clearly not possible to simply get through, so the guy used Dragonslayer techniques on the monster, and at one point he even managed to practically reach the door. And, as usual, everything didn't go according to plan, and the monster caught up with him, getting ready to swallow him. Now the monster was out of luck, as the main character dodged and managed to land a couple of significant blows on him. At that moment, Zeke noticed blood on his clothes, which was eating away at the fibers of the fabric. But even in this situation, Zeke had nowhere to retreat. which meant he needed to defeat the Hydra. Zeke tried with his sword to prevent the Gorgon from closing her teeth on his mortal body. You could even say it worked. But he clearly understood that the art of a Dragonslayer would not work against this monster. He didn't expect such a setup, of course, but he had no intention of giving up. Nevertheless, he understood that his skills were not enough to achieve an unconditional victory over the monster. There were about 30 meters left to the door, so it was necessary to calculate the options and ways out of the situation. And the first thing that came to his mind was to close the door to the Kaiser ruins using the system. When the door was completely sealed, the protagonist once again activated the art of Dragonslayers, after which he added the art of Storm to it and attacked the Gorgon. He even managed to cut off one of the monster's parts, which gave him a small head start and the opportunity to reach the door. But this creature was far from stupid and saw the man's maneuver, so it hurried to intercept him. Zeke was so inspired by the fact that he had managed to gain such trust that he did not notice the maneuver of his opponent, who had already bitten him well. Still, he didn't expect such agility from such a huge creature, but since she liked his hand so much, he would give her what she wanted. Along with his hand, he prepared a gift for the monster, which she would clearly not like. It's a good thing the healing factor was working in the background the whole time, so the severed arm grew back instantly, and now he could fight at full strength again. But the Gorgon had an unpleasant surprise in store for him there, too. It was a clear fog that instantly poisoned the young man, and only because he could control the ether and possess secret knowledge, he managed to inflict significant damage on the enemy even in this state. Now the monster had lost one of its heads, but that didn't mean anything. Although only one head remained, this head was the most embittered and powerful of all. The only way out the guy found was to use the dragon's dignity skill. So he began to threaten the Gorgon, saying that if she did not step aside and leave him alone, then he would kill her without regret. The most amazing thing is that the monster was frightened by this threat and broke out in a cold sweat, after which he slowly began to crawl underground, without even taking his severed parts. Now he could breathe a sigh of relief. Besides, the main character didn't think that the dragon's dignity would work against the Dragonborn. If he had known this earlier, he would have used this skill. But what was more interesting now was that he was very tired, despite the fact that infinite endurance had been active all this time. The worst thing was when he felt hellish pain throughout his body, without understanding the reason for this condition. It seemed that the level of poison that had entered his body had risen to a critical level. Things got worse when he realized that healing wasn't working for him, and he needed to find a way to survive. And it would be nice to gain the ability to resist poisons. To do this, the main character activated the gluttony skill. In this way, he absorbed the severed head of a dragonborn infected with polluted energy, so his gluttony rank was upgraded to life form absorption and reached the expert level. Thus, he also restored energy, and absorbed the ability of the absorbing creature's kind, and gained resistance to poison. After which, the system neutralized all the poison that was in the guy's body. Now it was possible to check the state of the system. It turned out that he had indeed pumped up gluttony, which had been impossible up until that moment. And after he absorbed the target life form, he received additional rewards. But he could not yet get acquainted with them, because he needed to move on and examine the ruins. It was once the home of the hero King Kaiser, a legendary figure who was half human and half fairy. Kaiser's life was hard from birth. He was separated from his parents due to a plot by evil magicians and abandoned in the forest. But the sacred wolf found the little, lonely, crying Kaiser in the forest and raised him, thanks to which the boy grew up safe and sound. But time passed, and the Kaiser grew up and saved the people, creating a kingdom in the center of the continent exclusively for them, and named it Kronos. Everyone in the central continent knows this legend, but now there are almost no documents left, and this story has become almost a fairy tale. But the proof that the hero King Kaiser and the kingdom of Kronos existed was now right before the eyes of the protagonist. But as he looked around, he began to realize that these ruins were much smaller than shown in the books, and in principle, he did not expect that the Kaiser ruins were the kingdom of Kronos. And so, a few moments later, the young man entered the Kaiser's house, which was somewhat reminiscent of his ancestor's house. But here too there was nothing except a strange crystal illuminated by a blue light. True, as soon as the main character reached out to this crystal, a new quest was activated. But the most interesting thing was that the guy would not be able to leave this building until the task was completed. If Zeke manages to cope completely, he will receive as a reward the tears of the monarch of the fairies, that is, the Kaiser's mother, and these tears will have to fulfill one human wish. The news of the reward, which consisted of such a treasure, surprised the protagonist, because it was something beyond the pale. But that could be thought about a little later. Now it was necessary to get an upgrade, and it turned out that 546 video recordings of the hero King Kaiser were found available for viewing. Of these, only 12 matched the protagonist's request, so the system immediately started playing them. Unfortunately, all of these recordings were made in an ancient language that is no longer used, so the system launched an automatic translation into the language of the central continent, which was understandable to the protagonist. Kaiser appeared on the video, talking to Shaitan, who was helping him make these videos. Meanwhile, the Kaiser tried to give advice to his descendants about how he learned to wield a sword. In his understanding, everything was very simple. You need to pick up a sword and swing it with all your might, for as long as possible. Then everything will definitely work out. And then something completely incredible happened. When the hero king swung his sword, it seemed to the protagonist that he had cut him in half, although this was impossible. But the pain was very real, as was the blood loss that accompanied this injury. However, when Zeke came to, there was not a scratch on him. But the realization came that the aura of the man from the video was so strong that it knocked him off his feet, even after a millennium. And after recovering from the shock, Zeke realized that he wanted to get these improvements from Kaiser at any cost. So he decided to watch the video a few more times. And at this pace, 4 days passed since he started training. Moreover, everything in this room was created for this, since there were 3 more doors here, the right one of which led to the food storage, and the supplies there should be enough for several months ahead. The second door led to the restroom, where there was everything for the complete comfort of a young man. If he wanted to take a bath, he did. If he wanted to sleep on a soft bed, he did. There were even a change of clothes. And behind the last door, various kinds of books and training equipment were collected. It was also difficult to swing a sword around the clock. It was necessary to switch attention. It immediately became obvious that this was a training ground for Kaiser's successor, so Zeke focused solely on being able to swing the sword tens of thousands of times. Even as time went by, he began to make progress and could imitate the form quite well. But he still couldn't feel the same thing as in the video. But suddenly, one day, the system reported that the young man had received the upgrade of the hero King Kaiser, an elemental sword, and could use its basic form. Now he had every chance to move to an advanced level of use. And then something incredible happened. The system summoned the spirit of the hero King Kaiser, who began to incarnate in this room. And in a few moments, he had regained his physical form and looked absolutely alive, healthy, and a completely young man. In principle, it seemed to Zeke that he was used to everything, and it was quite difficult to surprise him with something. But how wrong he was when he saw a legend in front of him. But the joy quickly ended when Kaiser attacked him. The man didn't even have to put in much effort to blow the main character to the wall with one gust of wind, and then demand that he immediately get to his feet and continue the fight. The Kaiser couldn't believe that some boy thought he could master his skill. The old knights would have covered their heads in ashes at such impudence. Zeke didn't understand what was going on, why the king was attacking him. Maybe this was some kind of test, the rules of which he didn't know. He was unable to finish his thought, as he needed to defend himself from a new attack. He managed to do this, but suddenly the realization came that they were really trying to kill him now. If that's the case, then I had to give myself completely to this fight, and I wouldn't be able to do that with a training sword. But with Bahamut, perhaps I could hold out, if I'm lucky. Having made this decision, the protagonist attacked his opponent, who threw him away like a bug. And in general, with each passing minute, Kaiser liked this fight more and more, because he was having fun, and that's the main thing. They had fun for quite a long time. Zeke, of course, expected something like this to some extent, but not to that extent. He was not happy to feel like an insect, helpless and small against the backdrop of such a strong opponent. And in order to somehow improve his situation, he activated all the skills that were available to him, combining them together for a new attack. But this didn't work either. But it did interest the king, because the guy was using the powers of a dragon, even though He wasn't a dragon. The guy didn't pay any attention to this, deciding that it was time to use the ether. The main character didn't remember what happened next, as he came to his senses lying on the rocks, not knowing whether he had won or lost. The guy had a vague hope that he had dreamed all of this, but it sank into oblivion as soon as he saw the Kaiser, content with his life, in front of him. In principle, the man was pleased with the young man because he had several interesting techniques. The power of a dragon and elemental power. This was unexpected, but interesting, and he could work with this further. But what was even more interesting was that part of the guy's soul was blocked by the spiritual world. This indicated that the young man had crossed the threshold of death many times in a human body, which explains the fact that he can use elemental power. While Kaiser had clarified things for himself at least a little, all his words sounded like gibberish to Zeke. So she asked the man to explain everything he had said above, but in human language. Kaiser wasn't going to answer that question, as he thought they had more important things to do, as Zeke had come here to learn how to use the king's upgrade, not to chat. Surprisingly, it turns out he wasn't against teaching the main character an elemental sword, which is based on the 4 elements, after which he demonstrated how this very elemental sword should work, using a wind force field. He then explained that for the demonstration he used the element of air, the wind field, and the storm blade, but the source of the elemental power he uses for the elemental sword was what the protagonist used to call ether. Zeke didn't understand how he could master all of this, because what he saw and heard was more like magic than fencing. Besides, if Kaiser uses ether, then why can't the protagonist sense it from the man? Most likely, the secret lay in some special way of transforming energy. So Zeke decided to ask the king this question. The only problem was that Kaiser didn't know how to explain what he was doing with such ease. For him, it was self-evident. Since the teacher can't explain, the main character will have to figure out the details himself. At that moment, the boy remembered that during the previous fight, Kaiser had accurately described his full power strike as elemental. So it was logical to assume that the boy's full power strike should also use elemental power. Only this was completely wrong. So he got hit on the head for stupidity. After all, he should be using elemental power, and not some incomprehensible technique of imitating a dragon's tongue. After all, the guy should understand that the dragon language is exclusively for dragons, which should not be used by people. After all, if a person uses the dragon's language, he involuntarily sacrifices something every time. After all, people and dragons have souls of different sizes, so the main character most likely produces a crude imitation of language. But Zeke will not be able to achieve the same effectiveness as a dragon. At that moment, the boy remembered that the last time he was in his ancestor's house, he saw the dragon's tongue when he absorbed Bahamut's heart. Then he saw a message that he learned the dragon's language, but then he could not use it. If his full power strike is based on the dragon language, then when he reaches a certain level, he will be able to unlock his language skills and be able to freely use the full power strike without any restrictions. But he had to think about that later. Right now, all his days were spent on improvement, which required more time than learning the basics. But thanks to the divine body, Kaiser's demonstrations, and many fights with him, the boy was able to understand the principle of the elemental sword. He realized that magic was activated by using mana according to a formula, just as the elemental sword used ether as a medium to restructure elemental power into spirit power. And once he understood the principle, he was able to summon and use elemental power, and it was no longer so difficult. By and large, Kaiser was pleased with his successor's performance, but the next stage would be more difficult, so they could rest a bit today. Rest is certainly good, but the protagonist had several questions that he would have liked to ask his reluctant mentor while he had the opportunity. The first question was that at their first meeting, the king had said that the boy was Shaitan's student, so he was interested to know what he meant. It turns out that Shaitan once said that people can't use elemental swords, so he created his own technique, which, by the way, Zeke uses. The Kaiser had nothing against this technique, but he was offended that Shaitan had only handed over his technique and left him out. But what could one expect from Draker? Only something like this. At that moment, Zeke's eyes became as thin as pennies, because they were talking about his distant ancestor, who was the Hero King's closest ally, a loyal knight, and the creator of the aura cultivation technique. The question arose here as to why everyone considered Terracon to be the founder of the Draker family, but no one had an answer to this question. So Zeke decided to ask about what the spirit world is, where it is, and why he feels spiritual power after studying the elemental sword, but still does not understand how and what it is connected with. But before he started speaking, Kaiser used the air elemental sword to shield Zeke from himself, after which he began to explain that technically there is a difference, but one can consider the realm of spirits to be a huge world, because the material world is more like the living world, and as soon as the physical body leaves the material world and enters the spiritual world, there is no way back, as if a wall is created that cannot be overcome, just like now. Now, it was interesting because Kaiser said that part of the main character's soul is connected to the spirit world, and the king himself has a physical body, even though he is a spirit. But how to explain this fact? The hero king also did not know yet, because before in his entire long life, he would never do such a thing. But there are several ways to cross the border. If we talk about the Kaiser himself, the dragon helped him cross this very border. And this news stunned Zeke again, because he believed that dragons usually do not help people. But the guy was absolutely wrong, because there is no one who would value people more than a dragon. Zeke couldn't believe it, how dragons could care about people. It was like hot ice. Impossible. True, perhaps in ancient times there were other relationships between people and dragons. Kaiser didn't understand why he had to explain such elementary things, since Zeke was living proof of these words. For the heart of Bahamut is felt within him, and his sword is made from his claw. Yes, this dragon had a difficult character, but he has a soft side. He cannot refuse anyone's sincere request. At that moment, Zeke realized that Kaiser and Bahamut were friends, and that they had a long and interesting history. And in order not to aggravate the situation, the protagonist said that Bahamut admired the Drakers, who served him for many years, and therefore gave parts of his body to them. This answer suited Kaiser just fine, and he didn't think the Black Dragon was all that bad, even though he often quarreled with Kronos afterward. At that moment, it began to dawn on Zeke that Kronos was not only the name of a kingdom, but the name of a dragon. After all, Kaiser was once a contractor for Kronos, so when it came time to come up with a name for the kingdom, he decided to name it after his loyal friend. It was all quite interesting to listen to, because 1,000 years ago people and dragons lived in peace with each other and did not interfere with their harmonious existence. But if such a mighty dragon were to help people without limit, the balance would be disturbed, and then risks would arise for the material world. Therefore, the dragons gave their powers and helped humanity in advance by concluding contracts with people, and the people who entered into contracts with them were called contractors. Now it is clear why ancient relics were created with the help of dragons. Yes, the time for talking was over, as was the time for rest. Now the last step remained for the main character to fully master Kaiser's skill, and he had to fight him. But this fight will be different from all the others, because Zeke can no longer sleep or eat, and the battle will continue until Kaiser deems it possible to stop. Moreover, Zeke is only allowed to use an elemental sword. Kaiser advised him not to break the rules, and clearly showed him what would happen to him if he considered himself the smartest. So the elemental sword is divided into 4 chapters, each of which corresponds to a certain element. The first and main one based on is the element of fire. It is the head of flame. It releases intense fire heat and boasts overwhelming destructive power. Next is the sword chapter, which is based on the earth element. She specializes in pressure and restriction through the manipulation of density and weight. After this comes the element of wind, perhaps one of the easiest, but at the same time difficult chapters. In terms of sheer power, it's certainly weaker than the Flame Master, but it's extremely versatile and suitable for sharp attacks, quick movement, and cutting through the air. And the element of water completes this cycle. If we talk about this chapter, it specializes in offense and defense, even suppression and support. It must be admitted that this force is like water, which flows and adapts. For quite a long time, the protagonist did not understand what was happening, because he should be ahead both in strength and in the scale of his attacks. Then where did such a huge difference between him and the mentor come from? At that moment, he remembered a moment from training. Then it seemed to us that he was on the right path. But this was not so, because he demonstrated not the power of water, but the power of a waterfall. All chapters except water work when a person releases verses, but the head of water is different from the others. It is not about strength, but about softness. Softness surpasses strength, and the main character should have remembered and felt this, but he just couldn't do it. The master's words seemed like nonsense to him, because softness could never surpass strength. Besides, if you remember his past life, Zeke lost because he didn't have the strength to resist any longer. He lost people because he didn't have the strength to protect them, to survive, and to maintain his principles, protecting what was dear to him. So he spent his whole life chasing power, and now someone tells him that softness is stronger? That he will never be able to accept such words? That he will never be able to be imbued with such a philosophy? The Kaiser exhausted him not only physically, but also mentally. So he even passed out for a few seconds, but he came to his senses in time and was able to block the king's blow. In the grand scheme of things, it must have been about 15 days, but that's not certain, since it was on the 15th that the guy stopped counting. If you think about it, it's probably been a month since I started this crazy training without food or rest. It wasn't because of this that the boy realized something. Infinite stamina is not enough. It is not omnipotent in the face of a monster that crushes even such an ability. And the Kaiser was such a monster. He knew no fatigue. He knew no respite. He had a goal, to train a successor. And he did it. And he no longer had any strength. Even the hand in which he held the sword began to stop obeying. The ground was also slippery, so it was extremely difficult to maintain balance, and at the same time it was necessary to block the enemy's blows. Only when he blocked the heaviest blow did he understand the simple truth. From the effort of holding the sword to the effort of simply standing, he needed to let go of all of it. Then he could open his heart and mind to the words of the master. The way he had trained all these years to control the path and shape of the sword had actually limited his freedom of action. So now he needed to break these unnecessary chains from beginning to end, to become like flowing water. In this way, he was going to let the water and himself find their own way. He had felt something similar once before in his past life, when the line between him and the sword blurred, and then a feeling of unity was born between the man and the blade. Sometimes it was painful, sometimes smooth, but it was real, just like now. The Kaiser was happy with his student's success, because he realized everything and let it in. Now the protagonist's elemental sword was beautiful and ready for battle. But the battle was over, and Kaiser was finally able to hand over his brainchild into worthy hands. It was morning when the protagonist began to come to his senses, realizing that this was the second time he had lost consciousness. This happened because he overused his skills, which exceeded the limits of fatigue, and for safety reasons, the user's consciousness was forcibly shut down by the system, and Kaiser also disappeared, and his house now resembled even more ruins than it had before, and the ruler apparently returned to the spirit realm, since he had already completed his mission. Left alone with himself, Zeke began to think about whether he had completed the quest or not, since he had to help in the last stage of the tests. As soon as he opened the system window, dozens of incoming messages started beeping. They said that the task was successfully completed, the time bonus was added to the rewards, and he also received a lot of different bonuses and rewards. And the most interesting thing is that there was a growth of the soul, which partially unsealed Bahamut's heart. The current seal level was 90%. Obviously, 10% was the maximum that the main character could withstand. It also became clear that the dragon language, which could not be unlocked with karma points, and the control of dragons must be linked to the seal level. So it would be necessary to carefully monitor the percentage ratio. And now it was time to collect the gifts that the system had prepared for completing tasks. The chests contained pieces of equipment, boots and greaves, and also earrings that increased and restored the wearer's mana by 15%. Of all these gifts, it was these earrings that attracted Zeke's attention the most, since they could be sold to the magicians for a very decent amount of money. Yes, the system has now offered to give you 3 random skill cards. After a few seconds, random skill cards were opened by the system. The first one was static electricity. The second one was a flash bomb. And the third one was dissonance. All of these skills were C rank, and that was already good, because if all the high-ranking skills were given for free, then all the efforts of the protagonist would have been meaningless. And so there was a point in training and growing further. Now the main thing was to understand how the acquired skills work. and the first thing he did was activate static electricity. The effect obtained was excellent, and this skill can be used in different ways depending on the situation. After all, if you combine a flash bomb and dissonance, you can expect an even greater effect than from the artifact the guy used in his last exam. Afterwards, Zeke was going to test the new system features that were unlocked after increasing his authority. These turned out to be quick slots for items. The main character could insert items here and then use them when needed. Yes, the guy had infinite stamina and a healing factor, but maybe it would be worth putting something in there, like a healing potion just in case. After all, even the ideal skills mentioned above have their weaknesses, and there's no guarantee that Zeke won't encounter a second Kaiser who will break his infinite stamina over his knee, so a healing potion would be ideal. Yes, it was an unexpected expense, but at the level he's at now, it was worth it and should be able to replace infinite stamina and healing factor for a while if needed. Now it was the monarch's turn to cry. Of course, he could have called upon this very monarch, but at the moment it seemed like an irrational waste of resources. After all, the guy remembered the legend according to which the fairy could fulfill one true wish of a person, so he did not want to lose such a prospect. That's why he decided to hide the bottle of tears for an emergency. Now it was possible to leave this destroyed place. Moreover, he used one of the acquired skills and teleported from point A to point B, and he found himself in an adventurer's outpost, where everything was as he remembered from his past life. The system never ceased to please him, because he could now select any point on the minimap and move to that very point quickly and reliably. The only drawback was that he had to use a large number of karma points to move, but if he had enough of them, he could even travel between continents. But now he tried to confuse his pursuers in this simple way. Suddenly he noticed that something very beautiful had begun to bloom around the flowers. This was strange, because in theory it should still be winter now. But it wasn't winter at all, and he missed the entrance ceremony at Valhalla Academy, where student life was already in full swing. And now Zeke came to bow to the rector of the academy, who was furious, because Zeke was the first cadet who arrived at the academy a month after classes began. The protagonist was also upset, because he couldn't lose this year. It was important for him to gain access to his ancestors' secret archive. Therefore, he had to convince the rector at all costs. And he began to tell that he went into a trance during his training alone in order to erase his shortcomings and lost consciousness for a long time. The man didn't believe this fairy tale, but the cadet could have come up with some better excuse that would have looked more plausible. Flaubert Borges is not used to trusting us, but in the past he served longer than all the captains of the royal guard of the kingdom of Tibia and was the most respected resident of the entire continent. This person values honor and principles, so appealing to emotions will only produce the opposite reaction. Therefore, the main character insisted on his own, so the rector decided to give him a chance. And besides, he was personally recommended by the head of the academy, Draker. But all this will not be for nothing. The guy will have to show the results of his training, which will be evaluated by a committee, and if they consider the guy worthy of continuing his education, he will continue. If not, he will leave the walls of this educational institution. And within a few minutes, the training hall was prepared, and all the teachers from different faculties were gathered to evaluate the main character's skills. Moreover, every professor here was a famous knight, whom the guy had seen at least once in his life in the news feeds, which spoke of the high level of this academy. And now that everyone was gathered here, Flaubert ordered the main character to show everything he was capable of if he wanted to continue studying here. And now Zeke stood before this commission and thought about what interesting thing he could show them so as not to be exposed and to move on. It's clear that there's no need to show him an elemental sword, but a simple old trick won't work here either. The decision came instantly. He needed to show at least a little bit of what the guy was truly capable of. That's why the aura blade seemed like the perfect solution, and such a beautiful, perfectly powerful one at that. But this time the guy overdid it, because it meant that he had reached the level of a blue knight at the age of 15, and the previous record was set by his brother Abel at 19. And this was not at all according to plan. It's just that after several months of endless training with Kaiser, Zeke forgot how to restrain his aura, and now he screwed up a little. But the good thing about the situation was that the commission members thought he was only at the level of a blue knight, which wasn't entirely true, but no one needed to know about that. After all, before meeting Kaiser, his aura was indeed at the level of a blue knight, But after he mastered the elemental sword, including the head of water, his aura also broke through to a new level, and as a result, he reached the stage of a red knight. The key difference between these two knights is the use of the aura blade. The aura blade is a technique that covers the sword with a thin and sharp layer of aura to increase the weapon's lethality. The blue knight is only able to manifest and maintain it. But the red rating is a completely different story. It is already capable of freely manipulating its form, while at the same time maintaining its lethality. Now the guy praised himself for stopping only at the manifestation of the aura blade, because if he had gone even half a step further, his life could have become more difficult than he would have liked. At that moment, Flaubert approached him, who abruptly changed his attitude towards him, and now showed kindness, good nature, and joy that such a student would study with them. The commission members also didn't mind, since such a manifestation of the blade's aura was rare even among active knights, so there was no point in further testing. From that moment on, Zeke was officially accepted as a student at Valhalla Academy. But this time, the main character was not destined to live in a dormitory. He had a personal house in Atlas. At this point, even though the boy had a black card that his father had given him, such a huge house seemed like an unjustified luxury to him. All these thoughts disappeared from his head as soon as he returned home in the middle of the night, where, as if by magic, a congratulatory surprise was waiting for him. The guy could only guess what wind had brought Dexter and Andre here, who were also dressed as clowns. But all the questions had to be put off for later, and celebrate. But out of curiosity, the guy asked Dexter why he was here, and not in his garden at the academy. It turned out that Dexter was called by the head of the clan of the Fortress of the Four Seasons, and since last month, he personally decided that he will rule this name. Andre got a job in Valhalla as a professor's assistant, so he also intended to live here. Night fell, and while everyone was recovering from the drinking, Zeke decided to visit another establishment. He ordered himself a beer and indicated that he wanted to see Kay. The atmosphere around immediately changed dramatically, from friendly and relaxing to tense and hostile. But this didn't frighten the main character at all. He was always ready for any fight. But as soon as the boys realized that he was Draker, their ardor waned, and everyone took their previous places. And the bartender was already opening a secret passage in front of the main character, escorting him to the head of this department. Zeke reminisced about the old days as he walked through this passage, which was adorned with 3 layers of protective magic. In general, before the protagonist's regression, there were 2 groups that could boast of being the largest information-gathering organizations on the continent. The first was the Order of the Black Knights of Drakers, and the second was the Bureau of Information of the Roman Empire. But there was another organization known in narrow hands, and this is the Syndicate. At first glance, they were an ordinary gathering of profiteers, but after Kay joined this organization, she managed to build an entire information network. Around this time, the protagonist was supposed to be expelled from the academy and would encounter the McCains, where he would make a career for himself as an unrivaled assassin. Since his career was dizzying, Kay came to him one day with a request to clear an important communication route. She then wanted to expand the transportation network she owned to grow the Syndicate into an organization that would keep up with the Black Order and the Bureau of Information. And with her stubbornness and talent, she took over the Syndicate for herself. And after Zeke lost everything he had, it was she who brought him information about a strange artifact hidden in the northern mountains, which could help him. Now, events developed a little differently, but information is also a weapon, just like it was with Abel at the blessing ceremony. You can never know how the future will change if you make different decisions. And now the main character sits down at the table in front of his old acquaintance, who has not changed at all since his past life. The woman was curious about what the rising star of the Draker family was doing in this place, and why exactly he needed her. Kay wasn't in the mood for going around in circles, so she demanded that Zeke get straight to the point. It was simple. The main character wanted to establish trade relations with the Syndicate. It sounded interesting, but the woman still didn't understand the guy's motives. It was clear that things wouldn't be that easy with Kay, and besides, she already knew a lot about Zeke, so she needed to act more decisively. So he took out those very ancient earrings and asked the girl to look at them more closely and only then make a decision. Kay had seen similar things before, so it wasn't hard to guess their properties. but she couldn't help but try them on out of curiosity. But as soon as the artifact was activated, it became clear that it was no match for the others, as the recovery rate was approximately 15%, which seemed impossible. After all, in general, similar artifacts could boast only a 1% recovery rate, and the best of them 3. And here, such a unique miracle appeared. It was clear that Kay was impressed, so Zeke suggested continuing the conversation. The guy didn't demand the impossible from the girl. She would simply have to trade valuables in his name, having come up with the name for him. He prepared the main questions, as well as the documents for this, and she only had to finish the small details. Besides, the terms of the contract were quite generous, so there was no point in resisting and playing hard to get. And the guy already knew that she was a witch, which meant he also had access to information. That could have been the end of it for today, since the conditions suited everyone. But Zeke started talking about the ghost ship that belonged to Kay. The atmosphere suddenly took a turn for the worse, and the girl's security guards were ready to attack the guest. Zeke wasn't scared, because he was just asking. And they immediately started threatening him, asking if they were ready to take responsibility for this act if anything happened. Kay and her comrades were clearly not ready. They were too overwhelmed and frightened by the main character's energy. They should have run, but their legs wouldn't obey them at all. It was clear that this guy wasn't who he claimed to be, because even if the entire syndicate had attacked him now, he would definitely have lost. But he, as if nothing had happened, suggested changing the situation and continuing the conversation. There was nothing else to do, so they moved into the office, where Zeke immediately handed over the text of the magical oath. Wizards often use this oath to ensure their safety. The text is always standard, but since it is signed in blood, it works perfectly. A mark immediately appears on the hands of people who sign this oath, and if any of them wants to harm the other, they will die. Kay was glad that the guy knew about the oath, and therefore was obliged to sign it, since she needed insurance, because there were few things that could come to the mind of a rich heir. For Zeke, this was not a problem, so he signed. Moreover, he was ready to sign such vows even every day, if only the girl would trust him. Since they were now partners, it was time to talk about business. The guy knew that the girl's ship was currently carrying a soma from McCain's possessions. Kay didn't know where the guy got this information from, but he was absolutely right. In general, soma is a drug that is prohibited in the kingdom, and right now its breeding ground was the southern region. This wasn't news, so Zeke concluded that the Beyond House most likely had a hand in this matter. It was the transcendent house of Ishtar that currently controlled all land trade routes, and did not allow foreigners into its domains, which made things more difficult for everyone. There was still the option of a sea crossing, but even here not everything was so smooth, since Pabella controlled most of the routes. But Kay took a risk, and is now in the game. It's understandable that she wanted to become a major player, but you have to understand that Pabella and McCain won't budge that easily. They're at odds with each other, and only the forest, which serves as a border between them, cools their art. Pabella was currently using sea routes to transport the soma, while McCain was using land routes. But now the McCains also have problems because of Ishtar, which closed its borders, so they also need access to the sea. Kay knew all this herself, but she couldn't understand how the main character knew about her ship. Zeke couldn't say that he knew everything about his past life, so he began to hint that information brokers don't give up their sources. Moreover, the guy knew that now Kay should be considering Pabella's proposal, and in his opinion, it would be best if Kay refused the offer. This would slow down both groups and give the syndicate a chance to rise. After all, Pabella is not just a group of criminals, they are pirates who were defeated by the Knight of Silver. Kay flared up. She didn't believe the guy, because Pabella was different from the pirates. They had their own laws and steadfast principles. She might or might not believe Zeke, but the truth was that Pabella only wanted the syndicate's sea route, after which they would destroy her beloved ship without batting an eye. The protagonist will not tell her anything else until she brings him to Don Juan, and if she copes with this task, then he will make her the head of the syndicate. After this, Zeke left, but he was pleased with himself, as he had lit a spark that would soon become a flame and consume all the local mafia bosses. The protagonist's student life had also begun, but the atmosphere at this educational institution was different from that at the Cradle and Draker Academy. Here, everyone felt truly free. Today, even the head of the academy found someone who would give Zeke a tour of the grounds. This very man, whom the rector selected for the excursion, turned out to be a very eccentric person. Therefore, an awkward pause hung between the young people. They were so different from each other. But after meeting, he even tried to establish contact, saying that Zeke would need a lot of time to remove the spirit of the previous academy from his body and get into the new rhythm of life. Only all his attempts passed by the main character. But even so, this guy was not particularly worried, and continued to talk in the same spirit, promising to show every nook and cranny within the walls of this educational institution. But Zeke's attitude toward the young man changed dramatically when he learned that he was Diego, a preacher of a new era of fusion between traditional Southern drums and central melodies. However, Zeke did not show his reaction, but was ready to tolerate the strangeness of his new acquaintance, knowing who he would become in the future. And he will become a knight of rhythm, destined to become one of the 5 Knights of Heaven. The Knights of Heaven are the 5 knights who will play a key role in the Continental War. So now it was time to think about where these future heroes could be encountered. Meanwhile, the tour reached a cafe that was full of exquisite and delicious dishes. For example, one of them was made from dragon shark, which even a southern native like Diego recognized as the best on the continent. But the main character wanted to hear the history of the dishes, and why Diego ended up at this academy. Everything turned out to be simple and complicated at the same time, because the young man's parents were the rulers of a small kingdom in the south, and therefore status played a big role. This was not surprising, since the southern continent consists of a coalition of small kingdoms, and from the kingdom of Cusco, most of the inhabitants moved to the central continent after the collapse of the kingdom of Cosca in a civil war. However, the kingdom still existed, and this guy was a prince. Of course, it was unlucky for a country to have such an unreliable future ruler, but the main character did not say this out loud. But all the explanations boiled down to the fact that the older generation demanded that the traditional paired fencing of the royal family be inherited by someone. And this someone turned out to be Diego, which is why he was sent to this academy. But fencing didn't interest him at all, and the boy dreamed of becoming a great musician in the future. Lunch was over, and it was time to attend a lecture. It turned out that at this academy, every student could attend those lectures that were interesting and useful. But today, everyone had to attend a class. Everything would be fine, except that most of the students paid close attention to the main character, recognizing in him the well-known, youngest, and most talented member of the Draker family. But the prince had never heard of him. The prince really didn't understand who he was talking to, and thought that Zeke didn't take off his gloves because he was a tough guy and stuck to his convictions. And he had no idea that the person in front of him was a pure-blooded awakened one. It was touching to see a man who had traveled such a long way from one continent to another and had never heard of purebred gloves. So it was no wonder that Diego was now in a stupor. But then the guy quickly calmed down and started making fun of the main character, saying that if he was Draker, he could have paid for the dinner himself. Meanwhile, Flauret Borges approached the pulpit and asked for silence. Zeke looked at the man carefully, thinking that there were a lot of people in the audience, for that very reason. But he was mistaken. Today's lecturer would be none other than Dexter, who had recently returned from the battlefield. Such a spectacular appearance did not really come as a surprise to Zeke, since the master had already returned to the Fortress of Four Seasons, so it was expected that he would begin a definitely international activity. Meanwhile, the Black Knight took his place at the lectern, beginning his long speech, thanking everyone for still remembering him. While at first all the students were happy to have the opportunity to see the legendary man, in the middle of the lecture, many fell asleep. After all, Dexter Draker had been showing off for 2 whole hours without a break, and he had no intention of stopping. But suddenly the reactor pushed him away from the microphone, saying that the man's time for performance was over, and it was time to invite another guest for the day. This girl needed no introduction, as everyone in the audience knew the guardian knight of the Draker family, who found time in her busy schedule to visit the academy. Indeed, it was impossible not to recognize the platinum white hair and white full armor, because this was the Knight of White Silver, Carly Draker. It is not surprising that this girl was known and respected, because at one time, when Aston was teeming with pirates and they committed lawlessness, it was she who began to cleanse this scum immediately after she became a knight of her house. And after just 5 years, there were no more pirates left, and people could live in peace. After this, the city flourished under the protection of the Draker family, becoming the largest port city, and the surviving pirates fled and hid in the south, near the Republic of Dorda, while Carly received her knowledge for clearing Aston and was titled a Knight Guardian at a very young age. This was an achievement that even Abel could not achieve. Zeke was extremely surprised. He understood perfectly well that some distinguished guest was supposed to attend the lecture, but he could not have expected that it would turn out to be his older sister. But she was not just a knight, but a direct competitor of Abel Draker. The only problem was that the main character didn't recognize her. Not because he had never heard of her, but because by the time he regressed, the girl was already dead. Suddenly, the silence of the audience was broken by her scream. She ordered everyone to be silent, scaring them to death. After all, despite the presence of the teacher, the students continued to talk among themselves, and Valhalla, from which she graduated, was not so undisciplined. And if their ancestors saw all this now, they would definitely tisk with disapproval. Each student must understand that the world they live in was not given to them for nothing. It was built on the sweat and blood of their ancestors, and simply keeping this fact in mind does not mean anything. These thoughts begin to really mean something only when everyone believes in their actions. Only through training and strict discipline would it be possible to follow a true code of honor, and only then could every student call themselves a true knight. The girl believed in this unconditionally. Soon her lecture came to an end, and the students couldn't decide which part they liked more. Carly's creepy part, or Dexter's boring part. Zeke was going to try to find the secret archives of Terracon while he had time, but his plans remained just plans, as Carly stopped him with the clear intention of talking. Only their conversation continued in the training hall using swords. It was no wonder that the boy's eye caught the mithril sword that the Holy Empire had given his sister. After all, the Holy Empire had also suffered from problems with pirates before, and in gratitude for freeing them from them, they gifted the girl with a sword made of pure mithril and armor, which is why they nicknamed her the Silver Knight. But there was no time to think about this, since he needed to warm up a little before the start of the duel that his sister had asked for. He understood that the girl already knew that he was about at the level of a blue knight, so he couldn't slack off. He wasn't planning on showing his full strength, but he still had to show something. He would have liked to train hard, but she wasn't the only one who was interested in how strong he was, so revealing his cards wasn't in his plans. Besides, the foundation of the Draker family has always been the survival of the fittest, and reaching the blue level at 15 years old is unheard of. If everyone finds out that Zeke is actually at the red level, then his direct enemies for the inheritance will try all methods to destroy him. Right now, it was best for him to secure the support of the Beyond House, because he had no intention of dancing to the tune of his own family in the future. Meanwhile, the sparring began, and the participants crossed their blades. At that moment, the protagonist realized that he needed to turn off his healing factor so as not to let his sister down, as she was neither the weakest nor the most stupid opponent, and could easily guess his secret. The guy hadn't experienced such excitement for a long time, except during fights with Kaiser. Carly was already at the level of a red knight, so at some point he missed her blow and received his first wound, and he had to restrain his strength at the level of a blue knight. It was difficult, as was parrying her blows. His sister did not give him a minute's rest without getting tired or feeling sorry for him. At one point, she even praised the protagonist's sword, since in a similar situation, not every blade could withstand her onslaught and would break. But this one steadfastly endured every blow, protecting its owner. But at some point, Zeke increased the distance and decided that he could take a breath and relax a little. But this was one of his mistakes. After all, before Carly became known as the Silver Knight, she had another famous nickname, given to her because her aura blade was like a giant sword. And now, she showed it off in all its glory. But no matter how hard it was, Zeke was able to jump aside at the last moment and not get hurt. But this was not enough, and a second later he was thrown into the wall. But nevertheless, he continued to stand on his feet, thinking that this was a convincing enough performance and should satisfy his older sister. Zeke was right again, as the older sister was impressed by this sparring. After all, by blocking her last blow, he exceeded all her expectations. But she didn't start this fight just like that. She had one request for him, but she didn't have time to voice it, because her younger brother lost consciousness due to internal injuries. To help the boy, she got hold of one of their family's healing herbs and forced him to drink it. Meanwhile, the protagonist gave the system the order to reactivate the healing factor, thus beginning the healing of his body, which should not have aroused the girl's suspicions. Overall, everything went well, and the reactivation of the suspended healing factor was also planned in advance, as was the fact that he held back his power during the fight just enough to make it seem like he had only just reached the level of a blue knight, and when the blade flew at him, he deliberately exposed himself to the blow instead of parrying it. And for some reason, there was a strange delay just before the impact, after which everything went like clockwork. He allowed Carly's aura to enter his body, despite being able to directly block it with his own, which naturally caused him internal injuries. Now his sister is convinced that he does not have full control over his aura, and in theory she should mistakenly believe that he suffered from overexertion. Maybe that was the case, but the girl didn't say so, instead asking the guy to call her his older sister, after which they went to a quiet corner on the outskirts of Atlas, which was extremely strange. The interesting thing was that they were sitting in an ordinary carriage, but inside it was a huge space that was impossible to guess, as it was created by magical camouflage. So it was the perfect atmosphere for conversation. The conversation actually began, and it was quite serious, because the girl asked the protagonist to help her destroy Abel. Right now, Abel is breaking one of the core principles of their family, the oath of neutrality, and is actively participating in the conflict between the Roman Empire and Alencia, on the side of the Empire. Zeke didn't expect his brother to take action so early, so he wondered if anyone in the Four Seasons Fortress still knew about it. But absolutely everyone knew about this, but they successfully turned a blind eye. Overall, the Order has split into two parts at this point, with a faction within the Council of Elders supporting Abel and the Empire. Only a few of them still remain neutral. The Council's conservatives have chosen the path of least resistance. It's only a matter of time before they change their name to their brother's side. Now Carly's people were investigating the levers the man was pushing, but they couldn't afford to wait for him to make a mistake, because if they allowed him to do whatever he wanted, a full-scale war could break out at any time. Therefore, the elder sister decided to create a force capable of stopping Abel and not allowing him to start a war. After all, he is now gradually raising the highest ranks of the Drakers to his ranks. Most likely, he believes that everyone of lower rank will follow him on their own. However, true knights do not bow to authority, but act only in the name of justice and the common good. And it is for this reason that she, true to her principles, plans to gather under her flag the knights of the Fortress of the Four Seasons, just like her. But it wasn't in her nature to force anyone to follow her, so she doesn't force Zeke to take one side or the other, because as a pure-blooded awakened one, he has a great and bright future ahead of him in any case. Now the guy better understood what kind of person was sitting in front of him. He saw in this girl strong convictions, but at the same time enough flexibility to sacrifice them for the common good. Carly paused for a moment and then continued. She understood that if something went wrong, Zeke could be labeled a traitor, so he should think carefully before making his final decision. But he had already made a decision, even though he was still inexperienced. But he asked for permission to join her righteous cause, which was approved by his sister. At this point, his meeting with his older sister ended, and he could begin searching for his ancestors' library. And as he walked towards the designated point on the map, he reflected on how he had tried to leave his family because he wanted to avoid Abel's interference while he was preparing his forces for war. But now he had people on his side who shared his goal, so by and large, he no longer had any reason to leave his family. In fact, everything worked out for the best. He could stay in the family and keep an eye on Abel. Carly would be at the head of their supporters. He would get less attention. Now he wanted the main role in his plan to be played by his older sister, even though in the past she had been unable to defeat Abel. Despite all her merits, she was not a pure-blooded awakened. But if he took her side, then it was quite possible to tip the scales in their favor. After some time, he stood in the room that should have housed his ancestors' secret archive. He just didn't expect to see some useless old books. But that's exactly what he saw. It seemed to him that if this archive was marked by the system, then something crazy would be hidden here, like a heart or a fang of Bahamut. but there was nothing here. Only when he accidentally stepped on a stone, the system launched an update, and a closet began to materialize in front of it. Moreover, he received a strange message stating that the secret archive of Tarek and Draker had been synchronized and updated by a third-party administrator, Zeke Draker. Something that suggested that the ancestor was also using the system. True, he didn't particularly want to delve into the intricacies and subtleties right now. So the guy asked the system to find him something that would help him become stronger right now. And only one book was found according to his request. This was the True Dragon Sword Study Guide. The most interesting thing is that the main character has never heard of such a technique before, but everything happens for the first time. And this book was written by the closest associate of the king, the hero, Kaiser Saturn Draker. The book's preface stated that Saturn Draker was to share the reasons why he sought to develop the essence of the true dragon sword. At that time, the connection between humans and dragons began with the great hero king, thanks to whom the pathetic humans were able to formulate contracts with higher beings, dragons. However, the dragons did not help people because of any good or bad motives. The fact was that people have always been weak, and the dragons sincerely pitied them. So soon the number of contractors increased dramatically, and their civilization spread across the continent. Saturn couldn't shake off the heavy feelings about the rapid growth of the dragons and their contractors, and it frightened him. After all, if these creatures help people out of pity, they can at some point turn away from people, direct their power against them. If suddenly their fears become reality, then humanity will be completely defenseless, and will be wiped off the face of the earth in one night. So he set out to find a way to resist the dragons. At first he turned to magic, but magic was the first gift of the dragons to people. They drew circles on the hearts of people who were previously unable to generate mana, thereby gifting them with magic. Therefore, using magic against dragons was absurd. So he thought about the elemental ball of the hero king, which even dragons feared. But this power was only available to those who inherited the blood of the fairy monarch. So he threw all his efforts into developing a new force, this time exclusively human. But the irony of fate was that the one who helped him most in his research was the contract dragon of the hero king, Kronos. He himself stated that he was doing this out of boredom, but there was a certain determination in his words, and after some time, they found an aura, a power not based on any of the elements, nor on mana, something that only humans could manifest. Having discovered this clue, Saturn continued his research into the aura even after the hero king had passed into the spirit world. But it did not take long for him to reap the fruits of his labors, and he described the principles of forming and controlling the aura and its application in swordsmanship, and distributed the manual for the study of the true dragon sword throughout all the kingdoms. However, in the world of dragons, their artifacts offered quick and easy power. Few were interested in the true dragon sword, which gave strength in exchange for hard work. It was fortunate that his fears of dragon betrayal had not yet come true, but he knew that the day would come when this fencing would be useful to someone. So he asked the person who found this manual to master the technique described in it. At that moment, the system presented the protagonist with a new quest, in which he would have to master the secret technique of the heavenly dragon sword. True, there was a time limit, but rewards were also offered for completing it. Moreover, as a reward, he will receive the coordinates of the treasury of the kingdom of Kronos, where there should be many interesting artifacts. The only problem was the time limit, so it would most likely be more difficult to master this data than the elemental sword. Of course he would complete the task, but for the first time, the boy clearly understood that his ancestor was right. It was unknown how much time had passed since the death of the hero king, but what Saturn feared had happened: a war between dragons and people. And it would be nice to learn something more interesting on this topic, so he asked the system to find useful information in the secret archive. Perhaps some Terraconn diary or something like that was stored there. The system found one magical visual recording, which the system reproduced. The space around the main character changed, and he moved to an unknown place. Suddenly, a huge dragon appeared in front of him, and in order to withstand the onslaught of this monster, the guy activated a mental defense skill. Because the realism of this recording was simply off the charts. Suddenly, Zhu heard the voice of a man calling the dragon by name, and it was behind him. The voice belonged to a man who was a monster in an entirely different sense of the word. It gradually dawned on Zeke that he was in the recording itself, and if he had found it in the secret archives of Terrakan, then he was now viewing the legendary final battle of his ancestor with the dragon. But something strange was happening, and it wasn't just that the recording was a little glitchy, but that the dragon and the man were behaving extremely unusually. Terrakan was waiting for something. The dragon was waiting too, and then Bahamut said that he was disappointed in his contractor, and this put the protagonist into a state of shock. Believing that a distant ancestor was a dragon contractor, like Kaiser and Kronos, was difficult, unexpected, and beyond comprehensible. Suddenly everything around became quiet. The guy could no longer hear any voices. Meanwhile, the dragon and the man were talking about something, and Zeke wanted to hear the words, but he couldn't. And at that moment he remembered the words of Kaiser, who said that a dragon could not harm its contractor in any way, and if betrayal occurred, it would only be on the part of a human. And now he saw how Terrakan killed Bahamut. Zeke watched with wide eyes as Bahamut was killed, and then his corpse turned to ash and scattered across the wasteland. And then, out of nowhere, the dragon heart appears in front of the man. And it was strange, because when a dragon dies, usually its body disappears into the dust, barely leaving behind remains. Here, a whole heart and a fang. Still, given that pure-blood armor is made from dragon skin, perhaps Bahamut's death was not as simple as it seemed at first glance. At this point, the recording ended, and the guy returned back to the library. The good thing about this whole situation was that during the visit to the Great Central Library, the secret archives of Terrakan had been synchronized with the system, and could now be viewed anytime and anywhere. So Zeke immediately watched it again. But as expected, interference started in the same scene, and he couldn't hear what the dragon and the human were discussing near the end of the recording. Naturally, he couldn't leave empty-handed, so he mastered all the new information by gradually combing through the archive. Zeke realized, at least, that the manual for studying the true dragon sword stood at the origins of the creation of the art of dragon fighting. But Terrakan at one time simplified the obviously difficult-to-learn aspects. Now this art was easier to learn, but its effectiveness was significantly reduced, to the point that it was no longer capable of even causing serious injury to dragonborn monsters, despite its grandiose name. However, if you implement your own special techniques, you can achieve the desired effect. But what bothered Zeke most were the discrepancies between the Dragonslayers' story for the people and Terrakan's real diary. Nowadays, everyone uses the legend of the Dragonslayer, which says that Terrakan defeated Bahamut and started a golden age of peace and prosperity. So it's a typical hero tale. Yes, the general elements of this tale coincide with Terrakan's diary, but there is no mention of a contract between the dragon and the man. And then one day, Zeke received a letter from Kay, which said that she had studied every legend about the Dragonslayer from her continent, even those that were not translated into the common language. Naturally, none of these legends said that humans ever made contracts with dragons, nor that legendary figures like Kaiser or Terrakan were contractors. But as she continued her research, she noticed something strange. All the sources were suspiciously talking about the same thing, as if it was all coordinated, and as soon as she wanted to look into the matter further, the Drakers personally sent her a warning not to do so. Therefore, her syndicate refused to continue carrying out this task. Zeke expected something like this. It was obvious that the Draker family was restricting access to information about their legendary ancestor. The question remained open as to why his family was doing this, since its fame was built on the legend of Terrakan and Bahamut. So why filter the information so heavily? But as soon as he came home and decided to look through the secret archive of Terrakan again, he felt that uninvited guests had appeared in his house. Why is that? Because today was a day off for the entire staff, including Derek. Dexter and Andre were also not expected to return from the mission anytime soon, so there were clearly strangers in the house. Therefore, the first thing he did was to find out through the system how many people were in the house, and it turned out that there were two of them, one inside, one outside. It's clear that it was necessary to find out not so much who these guys were, but who sent them. Of course, he had a hunch that he now wanted to test, so he caught his enemy a little off guard. The man hadn't answered him yet, but Zeke understood that he could most likely have been sent by Abel, who had learned about the union of the younger brother and the older sister. In order to extract information, the protagonist attacked the uninvited guest, showing that he could ask questions in a difficult way. To his credit, the uninvited guest was quite good in combat. Now Zeke understood his opponent better after they crossed blades. Because you can hide your face behind a mask, but you can't disguise your fencing style. This dagger-wielding technique belongs exclusively to the Gorka kingdom of the northern continent. The rangers of this kingdom are known as the most capable guardians of the continents, and they specialize in a distinctive curved dagger called a kukri. They are often hired for important missions in the central region. At least, if the uninvited guest really is like that, then it is unlikely that Abel hired him. Moreover, the guest was quite cautious, because even when the guy naturally showed weaknesses in the fight, the man never tried to continue the offensive. So it is logical to assume that his goal was not to kill, but to capture the main character. And at that moment, a bomb flew at Zeke from the guy who was outside. Most likely it was a tranquilizer to make Zeke lose consciousness and stop twitching. As expected, the stuff had an earthy taste of mandrake root, which is often used in sleeping pills. It goes without saying that the system immediately activated resistance to various poisons, and the sleeping pill had no effect on the guy. But he was curious about what would happen next, so he pretended to be asleep. It was getting light, and the main character was brought to a house on the outskirts of Atlas. And Zeke had already regained consciousness and was carefully examining the man who had kidnapped him. Surprisingly, his kidnapper turned out to be Cliff Reinhardt. In a past life, the main character had already met this person and done business with him. Reinhardt Central Trading Company is one of the 10 most successful companies based in the Kingdom of Valencia. If we recall the past, Cliff, just like the main character himself, opposed the Empire. And one day, he gave the guy important information, with the help of which he and his minions were able to deal a critical blow to the Empire. But after that incident, Reinhardt for some reason returned to his doomed kingdom, where he met his end. The man looked quite healthy, and even apologized to the protagonist for having to resort to such an extravagant method to see him. The Rangers immediately untied him, and the guy wanted to move straight to discussing the reason why he was there. The man was in a hurry to start a conversation, hoping that the current situation would at least slightly unsettle the guy and give him an advantage in the conversation. But Draker is Draker, no matter how young he is. And so he immediately took the reins of the conversation into his own hands. The first thing Cliff decided to do was ask the young man to look through the documents in the folder. It was a list of patients stricken by the new epidemic, circulating throughout the central continent. But the main character didn't quite understand why he needed these documents. The names and photos of the infected. At that moment, his gaze caught the name of one woman, Elena Stone. At that moment, the guy realized that this woman was the mother of his first subordinate, Liam, because she really suffered from scarlet flower fever, but recovered thanks to the recipe that he gave to his friend. However, he pretended not to understand the essence of what was happening, so that Cliff would move on to the most interesting part. And the man went on to say that the disease was very painful and guaranteed to be fatal. But among all those who fell ill, there was one woman who survived. But her doctor refused to tell how he managed to save her life. Therefore, the man assumed that Zeke had information regarding this situation. This behavior suggested that the kidnapping was arranged so that he would tell about a recipe for a medicine that could make good money. But still, something didn't add up, because the man the main character knew in the past was very smart and would not have kidnapped the heir of the Draker family. There was something else that he was not telling. This meant he needed to be provoked into taking action. So he confessed that he knew the recipe for the medicine, and it worked. The man jumped up and began asking, almost begging, to give him the recipe, because he was ready to pay any price for it. But Zeke wasn't going to give in so easily, and asked the man to slow down a bit, as such behavior was unacceptable for a business person. It became obvious that Cliff was not here for the money. So it was possible to take advantage of this and make a deal, as befits business people. So Zeke offered a prescription for a drug in exchange for performing 3 quality services. The man might be worried, because the protagonist wasn't going to demand anything that his guild couldn't handle. Cliff agreed, so Zeke wrote out a prescription for the medicine and gave it to his opponent. Although no, he still has one more personal question left, because this curiosity will not let him sleep. He wondered who Cliff was trying so hard for. Who needed this medicine? The man didn't intend to give his name, so he tried to get out of it by saying he wanted to make money from it. But his body's reaction gave him away. But the guy kept pressuring him. So Cliff gave in and admitted that he was looking for a cure for a member of the royal family of Valencia. But he couldn't say the exact name. But that wasn't necessary, because Zeke began to suspect something. It was obvious that the person this man was trying for was close to his heart, and that had to be respected. Yes, and apparently there was still time before the start of the Continental War, and forming a connection with the royal family of Valencia now could be useful in the future. So Zeke did not insist on an answer any further. True, he considered that this day would be ideal not only for handing over the prescription for the medicine, but also for voicing the first request. Surprisingly, the guy first asked Cliff to find him some work in the guild. To be more precise, Zeke needed a cover name to use temporarily in the south of the continent, as there is plenty of crime there, so half measures would not work. However, the Reinhardt Trading Company has a sufficient level of trust to periodically interact with the cartels. The guy spoke beautifully, but the man understood what he was getting at, and if that was all, then maybe the guy would want to use the man's cousin's name. If so, then everything is great. But in addition to a name, the main character also needs his own permanent transportation channels and his own house where his goods will be stored. Besides all this, he now needs horses to get back home, and since Cliff started this whole mess, he will have to give up the horses that brought him here. At this point, the meeting was over, and the Rangers had to escort the protagonist to the horse. But the guy expected Cliff to agree to his demands, but obviously the person for whom he was trying was very dear to him. Meanwhile, the Rangers actually brought the protagonist to a horse on which he can ride home. At this point, the young people's duties were completed, so they were about to leave. But it's not that simple. At that moment, the main character called out to them, asking if it could be considered that from that moment, the contract with Reinhardt was terminated. But the most interesting thing is that he addressed the guys in their native language, which surprised them quite a bit. Moreover, the young man wanted to hire them to free one prisoner from the Macken's captivity. He also offered a very decent sum of money for completing this mission. But if that was not enough, he was ready to double this amount. But it wasn't about the money, but about the protagonist's personality itself, since the king of the country of Rangers forbade contracts with transcendental houses. But there's no need to worry about that, because now Zeke has a fake name, and naturally the contract with the kingdom will be signed under that name. If that was the case, then they weren't so against this kind of work. But suddenly Zeke announced that there had been another small misunderstanding between them, and threw something into the ground. These were kukris. These daggers were more than just weapons for the guys. It was a blade that was given to a man when he was recognized as a full-fledged fighter, so it was equivalent to life itself for the ranger, being his companion for life. So such a valuable part of their existence had been stolen without them even realizing it, which meant their lives could have been taken just as easily. And that was his thanks for walking him to his horse? And a reminder who was boss. And they understood everything perfectly well, and concluded that Zeke's skill was an order of magnitude superior to theirs, or even more. Some time passed after the meeting with Reinhardt, and all this time the protagonist tried to actively search for comrades. His targets were the heroes who had distinguished themselves in the Continental War of his past life, because if he could get close to them now, they would most likely take his side in the future. But everything was not as simple as we would have liked. The problem was in the time frame. The Knight of Silence, Bishop Kastek, had already graduated and joined the Knightly Order of the Kingdom of Tibia. Knight of the Mist, Jeffrick Solma, was currently in his final year and was participating in field training, so he was also not at the academy. Asta Ella went on academic leave because he could not continue his studies due to severe insomnia. Reyna will enroll next year, and they are still related, so it will be easier to persuade her to be friends. As a result, of all the people the main character wanted to befriend, only Diego remained. Therefore, it was necessary to establish a relationship with him. And for this, Zeke dropped by the circle to begin working on gaining trust. And the guy immediately took him into circulation, since they needed a drummer for the band. And now Zeke is beating the drums along with all the other guys, even though he didn't plan to do that at first. For the first time in God knows how long, he didn't think about anything, didn't worry about anything, didn't make any plans, but simply had fun from the heart. But Diego was too incredible and sucked all the life force out of the main character, turning him into a walking zombie. But upon returning home, the boy immediately began studying the treatise in physical training. After all, his time was limited. After reading a few chapters, he realized why Tarakan had simplified it all. Because the information was too complex to comprehend. The main reason was that all the techniques of the true dragon blade required incredible compression and decompression of the aura, so the art of dragon slaying was not even close to it. This style of swordsmanship was not intended to be used against humans, but was intended to be used exclusively against dragons, making their attacks extremely lethal. So, to begin with, the guy decided to expand the shape of the sword, which was familiar to him thanks to dragon slaying. Then he needed to compress the aura as tightly as possible, so that it would be possible to pierce even the dragon's scales with one thrust. At that moment, Derek entered the training room and watched his young master. But the main character didn't notice it, as he was focused on the system, on the training map, and on his feelings. He understood that with all these devices, it was entirely possible for him to master this art. And the guy began to feel progress as the number of repeated movements increased. Suddenly, he felt that he was running into a wall, because just yesterday he had reached the level of the Red Knight. Now in front of him stood the wall of the Black Knight, which he had to overcome. It is said that growing only higher quickly builds a wall that must be overcome. But the dragon's heart, hidden in the etheric realm, resonated with the true dragon sword and screamed. And until the guy missed this feeling, he had to swing the blade as many times as necessary. In that moment, Bahamut's heart responded to Saturn Draker's true dragon blade and was about to play back the memories sealed within the dragon's heart. At that moment, the guy did not see how a man appeared in the darkness who came to the dragon asking for a favor. The man asked the dragon to preserve the art of true dragon fencing that he had developed. The dragon was a little shocked by Saturn Draker's behavior. He always knew that the man was eccentric, but he didn't think that he was crazy. What was surprising was that a man would try to trust a dragon with something that could one day kill him. Saturn had no intention of giving up his intentions, and Kronos was in solidarity with him. This angered him more than the appearance of Saturn itself. He believed that humanity had led Kronos astray, and he had lost his right to be a mediator. And in general, Bahamut no longer believed the delirious, incoherent prophecies of his brother. That's why he now really wanted to kill the man. But he didn't give in. Meanwhile, the protagonist was watching everything and understood that the dragon's strength was incredible. If he had been in Saturn's place, he would hardly have been able to repel even one of Bahamut's attacks. Therefore, looking at his ancestor, Zeke understood that he was quite a monster, since not a single blade touched him. However, Bahamut did not calm down. He drove the man out of his lair, because if he did not leave, his next attack would be directed at the kingdom of Kronos. In general, Saturn was not afraid. He believed that if the dragon continued in the same spirit, then karmic retribution would await him in the future. But the dragon did not believe this, and believed that no matter how many people he killed, nothing would happen to him. But even this speech did not outrage the man, because Kronos had warned him that everything would turn out exactly this way. The dragon continued to be angry, especially when he saw the artifact that the man had taken out, because the man was now so brave only because he had gained access to the power of Kronos. So she attacked the man again with a huge sword. Meanwhile, Saturn activated the Kronos artifact, not fearing the enemy's attacks. Moreover, Bahamut's attack was stopped. The sword froze in the air. No, it was something else. The magic of the artifact bound the dragon, so the attack stopped. But it wasn't that simple. Bahamut was a pretty strong dragon, so he had enough strength to break free from the spell. Moreover, it turned out that Saturn Draker showed the dragon some vision that alarmed him. It was not an easy vision, but a prophecy. Now the dragon had to understand why Saturn trusted him with his swordsmanship. Bahamut understood everything, as well as the fact that the very concept of making contracts with people was a bad idea from the start. Saturn agreed with this, because people should have stood on their own feet and not rely on dragons. The man and the dragon finally came to an agreement, and the lizard took the book from the man. But the dragon still stuck to his opinion, and didn't believe in the man's good intentions, since he wanted to save humanity, not the whole world. This was probably another snag in their misunderstanding of each other. However, for now the dragon has taken it upon himself to watch over this text until that prophecy is fulfilled. After which the man went to the exit, but then stopped and said that Kronos always said that one day Bahamut would also find someone to whom he could open his heart. But these words seemed like a mockery, as the dragon did not believe that he would find a contractor to whom he would open his heart. At this point, the memories ended. Zeke returned to his reality and began to think. By and large, he did not understand anything from the overheard conversation, except that Bahamut did not trust people at all. But even despite this, he made a contract with Terracon. I wonder what changed then. Why the dragon changed his principles. After viewing the memories, the boy tried to overcome his curiosity and find out about all the participants in this story. But all the facts were distorted by his relatives, so no reliable documents remained. Time passed, and while he was busy searching for clues and learning the swordsmanship of a true dragon, a letter arrived from Reinhardt, with news that all preparations for the fulfillment of his first request had been completed. It was wonderful. But the guy couldn't believe that as a result he became the deputy manager of the southern branch of the Reinhardt Trading Company. Even for him it was quite pompous. Besides this letter, another one arrived, but this time from Kay. It was obvious that the girl had also made an important decision. Evening came, and Kay invited the protagonist to discuss the details of their plans in the VIP area of the hotel. Zeke walked over and took his seat, but as soon as he looked out the window, he froze mid-sentence. Since he had lived in Atlas for some time, but he had never seen such a stunning view of the city anywhere. So he sat, mesmerized, looking out the window. To be fair, the view he was used to showed the ruins left behind after the Continental War. So now he was seeing the city in all its glory for the first time. But it was time to get down to business. First, Kay admitted that this hotel was another business that the syndicate was involved in, because even they needed a place where they could meet partners without embarrassment and discuss details in a relaxed atmosphere. True, the conversation didn't go any further, since Kay offered the main character a drink and he refused, and she began to make fun of him, not knowing that the guy would have liked to drink, but due to his resistance to poisons, he didn't get drunk, so he didn't get any more pleasure. If that was the case, then it was time to get straight to the point, and the girls placed a folder with photographs and documents in front of him, which indicated that he was right, and Pabella's roots went back to piracy. The most offensive thing was that up until this moment, the girl had not noticed this fact. But the income statistics had been screaming about it all the time. In addition, Pabella was doing business with Joaquin Fernandez, who was McCain's man. This was quite shocking information for the girl, so she did not report it to her superiors, as it could have brought some chaos into the organization. And this was very interesting and useful information for the main character. And now he was going to tell her how he would make her the head of the syndicate. The meeting ended, and the protagonist began to put into practice the preparatory steps for the implementation of his plan. It was good that, thanks to the system, he could now teleport from point A to point B. Although this consumed a significant amount of karma points, no one could suspect him of crimes in any way, since people capable of using teleportation magic were extremely limited in number, and movement between cities initially required a large-scale portal in a magic tower. And then the night came, and with the night came the time of fires. Meanwhile, Kay was incredibly worried. She, of course, expected Zeke to be impudent, but what he did was beyond the pale. It seemed like this guy was just crazy. Or maybe he was like that from the start, and she just didn't notice. After all, that was when he first told her that he was going to set fire to all the Soma warehouses on the central continent belonging to the McCains, and she didn't believe him then, but in vain. Now everything there was ablaze. Besides, she was sure that if the guy did something like that, they would be immediately identified. But this did not worry the guy, since he was used to being proud of his exploits. Besides, he was going to blame it all on one of McCain's henchmen and traitors, so he wasn't particularly worried about how things would develop further. Moreover, he was going to set up the entire top leadership of the Syndicate and Pabella and leave them to Don Juan with a white bow, realizing that the formidable men would kill each other. Kay was very worried, which is why she received a reprimand from the main character, who did not understand her hysteria, because she herself wanted to become the head of the Syndicate. And now she is backing out? That is not how things are done, and she needs to realize this. There was no longer a pass option for her. Either she was responsible for her actions, or she raised the stakes. There was no other way. At that moment, she remembered long-forgotten feelings and desires. because she did not join the syndicate to do all the dirty work and clean up after losers. That's why she snatched the bottle from the guy's hands, realizing that she was ready to follow him through fire and water. She was going to go to the bank and didn't care about the consequences. And this was what the main character needed. He promised her to do everything possible and impossible so that she would never regret the bet she made. Kay, now standing on the balcony and smoking a cigarette, recalling that evening, shuddered, remembering that she believed the guy and bet everything on him. So there was no turning back for her. And at home, Don Juan also washed away stress with alcohol, making plans for the future, how he would take revenge on those who burned down his warehouses. The protagonist had finished his dealings with the criminal world, and now he could think about his studies, because the semester was coming to an end, and almost half a year had passed since the news spread that he had reached the level of a Blue Knight. And he knew that sooner or later the day would come when he would be invited to the promotion banquet. And now, looking at this very letter, the guy was nervous. It was known that the promotion banquet was a celebration in honor of young Drakers who had advanced beyond the level of Yellow Swordsman and attained the rank of Knight. Even among them, reaching the rank of Purple or Blue Knight was common and occurred around the age of 20. So it was also called the Draker-style debut. It is therefore not surprising that Zeke was worried as he went to the banquet in the spring garden of the main hall of the Castle of the Four Seasons, hoping that nothing terrible would happen. Many people had already gathered in the castle, among whom was the head of the family and Abel, who had just arrived. The young man noted that there had never been such a number of guests at a promotion banquet before, but it had to be that way, because today they were honoring the youngest Blue Knight of the entire continent. And naturally, this could not fail to interest high society. Arthur, however, paid no attention to his eldest son's feelings, leaving him behind as he needed to prepare for the initiation ceremony. Meanwhile, Zeke had already arrived at the palace, although he hadn't yet reached the banquet hall. He was hot and uncomfortable, and didn't want to go anywhere at all. To his surprise, he was escorted to the door by Dexter, who had broken away specifically to spend a little time with his student, since he had been pulled out of retirement and was now being forced to work like a workhorse. Even though he was in a bad mood, Dexter did not leave his student, and walked with him to the spring garden. In fact, this castle is divided into 4 main sections for a reason. For example, the spring garden is where most events are held. It is the only room open to visitors who are not family members. In the summer part of the castle, there was a library where the family's affairs were conducted, and there was also an office for the head of the family. In autumn-fall, closed knighting ceremonies were held. The last part of the castle housed a repository of rare artifacts accumulated over the last 1,000 years. In his past life, Zeke knew this only by hearsay, and today was his first time visiting the castle in person. So he was interested in everything. And now they were standing near the door, but the main character would have to go further himself, since this door was exclusively for the hero of the occasion. After which Dexter asked his student not to worry and to knock out everyone who would be at the banquet. But he himself would not go there, since he still had things to do. For the first time in his life, Zeke was probably happy, because it's hard to describe the feeling of someone caring about you, given his background. Nevertheless, the main character pulled himself together and entered the banquet hall. After some time, Zeke reached his father, and Arthur began the initiation ceremony. The head himself said that, in the name of the future achievements of Zeke Draker, he was blessed with the name of the glorious Draker family, in the name of his future great and small knightly achievements. And henceforth Zeke Draker would be known as the Knight of Draker. And he was given the title by right of blood. This was a shock not only for the guests, but also for the protagonist, since for the Drakers, the only requirement for knighthood is personal achievement, which he did not have. Even Abel, the youngest Blue Knight before Zeke, had to work for 3 months to earn his achievements before he was initiated. However, Arthur's actions clearly went against all established order. Although the Patriarch has an indisputable right to dispose of titles, so no one will object, the question is what he had in mind. Nevertheless, the man played wonderfully to the audience. Raising a toast to his son, he spoke beautifully, motivatingly, so that you really wanted to raise a glass and drink to a bright future. It was strange because, in his past life, Arthur hadn't said a word, even when Howard had expelled the boy. And now he was so demonstratively playing the loving father. Zeke had to hide his feelings deep inside, as his father asked him to take a walk with him for a private conversation. Surprisingly, during a conversation with his father, the boy received a token that could be exchanged for a family artifact. It was a priceless gift that needed to be used wisely. Both the conversation with his father and the dedication weren't such bad events. The worst thing was that the boy needed to find the strength within himself to endure this holiday, because it would last not 1 day, but 3. He simply couldn't understand how people could do such things all day long. It was obvious that high society wasn't for everyone. At that moment, a girl called out to him, and it was the princess of the Kingdom of Valencia, Melissa. It was an unexpected meeting since Zeke knew from newspapers from his past life that Melissa, although an outstanding person, one day she stopped all her public activities. No one knew the reason for this act. There were even rumors about a contract killing, since she soon disappeared altogether. Although in this life, it cannot be said that she often attended receptions or appeared in public. But the girl is here, and that means everything is fine. And then it dawned on Zeke that Cliff hadn't just come to him and looked for a cure for nothing. Had he really been trying specifically for this princess? Now, a lot of things fell into place, so the young man bowed and politely introduced himself to her. But he didn't stop there. The guy was a good talker, after all. So he pointed out that he was very impressed with Melissa's reforms, aimed at improving the quality of life of ordinary people. And while many consider this an act of charity, he understands perfectly well that the princess had to go through hellish difficulties to bring her ideas to life. On the one hand, it was undisguised flattery. But on the other hand, the guy seemed like a smart fellow to the girl. And he was different from the other knights, and very different, which made her smile. Melissa didn't laugh at him, but she was happy that at least someone understood her intentions and saw much more than the end point of her path. But now she had to take her leave. She herself would have been interested in talking with the hero of the occasion for a little longer, but there were too many people who wanted to do the same, so it would be better for her to leave him for now. But Zeke shouldn't worry, because she's sure that fate has another meeting in store for them, under more pleasant circumstances. She left, and Zeke continued getting to know the guests of the reception, and by the end he was almost growling, and his smile began to resemble a grin. It turned out that such holidays were too tiring, and the main character clearly didn't like them. It would have been better to be back in the cave with Kaiser, and he would have driven him without sleep and food, and not all this. And then someone else came to the banquet in full uniform, showing tactlessness. And who would doubt who could afford such a thing? Of course, it was the 4th Prince of the Empire, Kar Nerva, who in the future, together with Abel, would start a continental war. Now he was smiling, and even extended his hand to greet her. But the main character didn't want to shake the hand of such a guy. Therefore, Zeke found a way out, as it seemed to him, to bow according to all the rules of etiquette in order to express the full degree of respect to the monarch. This behavior did not please Kar, but he did not publicly get into a fight. But he could force the guy to drink with him in revenge, and it would be fine if it was just a matter of wine. But the prince behaved too familiarly, putting his arm around Zeke's shoulders, which he definitely didn't like, but he couldn't shake off the prince's hand now. And now the glass was already full, and Zeke had to drink, while the courtiers whispered. They considered the guy a child who was following Kara's lead, who was behaving too brazenly and taking advantage of the fact that he was a prince. At that moment, Abel approached them and asked the prince to go away with him for a few words, as he needed urgent advice. This being the case, the prince asked Zeke's forgiveness for having to leave him, but promised a new meeting during which they could share each other's thoughts and feelings, and left with Abel. The guests continued to gossip, but Zeke didn't care, because events were developing much faster than in his past life, and contact between Abel and Kara occurred earlier than he expected. And judging by the tone of the young men's conversation, they are quite close, which means that a continental war could have started sooner. Overall, if the banquet was the unpleasant part of the day, then receiving a special token brightened everything up, because it could be exchanged for one of the Draker's treasures. I also remembered the conversation with Arthur. The man believed that the guy had achieved good success during this time, and was confidently on the path to becoming the strongest. And this sounded like praise. But Zeke was thinking about something else. Why did his father turn a blind eye to all of Abel's movements, since he was acting boldly, barely hiding his intentions? But the man said nothing, only giving his son a token, which was the key to a treasure that would need to be chosen wisely, since the vault contained many different artifacts, both useful and simply beautiful trash. Zeke remembered his father's words and was going to use this chance to get something interesting for himself. As soon as Zeke stepped into the vault, he was met by an employee who had been waiting for him and was about to give him an introductory briefing. So there were 17,000 artifacts here. The guy could take one of them, since he only had one token. He could not leave the storage, since he would not be able to enter back. The time to choose an item was unlimited. There was no security here, as everything was protected by strong magic. The same charms were placed on the offices of the head of the family, and the counting of items was also carried out by magic, so it was impossible to steal anything. Now it was possible to begin opening the main part of the vault. To do this, the guy dropped his token into a special hole, and just a second later, the huge doors opened, letting the guy into the depths of the room. Inside, the vault was much larger than Zeke had imagined, although something like that was to be expected. Manually checking each item seemed time-consuming and impractical. So he asked the system if it could classify the artifacts according to the criteria he needed. Yes, it was possible. And the system synchronized the classification function with the dragon's eye. Now the guy only had to choose the criteria, and he could begin. And he began. Although there were more selected items than he had expected, and they were all displayed on his minimap, it was necessary to reduce their number, so he decided to weed out those things that were not artifacts and that could only be used once. There were still many positions, so he excluded all the swords that were weaker than his black blade, and they all disappeared from the list. Suddenly he discovered one artifact on the list, next to which there was no name or other information. This interested the guy, so he started looking for the item and found it. It was a green bracelet. The bracelet looked extremely ordinary, so it was strange that the system couldn't find any information about it. Suddenly, a message came from the system. It recognized him as the legacy of Terracon Draker, and the bracelet recognized the guy as the heir of the Dragonslayers. And then the bracelet put itself on the guy's hand, even though he didn't confirm his choice. And with its help, Zeke will be able to summon allies. Although the protagonist had not finished examining the vault, he could not cancel the artifact that was adorning his hand. Logically speaking, he wouldn't find anything better here than this bracelet, so he needed to activate it and see what kind of pig in a poke he pulled out. The artifact activated, immediately increasing its level. Furthermore, a spirit beast was found that perfectly matched the protagonist's soul, and it was supposed to appear here any minute. Surprisingly, this beast turned out to be a dragon horse. The creation was magnificent, and the gift was difficult to appreciate, like the heart and horn of Bahamut. Zeke was so lost in thought about the items he had received from his ancestor that he didn't notice the horse approaching him. She wanted warmth and affection, and Zeke felt like he had met an old friend he hadn't seen for ages. This is what the unity of souls means. A feeling of warmth and love spread in the guy's heart, and he did not hide it. And that was fine, but the animal needed a name, and the young man decided to call her Bucephalus. The description said that this animal was capable of many things, but Zeke was a little doubtful since he met it for the first time. It was a bit offensive, so Bucephalus took it all in his teeth and put the guy on his back himself. If he wanted to test him, then let him do it. And in just a moment, Bucephalus was galloping forward with the speed of lightning. Despite all this, the clatter of hooves was not heard, and it was an incredible feeling of lightness and soaring. That was the end of the adventures in the storage facility, and later that evening, the guy was driving home, remembering the face of the storage facility worker when she saw the item he had chosen. Yes, and my father was most likely talking about exactly these kinds of things. Beautiful, but useless. It's not surprising that he and the others couldn't appreciate the bracelet, since even the system didn't immediately understand what was what. In any case, luck was on the side of the main character this time, and he did not pass by such a valuable thing for him. After some time, he reached home, but even here he had no peace, since Cliff came to him without an invitation, with unnecessary congratulations. The man didn't just come with congratulations. He brought another person here who really wanted to talk to the main character. But now, a surprise awaited Zeke. Hiding under the hood was Melissa, who was not only a princess, but also the head of the Reinhardt Guild.